In werewolf society, female werewolves face immense social pressure if they haven't found a mate by the age of 25. Mary, a shy and often overlooked girl, is attending the mating ball for the 5th time this year. This time, she decides to stop waiting passively and take the initiative. She musters up the courage to follow a mysterious male werewolf, only to discover that he is the highest alpha werewolf, Ryker. In Ryker, this ruthless wolf leader also shows a momentary wavering under Mary's sudden assault. Can this ordinary girl's bold move break the rules of werewolf society and win the heart of this wolf king? Join us in exploring this story filled with fantasy and romance. Tonight would either transform Mary's destiny or crush her hopes entirely. For 5 long years, the shy and anxious young woman had attended the mating ball, her determined spirit pushing her to persevere despite her growing unease. Each year, she found herself relegated to the sidelines, a silent observer as others discovered their fated partners and embarked on new lives together. This evening, her heart raced with anticipation, lodged firmly in her throat as she steeled herself for what she was about to do. In werewolf society, it was customary to marry soon after turning 18, certainly before reaching 25. The mating process forged an unbreakable lifelong bond between couples. At 25, Mary's persistent nature was being tested as she hadn't yet caught the eye of any male werewolf, and she could feel her chances slipping away with each passing moment. Knowing this might be her last opportunity, Mary was grateful for the support of her sister-in-law, Daniela. The skilled seamstress had devoted countless hours to crafting Mary's exquisite balgan, a masterpiece of light pink and subtle blue floral lace applique with delicate capped sleeves that gracefully swept the polished golden floor of the grand ballroom. "I can do this," Mary whispered to herself, summoning her courage as she spotted the mysterious male who had captured her interest slipping discreetly through a set of heavy golden double doors. She navigated through the crowd of elegantly dressed attendees, their wondrous tuxedos and ball gowns a blur as she focused on her goal. The arched ceiling above sparkled beneath magnificent chandeliers, and soft music filled the air. Mary quickened her pace, gathering the ends of her gown to avoid tripping as she made her way across the room. Slipping through the same door, Mary found herself in a dark corridor. She blinked, allowing her eyes to adjust to the dimness before proceeding down the hallway. The soft swish of her gown against the floor was the only sound as the door closed behind her with a gentle click. Following the man's unique scent, an alluring mixture of cardamom and cloves with a hint of sweetness, Mary's determination grew stronger. She couldn't discern whether it was his cologne or his natural scent, but it drew her forward, leading her to another dark room at the end of the corridor. With trembling fingers, Mary slowly turned the golden doorknob, her heart pounding as she opened the door just a crack to peer inside, hoping this moment would be the turning point in her search for a mate. "Hello," she whispered. No one answered her. Strange. His scent was the strongest in this room. He must be here. She opened the door further and stepped inside completely. Again, the door closed softly behind her with a click. She moved into the middle of the room, Mr. Stonewall. She realized she shouldn't have called him that. Her pursuit was not a Mr. only. He was a male with great prestige. He was the beta of the Stonewall pack. She had to address him by his title. Just as she was about to do that, she saw movement out by the terrace. "Are you there?" she asked and entered onto the terrace where he was hiding. The moon illuminated the night sky, and she felt like she had somehow invaded his privacy. He had moved to this empty room for that reason, but she needed to do this. She needed to captivate this male or she would never find a happily ever after. Without glancing at his face, she closed her eyes, grabbed his cheeks and stood on her tiptoes before slamming her lips onto his. The kiss was less than eloquent. Her teeth had knocked into his. It was painful, and she grimaced. But she was a determined female. He stood before her, rigid with surprise and anger. Of course, he would be mad at her. She had practically knocked teeth with him, but she would not go down without a fight. She slanted her lips over his and instantly found how soft his lips were. They were nice and pillow-y, not chapped at all. which she found pleasing. Suddenly, Mary wanted to taste him. She parted her lips gently and slowly tugged on his bottom lip, urging him to let suck on it. When he refused to comply, she caressed his cheeks gently as an act of an apology for kissing him abruptly. To her utter surprise and delight, he offered her his lips, but that was all he did. He refused to move from his spot. His body was still stiff with tension, but oh, this man smelled wonderful. She felt like drowning in it. She tugged on his bottom lip, and when she tasted him, she sighed in happiness. Her heart fluttered at the taste of champagne on his lips and stomach was gnawing strangely. She had but a few guys she had slept with, but none of them were special. Yet a simple taste of this male and she found her knees were weak. She leaned further into his body. One hand slid to the back of her neck to deepen the kiss, her tongue sweeping in, tasting how warm and sweet he was. When it touched his tongue, he kissed her back. Finally, she had thought this was all for nothing, but he proved her wrong. He wrapped one arm around her waist, the other went into her hair. He was a rascal for threading his fingers through her hair. She'd had taken forever to pin it up with beautiful flower pins. That was the last thought though for Mary because the male crushed her body into his. A little taken aback by his strength, she stopped kissing him for a minute. The heat stirred between her legs. His tongue swept inside and tangled with hers. It was erotic. It left Mary breathless. She felt like she was being kissed because she was the best source of sweetness for him. She felt like she was being devoured and teased at the same time. Her hairpins hit the terrace floor. She can feel her hair become loose as he repeatedly slanted his lips over hers. Mary tried focusing on how his body feels against hers and noticed how much taller and broader his shoulders were. She could have sworn he wasn't this tall. But it may be because she was standing across the ballroom. She may have underestimated his size. Slowly, she combed her hands up through his hair. It was a strange haircut, one with a medium, length taper fade cut. She imagined him to look like a total badass with that hairstyle, especially with the stubble beard that she felt against her skin. Her thoughts were interrupted though when she felt his hand slid lower and cupped her bottom. The gall on this man. She was so surprised she stopped returning his kisses until he growled deep in his throat to remind her and slapped her bottom. She let out a squeal of vexation and disbelief, but was interrupted when he pulled his lips away and descended his lips down her jawline and to her neck. The feel of his mouth and his beard against her skin was amazing. She couldn't speak. She could only feel. Brazen female sneaking off into a dark room to be ravished. He growled huskily. She gulped before responding. I saw you slip away. I wanted to find you. That was half the truth. She wanted to snag this male and make him hers completely. He was continually sucking on a spot on her neck that was driving her insane. Mary clutched at the lapels of his tuxedo to keep herself from falling. Her body molded against his. So you wanted to seduce me? He whispered. His voice was surprisingly calm and even filled with somewhat humor, but there was a gravelly smoothness to his vocals that had Mary's skin litter with goosebumps. No, she responded in a breathless whisper. Mary didn't want to seduce him. Did she? She had only wanted to kiss him, to drive him mad with need. But he was partially correct. She was trying to seduce him. She pulled back and looked at the man above her. He wasn't happy she had pulled away, but conceded anyway to her silent request to stop. But the darkness of the night and only the moonlight as support. She could only make out his features. She remembered the obsidian black hair and hazel eyes. It was the first thing that captured her attention. It was one reason she had inquired with her wallflower companions earlier this evening about him. He looked down at her at first with observant eyes, equally taking in her features as much as she was. His eyes were steely but shadowed. It was hard to read what he thought of her. Unable to hold his penetrating gaze further, she looked down at his chin. He was growing a 3 days' growth of beard. She can see hints of it. In his arms. She felt small even when she stood at least 59. What is your name? He asked suddenly. Mary. She replied. Mary Elizabeth Carter. She waited for him to also give him her name. But it seemed he was going to. It also seemed like he would not release her soon too. Why are you here? He questioned further. She didn't want to tell him she came after him to kiss him senseless, although their kiss was more than senseless. It was mind-numbing and knee-weakening sensual. She loved every bit. No male had ever kissed her that or made her feel that way. She murmured, but found it even stranger that he had left the ballroom. She redirected the question back to him. A flash of irritation crossed his face. She realized he didn't like it very much, but she had not answered his question. He admitted it and released her. She was glad for space, took a few steps back before crouching down to hunt for her pins. If anyone had found her pins out here, she would be in big trouble here. The ballroom is the grandest ballroom I have ever seen in my life. Why, it could fit over another 100 people. She replied and picked up one that was glistening in the moon. It was the air in the ballroom that caused me to step away. It was the people in the room. He grumbled. Mary thought back to watching him in the ballroom. Abraham did meet a lot of females. He talked amongst a lot of peers, but he didn't seem at all fazed with the crowd. She picked the last of her pins before standing up to face him. You don't enjoy casual conversations amongst your peers? She questioned. He eyed her like she was the craziest thing ever, as if she didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She found his bewildered look vexing and wanted to prod further. Not that. He moved to stand back on the terrace. His hands were on the rail. Mary tried to fix her hair to the best she could. It was about time she headed back to the ballroom or elderly companion from her pack would start hunting her down. The pack's reputation was important. If words get out that a female pack member has done something as scandalous as this, her brother would be horrified and demand retribution. Just as that thought passed through her mind, she heard voices from outside the room. Someone was walking down the hallway. In a hurry, she grabbed the male's arm to get his attention. I know this is inconvenient and I am sorry that I had come out here and kissed you like this, but I think you are handsome and that kiss, it was nothing like I have ever felt before. I realize that we may never meet again, but I hope that I get to see you again, she rushed to say in a panic. Confusion flooded his features, and she felt another rush of anxiety hits her. She didn't have time to explain. There was no time for confusion. She grabbed his cheeks again and slammed her lips onto his again, kissing him with all that she got, leaving no desires, no secrets behind. In the kiss, she hoped he could see that she wanted more with him and that the kiss was just a mere kiss but something more between them. A knock sounded at the door. She broke the kiss, glanced at the door, and then back at his confused face. Wait. He grabbed onto her wrist, but she was quick. She evaded his grasps and ran for the side connecting door. She opened it just as the door she came through earlier opened and slipped away. She heard male voices conversing just as she exited the adjacent room and back into the ballroom too. After the mating ball, Ryker was determined to return to his pad and then go on with his life. Yet it's been days, and he has been able to have a single good night rest. As a matter of fact, he has been dreaming about her. Mary Elizabeth Carter, a paragon of sensuality but a complete disturbance to Ryker's state of mind. God damn. Ryker didn't want to like anything about her, but he did. The female was bold, shameless to had approached him. He should be used to it by now. Females constantly throw themselves at him because of his ranking status, his wallet size, and the amount of power he holds. They didn't care if he was a psychopath, sociopath, or some kind of fucked up narcissistic asshole. They didn't care because he wasn't born into his rank but fought his way to his position. He learned his lesson when he fell in love years ago to a female he thought loved him, but got his heart broken. He swore to himself that never again would he allow himself to feel those feelings. Yet when he felt the warm press of a feminine body pressed against his, all he could do was think about driving himself deep inside of her. He could argue that it had been 2 years since he had experienced a soft-willing and curvy body pressed against his, but it was just that. There was something about her that kept him furious but desiring. His eyes wandered back to the picture of Mary staring back at him. Log into the classification as a low-ranking female wolf. She has no achievements within or outside of her pack. Her parents have passed away, but she has one brother who was an enforcer for the Solomon pack. His eyes swept past her date of birth. Newly turned 20, 5 years old and unmated. The total of 7 years difference between them. He knew she was seeking him for a mating prospect. He couldn't think of why else she would step inside a dark room and kiss a stranger. But why did she run away when she heard someone come into the room? Didn't she want to get caught? Unable to think any further and angry that she was entering his thoughts even while awake, he slammed the laptop closed. Abraham looked up from the file he was reading, unfazed with his brother's antics. "Are the statements showing fraudulent charges?" he asked. Ryker stood up from his seat and walked over to his office window. He took in the evergreen forests and mountains before him. They lived far from the city but still have a brawny hand in the investment and industry in the city. It was their main financial resource. They used what investments to maintain their land. Once in a while, Ryker or Abraham would step out of the territory to resolve investment issues or establish new investments. The rest of the pack members either work for Ryker or own their own kind of income. It generated a good economic cycle within the pack. As their leader, he could help those supported by the pack on internal and external matters. Or could it be the female scent I smelled when I found you in that dark room during the mating ball? Abraham prodded further. Ryker turned to glare at his brother. The two brothers were 3 years apart. Yet the two have a similar resemblance that if apart, no one could tell the difference between the two. "Your nose is off. Might want to get that checked," Ryker replied, moving back to sit in his seat. He picked up the file and stared blindly at the numbers he was reading. Irritation was rolling off of him in waves, but he refused to acknowledge it. "My nose can smell a female scent perfectly," he smirked, setting down his own folder on Ryker's desk. Abraham leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest to eye Ryker's mysterious shift in mood with a silent observation. Between the two brothers, Ryker was one who did not trust easily with females. "It's nothing," Ryker muttered. Abraham didn't look like he believed Ryker one bit. He knew that his brother wasn't alone in the room. When he had told his brother to meet him outside the room to talk about Samuel, he had heard the soft click of an adjoining door. "You know that the mating ball is a hunting ground for females. Did you really think that by escaping to a dark room would be safe for you?" Abraham chided Ryker jokingly. Ryker replied, still glowering at Abraham. Abraham gave in a little to his brother. Standing up from his chair, he walked around Ryker's desk to stand next to him. He lifted the laptop screen. It flickered back on and his eyes scanned the file that Ryker was reviewing. "She doesn't look that bad." Abraham looked Mary's picture over. "But then she isn't what I would exactly call beautiful." Ryker couldn't understand why Abraham's words irritated him. His eyes snapped to his brother, who took a cautious step back. He chuckled before making his way back around the desk to sit in his chair again. "She is from Ivan Solomon's pack." "Solomon, isn't he the one that recently asked for a mating alliance between his little sister and you?" Abraham inquired with renewed interest. Ryker nodded in response. It was true. Ivan approached him at the mating ball regarding a mating prospect between his sister and him. In Ryker's opinion, he knew why Ivan was seeking for an alliance. Over the years, the Stonewall pack has flourished in wealth and land. Their pack's eyes was slowly growing. "His sister is pretty," Abraham added, looking at him expectantly. Ryker recalled glimpsing her at the mating ball. Indeed, she was pretty. Many males had asked her to dance, but the female was barely 20. She was too young for Ryker, and Ryker nearly growled his reply. "And you told him no," Abraham said with a heavy sigh, leaning back in his seat. He crossed his arms over his chest. "You are turning 33 soon. Brother, I think it is about time you find yourself a mate. I think visiting the Solomon pack would be an impressive start in looking for one. If I don't have an heir, I still have you to take over the pack." Abraham snorted because they both knew he wanted nothing to do with the alpha title. He will accept the beta title, but the alpha title involved him many responsibilities. Ryker looked at the picture on his laptop screen once more, contemplating the many reasons he shouldn't go to the Solomon pack, but realizing quickly that he wouldn't mind seeing Mary again. Would she own up to what she did? He wanted to see her reaction. With that in mind, he nodded his head in agreement. I think you're right, Abe. We should visit the Solomon Pack. Start looking at mating prospects, or at the very least see what resources that the Solomon Pack has to offer to establish an alliance. Ryker completed. Exactly 3 days later, after agreeing to Ivan's invitation, Ryker and Abraham left their packed territory with a few enforcers. They arrived in Solomon's territory in half a day, running in their wolf form. The Solomon's territory was mostly a flat, planed territory. There were hills, but no mountains. They had pleasant valley and rivers and harvesting locations. It didn't look at all that bad. As packs that live in a more secluded area, the air around the area was a lot more clean. There was a crispness to it that Ryker found comforting. City packs are more highly advanced. They work amongst humans and are highly innovative with their technology, learning to drive rather than run. Ivan greeted them at the border before directing them to his home. Sitting in Ivan's office was inside Solomon's mansion. Ivan's facial expression revealed how happy he was that Ryker had accepted his invitation. I'm glad you accepted my invitation. You wouldn't believe how happy my sister was when she heard you would be here. Ivan grinned. Somehow Ryker found that hard to believe because, at the mating ball, Ivan's sister did not look at him with any interest. With the number of years between them, it would be hard for her to find interest. But it was because Ryker was a solid male himself. Ryker was still young and robust, but with a young female wolf like Lily, they had no similar interest in anything. To be honest, I am not here because of your sister, Ivan, Ryker replied. What? I thought. His voice dropped with confusion. You thought your young sister, and I had a connection at the mating ball. Quite the opposite. Don't get me wrong. She's a pretty female wolf, but she is too young, Ivan, Ryker told him. Ivan looked flustered, his face turning red with embarrassment. The young alpha was about Abraham's age. Abraham chuckled to release the tension. You don't have to feel embarrassed, Ivan. Ryker would still like to look into an alliance with you. We are just here to observe your territory management and pack resources, Abraham assured him. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief, almost afraid that he would lose the secured alliance between them. Nodding his head, he waved his hand in front of them. I am glad to hear. I would be happy to show you around my pack. He added, actually, if you don't mind, I would like to meet your pack members first. Ryker pushed further with a hidden ulterior motive. My pack members. I've unquestioned not catching on to Ryker's request. Some of my enforcers that came with me today are not yet mated, my brother included. It would be nice to create a relationship amongst our pack members. Ryker lied smoothly. Oh, that's right. Splendid idea. Actually, Ivan chuckled. I'll have my bae to send out notices to everyone to meet and greet you this afternoon. Ryker wanted to push further. The afternoon was hours away. If he was to have it his way, he would demand them to show their presence now. Honestly, he wasn't interested in anybody else. He was more interested in Mary. While Ivan prattled on about pack matters, Ryker wondered if Mary would be in the group of people who would be here to greet him. Sitting down for breakfast with her older brother a few days after the mating ball was no coincidence. Mary knew exactly why her brother had invited her for the bunch. He wanted to talk about the mating ball and potential mating prospect. At 25, Mary was independent. She has a working income and lives on her own without her brother's overprotectiveness shadowing her every move. He fell into the metal chair before her. Breakfast platters of sausage links, scrambled eggs, pancakes, and bacon sat in front of them. Danielle always cooks up a big feast, even if it was only for their tiny little family. Where are the kids? How are they doing? Mary asked, even though she had just seen them a few days ago. Jonathan had just discovered his newest adventure in the pantry the other day. Climbed the shelves for cookies and ended up spilling everything over. As for Joey, he has found how to run freely without diapers. I have discovered several wet spots all around the house. He grumbled and ran a hand through his short, textured haircut in frustration. Mary simpered at the image of her nephews running wild. She couldn't help but feel mildly pleased that her brother was suffering from parenthood. I should stop by to visit sometimes. Maybe I'll babysit the boys while you two go on a date, she offered. His smile brightened, and Mary saw once again how handsome her brother was. He had all the good genes. The dimples on his cheeks added to his whole look. It was one reason he was so highly popular with the female wolves. Daniela would be extremely happy. I know with the little one on the way. She really needs a break, but you know her. She won't ask for it even if the world was ending, he said. Daniela was pregnant with their third child and well on her way to giving birth soon, which explains many times she had on her hands to complete my bargain for Mary. She didn't want to go to the mating ball this year, but was coerced by Marcus. Even so, she loved them with all her heart. Suddenly, Marcus's cell phone rang. He picked it up and muttered a few yes before hanging up. It was a quick call, and so Mary assumed they needed him back at work. It seems we have visitors and our presence is required, Marcus announced. Okay, I'll leave you to it then, Mary replied, standing up from her chair, an unfinished plate of food. Hold on a minute. Marcus stopped her with a hand in front of him. She frowned in confusion at her brother, connecting the dots in her head and then responding, I am required to go too. He smiled then before nodding his head. Yes, Mary Elizabeth Carter. You are to report to the Alphys home immediately. You're joking. Right, she replied. Do I look like I am joking? He deadpanned her. She groaned. But I had other things to do today. Oh, you mean to sit at home and watch TV? He shot back. I live on my own. Marcus, you can't scold me like I am still a minor in your home, she retorted. He sighed. It is an order from our Alpha. We should obey. Mary huffed once more before nodding her head at her brother. She'll listen this time and go, but don't think she would change her comfortable track pants and a plain shirt for anyone. Besides, no one would even notice. All right. Would Daniela and the boys be going to? She asked. Daniela is carrying a lot of weight. I think it would be best if she rests as much as possible. Too much standing would make her feet swollen, and then she wouldn't comfortable all night, Marcus replied. That was understandable to Mary. If she was pregnant, she wouldn't want to step out of the house at all too. Being a couch potato was what she does best. She eyed her brother from underneath her eyelashes while she picked up her keys and wallet from the table. So maybe you should go first and I'll meet you there, she lied. Marcus knew exactly what's up. He shook his head and gestured for the front door. You're going with me, he ordered. But what about my car? What about it? Who is going to drive it? You'll come back with me after the meeting, he said, knowing he had her there. She made a face at him before following him out the door of their home. The drive to the Alpha's home wasn't too far. It was about a 15-minute drive down some minor dirt roads that led around a small town. Honestly, they could have walked or run in their wolves. But Marcus said he promised to swing by the town to buy Daniela some sweet treats. They approached the fancy, low-level iron gate that led to the Alpha's home. The guards at the gate opened the gates once they saw them. The black asphalt driveway curved in a semi-circle before it rounded into a rounded parking space. Parking their cars amongst a few others, they stepped out of Marcus's truck. Many people were already here. There were many looks of confusion, but as they went around to the back of the Alpha's house where the meeting was, the look of confusion from before transformed into a look of excitement. Pack members whispered anxiously with curious eyes while we waited. Mary tried to listen to the conversations that were going on around her. So many pack members attended, but she noticed an increase in young female pack members. Brushing it off, she leaned toward Marcus. Did they tell you who visited our pack? She whispered. No, Beta Curtis only mentioned that it was important that most members attend the meeting. He leaned to whisper air. As more pack members arrived, she was somehow pushed to the back with Marcus. Soon, she couldn't even see the back porch, growling in frustration. She nudged Marcus. I'm going to climb the tree. She pointed to the tree beside them. No, he reprimanded her. But I can't see, she muttered. Marcus grabbed onto her arm, and they moved to the left. They were still in the back, but she could see the back porch now. Better? He asked, looking down at her. She nodded with a grin before turning her attention to the back porch. Female gasps resounded throughout the crowd as Alpha Ivan stepped out with a group of males. Mary's eyes lazily scanned the giants until it swept across one in particular. She stopped, backpedaled until her eyes landed on him again. No. Her eyes jumped between two of the males that looked very similar. One of them was for sure Beta Abraham. They look very similar in features, but Beta Abraham was the shorter one, which only means that Alpha Ryker was the tall man standing next to him. Oh God. Now that they were standing next to each other, she could tell the difference. Horror flooded her. Dear Lord, she thought to herself. Her feet stumbled back a few steps. Alpha Ivan was speaking, but she could barely hear a word. There was a loud ringing in her ears. They thumped against her eardrums, and she was sure all blood had disappeared from her face. She didn't kiss Beta Abraham. She had kissed Alpha Ryker. She made a loud noise of distraught, causing a few people to turn her way, her brother included. Marcus looked down at her and noticed how ashen her face was. She looked like she was about to faint right in front of him. Grabbing onto her arms, he steadied her on her feet. She was practically swaying in front of him. Mary, are you all right? He whispered in concern. Oh, dear Lord. Jesus. I can't believe this. Oh God. She muttered incoherently. Mary. Marcus whispered again, shaking her hard to get some sense into her. Her eyes flew from Marcus S. to the back porch. She found Alpha Ryker looking right at her. At that moment, she wanted to sink into the ground, but then a small part of her had hoped that he wouldn't recognize her. It was dark that night when she kissed him. He couldn't possibly have seen her, yet even when she thought about it, she knew he knew who she was. She had given him her name. What was I thinking? She breathed in horror. You better tell me what the hell is going on. Mary. Her brother growled impatiently, worried about her state of mind. She grabbed onto Marcus's arms. Marcus, I did something terrible. Oh God. I think I might be in trouble. I think the Alpha is here because he wants to punish me. What? Marcus marked confused. She looked around and noticed a few eyes were still looking their way. She grabbed onto his arm and dragged him away from the group. When they were alone and far from the group, she stopped to look at her older brother. Oh God. Marcus. I kissed him, she exclaimed. What? He shouted back. Didn't hear me. I kissed the Alpha. She cried and began pacing. I don't understand. Did you kiss him? When was this? Mary, you're not making any sense. Tell me what happened from the beginning. He sputtered quickly. You told me to seize the moment. You told me that this would be my year. That I should not wait for love to come to me. That I should chase it. Oh God. Marcus. I had thought I kissed the Beta, but I ended up kissing the Alpha. I made a horrible mistake, she replied. At the mating ball, her brother said dumbly. Weren't you listening to me? She cried out again and covered her face with her hands. Her brother wrapped his hands around her wrists and pulled them apart. It's okay. I'm sure he is here by coincidence. I'm sure he doesn't even know who you are. I told him my name, she replied bluntly. Why would you do that? He growled. Because I thought I was kissing the Beta. She cried once again. Her brother began pacing in front of her, shoving his hands through his hair as he thought about a plan. Marcus was now as agitated as she was. Don't worry about it. I'm sure we would be fine. He muttered once again. You don't sound convincing, she said. Well, do you like him? He stopped to look at her. Him the Beta. She answered in confusion. No, Mary. I mean the Alpha. She thought back to the kiss they had that night. She didn't realize it was Alpha Ryker, but she did like the kiss a lot. She loved it. Mary wanted more of it. She even dreamt about it, but in her dreams. The night dark in his facial features. similar to the night a mating ball. She didn't dream of the beta then, just the male she kissed that night. Oddly, her insides coiled at remembering how it felt to be in his arms. "Mary?" Marcus questioned. She looked at him. "I didn't know it was him." She looked so distraught and upset that Marcus cowled and found it in to upset her even more. So all he could do was bring her into a hug and tell her it would all be okay. When they returned to the meeting, everyone was lining up to greet the 6 towering giants. Her eyes snapped to Marcus. "I don't think. You must face him one day," Marcus said as they stood in the line waiting to meet them. "Besides, he might not even recognize you. Or I can avoid him until he leaves." She counted and allowed a few pack members to go in front of her. "Mary, Carters do not run. We face tragedy and dive right into the fight," he scolded. She scoffed at him. Marcus has always used that saying on her. It was one that their father used to tell them. After they passed away, Marcus continued it. She watched Alpha Ryker shake every Ona's hands. Many females tried to get his attention, but he seemed oblivious to them all. Once in a while, he would exchange conversation with a few people. She snuck a couple of glances his way and realized quickly that although Beta Abraham and he had similar eyes and hair colors and facial structure, they too looked different. Beta Abraham's eyes were a lot softer while Alpha Ryker looked downright serious, while Beta Abraham's hair was not long. It was more of a crew-cut hairstyle while Alpha Ryker's hair was a taper faded haircut. Beta Abraham didn't have a stubble beard too. She could die from her stupidity as she observed the 2 brothers further. After allowing many pack members to surpass her, she was the last one. Marcus had to literally drag her onto the steps and onto the porch. Alpha Ryker's and Beta Abraham's eyes were on her, watching, waiting, observing. She was melting into a puddle. Her legs refused to move. "Mary," Marcus growled into her ear. Slowly, she began moving until she stood in front of them. She shook Beta Abraham's hands first. "Good afternoon, Beta," she greeted. "My name is Mary. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Mary," Beta Abraham replied with a soft, assuring smile. She felt relaxed. Everything would be okay. Then she moved to stand in front of Alpha Ryker and she felt her backbone shriveling away. She kept her eyes pinned on his stubble chin while she spoke. "Good afternoon, Alpha," she greeted him next, moving to shake his hands. His large calloused hands slipped into her soft feminine ones. He shook her hand and squeezed. She fought back a grimace, knowing he wanted her to look at him. When she cowled and take it any further, her eyes snapped up to glare at him. She began tugging her hand away, but he held onto it. "Good afternoon, Mary," he replied smoothly. She remembered that voice and renewed shivers sizzled down her spine and between her legs. Damn it all, she literally screamed in her head. He released her hand, and she quickly placed it back at her side. Mary glanced at Marcus, who shook Alpha Ryker's hand and greeted him with his title and name. She noticed that Alpha Ryker's stiffened body relaxed a little upon hearing Marcus greet himself as Mary's brother. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Alpha Ryker, wondering what he wanted in coming here. They descended the steps and blended into the crowd. Alpha Ivan spoke up again. "The Stonewall Pack would stay with us for a few days. As they are our guests, I hope that you all treat them with kindness and show them around our territory if requested. Tonight, in honor of their arrival, I would throw a pack feast. Please bring your family and join me at my home," he announced. But everyone knew he meant they should all attend the feast. Mary's eyes found their way back to Alpha Ryker. To her utter surprise, he was already looking in her direction. The intensity in his eyes was nerve-wracking. Slowly, everyone began moving around. Most of them were going to wait and socialize until the feast. Marcus turned to her. "I'm sorry, Mary. Daniela wanted the sweet cake in the bakery in town. I am going to have to go. I'll go with you," she chimed in. He shook his head. "One of us has to stay behind," meaning there were no other family members except them. She was going to have to stay behind and entertain. She gave him a desperate look. Marcus, she literally gritted. I'm sorry, he replied with a sympathetic look. You know, earlier today, when I told you I would babysit, you can forget it. She growled before turning on her feet and walking away from her brother. Her brother knew she threw an empty threat in his face. She would babysit in a heartbeat, but she wanted to say it just to make herself feel better. Mary's picture in the classification system did not reveal the hints of precious freckles on her cheeks and over the bridge of her nose. Seeing her up close in broad daylight was different from seeing her under the moonlight. Those soft lips that he had painstakingly sought and conquered were slight, even with a soft tremble to her fuller bottom lip. Then there were those golden, brown eyes that paired so well with the mousy brown hair that fell to the middle of her bottom. Nothing about her popped out as attractive, yet Ryker found his focus was solely on her throughout the meeting. Honestly, she didn't look ghastly. Not quite the opposite. She had a shapely body, one with the right amount of curves, perfectly sized breasts, and hips. She hid them underneath the shirt and track pants today, something different from what she wore at the mating ball. When he looked at her, he could only describe her as a natural plain Jane, for she was neither beautiful nor unpleasant. She was the female that Ryker would have gone for. Ryker was in the middle of watching her talk to her brother from a distance after their meeting. Then he caught an exchange between them that swiftly cast a look of outrage on her face. Abruptly, Abraham appeared next to him, diverting his attention to his brother. Ryker looked at Abraham's amused expression. His brother caught him staring again. She recognized you, Abraham mentioned, with a nod in her direction. She recognized Ryker, but she also looked thoroughly surprised. But he felt it wasn't entirely because of his sudden appearance. It was something else. He didn't really understand. The party picked up pretty quickly, and females pulled away Ryker like vultures. They all fluttered their eyelashes, baited him with enigmatic seductive sways of their body, and light conversation about their life and mating expectations. Honestly, he felt like he had somehow signed himself up for speed dating. The sun began settling over the horizon, and orange, red, purplish hue colored the sky. They now hung festive lights from tree branch to tree branch. Soft music played in the background. They brought drinks and appetizers out for everyone to enjoy. When Ryker finally pulled away from his most recent pursuer, he searched for his brother and the rest of his pack members. He walked away from the back porch and down the steps toward the large group of members who were enjoying the party. When he couldn't find them, he headed around to the front. Maybe they walked away from the party for a breather. He was sure, but knew it could be the reason for their sudden disappearance. He heeled to the shadows of the night, hiding from unwanted attention. His black suit blended in completely with the shadows. His eyes were not really paying attention to his surroundings. He thought he was alone, but was surprised when he heard a female voice cursing underneath her breath. His gaze lifted from the ground to look toward the offender who had evaded his privacy and stopped him from attempting to escape the crowds and perfume. He found Mary muttering curses while staring at the ground. She was walking his directions, straining his ear. He prayed to catch a word of what she was saying. "Damn you, Marcus. You left me with no car," she growled angrily. He caught a shiny glint just as she turned her head. She was speaking into a phone. There was a moment of silence before she spoke up again. "You made me come here. I left my car at your house and now I have to run back home. I'm so mad at you I could very well strangle you." Her frustration amused Ryker. It was refreshing to see someone like her. She threaded her hands through her silky hair and lifted it away from her face, revealing pale skin and proud, glistening eyes. Her brother must have made a snarky remark back because her eyes flashed with fury. "No, he's not here. No, I would not talk to him. No, Marcus. He is busy talking to all the females in the pack." She gritted through her teeth and then threw up her hand, releasing her hair back to frame her face. "I don't care, Marcus. He need not know. Oh Lord, don't give me that talk. No, I'm going to hang up right now." Ryker thought she was going to do just that, but she stopped talking. But her attention was still pointed to her phone. He heard her brother talking distantly in the background. Suddenly, Mary dispelled a heavy sigh. Her shoulders sagged in defeat. Her angry eyes softened a little. It's already embarrassing enough. Marcus. I didn't mean to kiss him. She grumbled like a child admitting that they did something wrong. What do you want me to say to him? No, I would not approach him. I'm going to avoid him. Her brother said something to her that transformed her anger into one of pensiveness, but she made no quick comment. She moved to lean against the side of Ivan's house, her back pressed against the wall. Again, she threaded her hair through her long mousy brown hair, but she didn't complete the action all the way through. She stopped halfway with her hands still in her hair. Her eyes never lifted from the ground too. If she but looked up, she would stare right at him. Ryker wondered why she hasn't noticed yet regarding his presence. It could be because of her occupied mind or the fact that he was holding his breath and control his heartbeat. He didn't want to reveal his presence yet. His scent masked expertly to not reveal his location. There are so many females here. Marcus. They are all either very talented or exquisite. She grated before letting her hand fall back down to her side. Her long hair fell to frame her face. Ryker yearned to run his nose through her hair or see if it felt as silky as it looked. Her brother said something to her. Marcus, please. I have suffered enough humiliation to last me a lifetime. I don't like to compete. Nor do I feel like I should, she murmured. Instantly, she had won Ryker's respect, if not his trust. Her pride and dignity were thicker than some people he met here, men included. People always seemed to expect something from him. Someone of his position with such flexibility should fortify relationships or something. Yet Ryker knew that most people's mindset was selfishly self-preserving. He didn't get here by birth. Ryker was a male wolf who succeeded to his rank by salvaging through hard sweat and sacrifice. In the werewolf society, although he has succeeded to a high rank, he was still not good enough. He was only good for all the goods and resources he could bring. Trusting people was hard for Ryker at all. You know what? It doesn't matter. I don't know why you and I are arguing about this. I'm coming home, she completed before pushing off the wall. Her eyes lifted from the ground. Their eyes clashed, and Ryker watched a look of surprise cross her face. She didn't expect to see him there, much less him eavesdropping. He cowled and hid it now that she caught him. Stepping out from the shadow, his eyes swept their surrounding to find them alone. Although they can still hear the music and the lively party coming from the back of the house, neither of them wanted to speak first. The questions quarreled between them like a loud, intuitive battle. Ryker respected her before but was impressed the next second she continued to stare at him. She didn't shy away now as she did before. He took a step closer. If he reached, he could grab onto her. He studied her now, with no interruptions. At the mating ball, he mostly felt, but now he could pin every curve to every feeling. A strong desire to kiss her throbbed through him, and he reached for her, touching her jawline, tracing it to the back of her neck, and pulled her closer. Are you afraid? He asked, his voice dropping an octave. Yes, she breathed in a bare whisper. Her voice shook with frightened uncertainty. His eyes slid back to her wide golden ones. Her phone slipped from her hand and thunked onto the grassy ground. Good, he growled, but it wasn't an angry growl. It was throaty, raspy with wild desires. She had started their first kiss. It was innocent and damn refreshing. Ryker remembered particularly well how she tasted. Fresh spring water from the mountain spring. The sweetest water one can drink. It was resonating and addicting. He tugged with his hand and she stumbled into his body. Her hands pressed up onto the lapels of his suit, but it burned holes through all fabric and touched his very skin. He felt it to his soul, thrusting his tongue inside. He invaded her mouth like it was home. She got past her initial shock and kissed him back. He moaned softly. The sound was pleading, but it quickly changed. With a growl, one arm wrapped around her waist and lifted her body against him. Taking a careful step back, he pushed her up against the wall. She was trapped between him and the wall, yet she wasn't afraid. He was overwhelming her with his presence. caging and towering over her like a cat chasing a mouse. Perhaps that was his intent, to kiss her till he reached his fill, until he no longer craves the taste of her. Abruptly, he broke the kiss and dropped her back down to her feet. He took a step back, breathing heavily. She wanted with every fiber in her body to look down or run away, but instead she stood her ground and looked at him with obvious lust polluting those simmering golden irises. A look of confusion appeared on his face, his eyes sweeping over her face as she appeared out of nowhere, like he was trying to figure out who she was. Christ. He growled and shoved a hand through his hair. Ryker walked away from her with obvious anger. He regretted kissing her again because now he just didn't want a one kiss. He wanted another one. In fact, he wanted to strip her down to her without clothes body and explore slowly. Her responses to his kisses were confusing. The kiss they shared was not one where he would label unfeeling. In fact, he felt everything. He struggled to control his body reaction to her kisses, urging his breathing to regulate again. He found his brother talking to his pack members in the front. Obviously, they were also avoiding the crowds. They turned when they saw him, but no one mentioned why he was in such an ominous state. His mind momentarily wandered back to her, and Ryker was debating if coming here was a moral decision. Mary woke up the next morning questioning if last night happened or was it all a dream. Dabbing her lips, she remembered how she felt when he kissed her. It was urgent and sweet, dominating yet yearning. Her heart and stomach performed Olympic jumps just thinking about it. She can still feel how soft his lips were. He smelled just as good as the night of the mating ball. Hopeless, she buried her face in her hands, scrubbing it from its sleep and her incognito desires. It was hopeless because she liked his kisses, but she also knew without a doubt that it wouldn't work. He was an alpha. That reason alone was enough to stop her from dreaming about any future with him. Alpha of werewolf packs were strong and authoritative leaders. He'll smother her if he wished it so. Sighing, she tossed back her thin blanket and hopped out of bed. She needed to get ready for work. She showered and brushed her teeth before pulling on her work uniform. She wrapped her long hair into a tight bun above her head. The uniform was a traditional white sous chef coat with black piping. She paired it with black chef pants and shoes. At 20, Mary applied for a sous chef position in a local restaurant. She enjoyed working in a fast-paced environment and cooking. She took 2 years of culinary school. When she arrived at her workplace, it was already busy with many people. It didn't come as a surprise, though. The restaurant gets busy around lunch hour and remains steady until late at night. Although it was a high-end restaurant, many locals enjoyed dining there because of the friendly environment and food delicacy. Mary nodded to a few people with a smile on her face as she made her way through the dining area and into the back. The calm environment in the dining area differed from the kitchen. Everyone was working hard on completing their dishes. When Charlotte caught sight of Mary, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, Mary, thank God you are here," she said, waving Mary over. Charlotte was bent down working on a menu, but it had a ton of scribbles and thoughts jumbled together. For a second, Mary didn't understand. Were they suddenly changing the menu to their restaurant? "What are you?" Mary inquired. "Alpha, I've uncalled today. The fool asked me to prepare out-of-the-world dinner for our guests." Charlotte nearly growled at the end in frustration. Mary placed a hand on her colleague's shoulder. Bending down, she reviewed Charlotte's menu. For the appetizer, she had chosen a sweet, tart and savory blend of pate, slow-cooked pork, and pickled dried apricots that smeared over toasted bread. It sounded wonderful, and Mary could already taste the different flavors that would erupt. When Mary looked over Charlotte's options for the main course, she frowned slightly. Her friend made a noise of exasperation. Apparently, she had caught sight of Mary's befuddled expression. "They would be here within a few hours. I have not yet prepped any of the ingredients." "Mary," she groaned, "why are you freaking out? You can do this. You're the chef, the general of this establishment. You didn't get this position because you look beautiful. Babe, you owned it. You beat everyone else to it. Mary reminded her friend and then returned her attention to the menu, pointing at a dish that Charlotte was working on. Since you already added bread as an appetizer, we should aim for something a little lighter in the main course. Fewer carbs and more protein. We can do a surf and turf kind of dish. How about throwing out a hearty stew and throwing in some rock shrimps, filet mignon, and vegetable medley, she offered. The worry on Charlotte's face slipped away. A smile appeared in its place and she pulled Mary into a hug, squeezing her tightly in her arms. If it was any other executive chef, they would probably toss Mary out on the streets for suggesting any ideas. Yet this was Charlotte. She always valued Mary's opinion. They worked on a light dessert to end the menu, and it was just in time. The guests have just arrived in the restaurant. The hostess who seated the guests in the dining area quickly informed them. Together, the two worked on the menu. Charlotte worked on creating the contrasting flavors between the sweet, tart apricot spread and the pate while the pork was being slow cooked. Oh God, I hope this works, Charlotte whispered to herself while plating her plates. Mary helped her plate the plates. There was 7 plates, which means there were 7 people out there. Okay. Charlotte waved for the plates to be picked up and delivered. Once the appetizers were delivered, she worked on creating the nice creamy ice cream dessert. While Mary helped create the surf and turf dish, she seasoned the steak well to get a good sear with a nice salty crust. She roasted the vegetables in the oven and seared the shrimps under garlic butter and seasoning them in the pan. She plated them quickly and then waved for them to be delivered once again. She felt anxious. Normally, she would work on the regular menu, but to assist Charlotte in creating dishes for important guests of Alpha Ivan, Mary couldn't help but feel like she needed to impress them. It didn't occur to her yet who was Alpha Ivan's guest. She was so immersed in helping her colleague out she didn't think about it twice. But when the waiter that delivered her dishes came into the kitchen again and requested that she stepped out into the dining area, she was momentarily taken aback. Did they not like it? She asked. Charlotte moved to stand next to her. "I'll go," Charlotte said. She didn't want Mary to feel like it was her fault. If they have any criticism at all about the menu of choice, it was Charlotte's job to own up to it. They specifically asked for the person who cooked the main course. The waiter insisted why. Charlotte seemed confused. She looked at Mary with the same confused expression. "I am the chef. If they have any complaints about the food we make here, they should bring it to my attention. It is my menu." Mary placed a hand on Charlotte's arm. "It's okay. They'll see what they are looking for. We still have the rest of the kitchen staff to direct. Continue working. I will be gone just for a minute and I'll be back. They'll let you know if anything goes wrong. If they give you a hard time, let me know, Charlotte insisted. Mary stepped outside with the waiter. They maneuvered around the countless round tables until they appeared in the private dining area. The waiter slid open the double doors and Mary looked inside. Her eyes swept the group of males until it stopped on Alpha Ryker. He looked surprised to see her too. It was just her luck. She had hoped to avoid him forever. But here he was again. It seemed he was going to make her lose her job now too. She'll give him an earful if this was the case. She feared him, but she also hated being bullied. She stepped inside the room and walked over to Alpha Ivan, bowing her head in greetings to him and the rest of the guests. Alpha Ivan smiled when he saw her. "Mary, I should have known it was you." Alpha Ivan chuckled. "Pardon." She looked confused. The dish was delicious, Beta Abraham announced from beside Alpha Ivan. Her eyes flew to him when he spoke. Being so close to him, she could see how handsome Abraham was. He looked a lot like his brother, but a little more on the playful side. Why was it that Ryker looked a little more ruggedly handsome? Someone cleared their throat, but it sounded more like an irritated growl. She blinked, breaking out of her thoughts and quickly realizing she had been ogling Beta Abraham. She was the first to look away. "Thank you," she murmured a reply to Beta Abraham. The steak was cooked perfectly. It paired well with the wine of choice too. Alpha Ivan redirected her attention back to him. She offered him a smile. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." "Alpha, She thanked everyone around the table as they offered their warm praises, her cheeks heating up at the amount of attention she was receiving from all the males. To have her culinary skills be praised was a huge boost in her ego. She loved cooking because cooking sends her on a tasteful journey. To turn simple ingredients into something more delicate and beautiful was always a challenge that she enjoyed. After they dismissed her, she returned to the kitchen. Mary told Charlotte everything that had happened. It relieved Charlotte to hear that it had nothing to do with the menu. However, she didn't know that Mary's mind was entirely elsewhere. Throughout the rest of the night, she thought about him. He didn't praise her like everyone else. Instead, he regarded her quietly. It was unnerving and made her body heat in all kinds of places. Finally, the night ended. She told her goodbyes to her co-workers and headed out of the restaurant. Busy night. She would leave the restaurant early around 9 in the evening. But tonight was rather busy. She didn't get to leave until 11. Her apartment was that far, though. It was only a few blocks from the restaurant. The street was quiet with street lamps lighting the way. Tonight, it was too breezy. The air was the kind of quiet which allowed her to listen to everything that was happening around her. She can still hear music playing from some late night bar that she passed by frequently to her home. She thought back to meeting Alpha Ryker tonight at the restaurant. Taking secretive glances at him, she found little things that she secretly liked about him. Those lips looked as soft as they felt. She liked the stubble beard that spread to just underneath his chin. Then the way he looked, sitting in that chair dressed in a nice white dress shirt that was unbuttoned at the top. It made him look almost as wild as he looked. She couldn't help but imagine him in nothing but nudity. Would he look rougher than he was now? She mused thoughtfully. Or an utterly sexy Viking. Those dark, penetrating eyes were hypnotizing. Every time their eyes would collide with each other, she found it hard to breathe. Her nether regions were screaming his name. Mary was so deep in thought. She really didn't focus on what was ahead of her. She tripped on her feet over something. Her eyes widened as she realized she was about to go down onto the sidewalk. A scream was building up in the back of her throat until she fell into a pair of open arms. The smell of cardamom and clove spices wrapped around her. A second later, she was pulled upright again. She knew who had saved her even before she looked at him. Alpha Ryker looked down at her with an incomprehensible expression. "Thank you," she found herself saying while gathering herself together. "You should look where you are going," he replied roughly. Speaking of looking, what exactly did she trip over? She turned to look and found a crack in the sidewalk. Her toe had connected with the raised cement. "I apologize. I am usually not this out of it," she muttered. "However, I thank you for saving me from greeting the hard cement with my face." She blinked too fast. She swore she saw his mouth twitch, but then it could be her imagination. Once again, they found themselves underneath the moon and a little farther away from the street lamp. No one would see them unless they were close to them. "Are you walking home?" He changed direction. She glanced down the block. Her apartment was just around the corner. Glancing back at him, she nodded her head. "I'm almost home," she replied. "I'll walk you home then," he offered and turned to walk. She frowned, but by turning and walking he gave her no choice to object. Mary followed him, walking side by side. She tried to be discreet in inhaling his wonderful scent. She loved these two spices. If only she could get closer to him. She'll greedily sniff him. "I wanted to talk to you about that night." He started. She wondered which night. The night at Alpha Ivan's house or the night at the mating ball. She couldn't decide what night, so she remained quiet. "That night was unexpected, and I hope that it doesn't happen again. You can't go around kissing people," he said. "I can kiss anyone I want," she retorted, feeling her own anger rising for some reason. She didn't like being scolded by him. "No, you can't. If it was anybody else, they would surely have taken advantage of you," he growled. "Like you." She threw back at him. He stopped in his footsteps. They were at the corner of the block now. Turning to look at her, he threw her a glare that scared the living crap out of her. But her own resentment was growing for her to care. It seemed trying to reason with you won't work. He drawled. She lifted her chin defiantly into the air. No, it won't. Who knows? I may kiss another stranger. His lips pinched into a thin line. He grabbed her arms and yanked her closer to him. Her face was only a few inches away from his. Is that what you are? Throwing away kisses and letting others touch your body? He implied in an angrily, almost deadly whisper. Mary struggled to break out of his embrace. The second she started fighting, he wrapped his arms around her body. She released an angry growl before glaring up at him. Have you kissed other males like how you kissed me? He questioned. She stopped struggling when she heard a hint of jealousy in his voice. He bit the last part out as if sickened by him. But in the mix of all the anger was something even more prominent. Something that has been with them since the night they met on the terrace. It lingered in the air and seemed to intensify the closer they are together. Fighting it was an instinct. She gulped and unconsciously wetted her lips. His eyes dropped to her lips once again before flying back to her. Mary, he said guttural lie. I have never kissed other males the way I kissed you, she admitted. That seemed to appease him. His arms that wrapped around her loosened enough for her feet to touch the ground again. I agree, though, she added quickly and saw the confused look on his face. I agree that we shouldn't kiss each other anymore. After all, you are Alpha Ryker and I am just a female werewolf. Let's forget that it ever happened. You can return to your pack after your visit and I can go on with my life. She offered him a smile of comfort that they both were on the same term. But she didn't expect his lips snatching hers a second later. She just told him no kissing. Yet he went and kissed her again. Maybe he was kissing her for the last time. It made sense to her. So she obliged him and kissed him back with as much ardor. If it was going to be their last kiss, she wanted to savor every moment. The kiss was like an erotic dance. Their lips melted against each other perfectly. The sweep of his tongue inside her mouth was like walking into familiar territory. He took control and smothered all the little sighs and moans she elicited from the kiss. It was enticing, and her knees buckled. She used his body weight to hold her up. He didn't mind holding her too. His arms held her tightly against his body. She ran her palms underneath his chin and to cup his cheeks. His stubble beard was tickling and sexy. A grey honked its horn as it turned the corner and catch them amid their make-out session. He broke from the kiss but held her up in his arms until she could stand on her own 2 feet again. Then he walked her back to her apartment until she was safely inside. Hey everyone. I found a novel with an exciting and contradictory plot. The male protagonist Ryker and the female protagonist Mary have a roller coaster-like relationship. Ryker denies his feelings for Mary to his brother but supports her dreams. Mary's feelings for Ryker also deepen in their relationship is full of suspense. Eager to know what happens next. Stay tuned as I take you into the novel. 6. Raking his fingers through his hair, Ryker stalked through the shadowy streets of Mary's neighborhood. The quaint town was a far cry from the dangerous environment he'd grown up in, where burglaries and brawls were commonplace. Still, old habits died hard, and he remained vigilant, his senses attuned to his surroundings. After a few blocks, he spotted the car they'd arrived in, tucked away in a dimly lit corner. Hed instructed Abraham to wait there while he dealt with his business. His brother, ever understanding, hadn't pressed for details. Approaching the passenger side, Ryker rapped his knuckles against the window, startling Abraham from his slumber. His brother blinked away the fog of sleep, unlocking the door with a knowing, "So, did you take care of business?" Abraham asked, his voice tamed with curiosity as he started the engine and eased onto the question hung in the air, both of them aware of its true meaning. But Ryker's stubbornness matched his brother's patience. Hed rather face death than admit to his unresolved feelings for Mary. Truth be told, he didn't even know where to begin unraveling the complex emotions swirling within him. "It doesn't matter," Ryker muttered, the lie tasting bitter on his tongue. They both knew it mattered immensely. It was the very reason they'd journeyed thousands of miles to this pack's territory. It explained why Ryker had found himself lurking beside the restaurant's dumpster, waiting for Mary to finish her shift. his heart racing with anticipation and dread in equal measure. She might not be so bad. Ryker, Abraham mentioned. No, Ryker said firmly. I mean it when I said I'm done going to go there again. Did Lottie fuck you up so bad that you can't even get over her? Abraham retorted, dumbfounded with his brother's unwillingness to deal with female wolves. Don't. Ryker lashed out at the mention of the female who broke his heart. He gave her everything he could except for money and rank. If she had asked for his life, he would have given it to her. It was that simple. She used his affections for her to make herself feel better. He was a fool to trust and to fall in love. Abraham turned onto the road that led to Alpha Ivan's house. Their surrounding changed quickly from an open landscape to what's i.e. surroundings. The moon sat high above them while the radio played rock music softly in the car. And just saying we are here strictly for business. Ryker interrupted heatedly. Okay, if you want to lie to yourself, go right ahead. Abraham shot back just angrily, his own temper rising with his brother's. They came to a full stop in front of the house. Abraham holds Ryker in the highest respect, with the two growing up rough during their teens and struggling on their own for the last 5 years. Abraham trusted his brother with his life. He knew Ryker struggled with trust issues. Ryker changed since Lottie. He became colder and less nice towards females. He didn't hurt them because both brothers believed in never hitting a female, but his words were biting and cold. With him being this cold, Abraham thought females would find him unsuitable and a total asshole. But it was quite the opposite. When Ryker rose to his position and slowly earned a reputation in the werewolf community, gaining his wealth through investments and bridging business partners, Ryker started gaining a pool of females around his feet. They didn't mind his cold, biting bark or his unflattering words. Quite honestly, Abraham was even surprised that Ryker was being nice to Mary Will. Ryker's way of being nice. Really? Still, he couldn't blame Ryker for feeling cautious and not trusting anyone close. Lottie really did a number on him. Abraham remembered it even when it's been years. The problem between the two brothers. Ryker wore his heart on his sleeves and got his heart broken to shreds while Abraham found it much harder to fall in love. He stuffed his heart deep inside of him. Ryker slammed his door close, which jerked Abraham back to sitting in the car. He let go of the wheel and shifted the gears to park before getting out of the vehicle. Ryker didn't bother waiting for Abraham. His mood has completely plummeted, and he needed a drink. Badly. He walked inside with purpose, with no care that this was his house. He entered the kitchen and looked through the drawers until he found Alpha Ivan's wonderful stash of liquid gold. He took it upon himself to grab a bottle and a square glass from the cabinet before heading to his bedroom. He locked the door to stop his brother from coming inside and giving him another one of his speeches. He heard it way too often that he didn't need his brother's eye-arcing presence. He turned on the light switch before walking further into the room, tossing the liquid gold glass bottle onto the middle of the bed. He started removing his dress shirt. He discarded the shirt on a red velvet armchair before sitting on the edge of the bed. He grabbed the bottle and poured himself a nice cup. In one gulp, he downed the burning yet sweet wood. The pain in his right chest was damning. He wanted to rip his heart out and stab it to give an unfamiliar pain. It wanted to weep and cry for a female who didn't want him. Well, hell, give it something else to worry about. Ryker was so intent on getting rid of the pain in his chest. He finished the bottle in record time, falling back onto the bed with a heavy sigh. He stared up at the ceiling. His mind was running a million reasons a minute. What the fuck am I doing here? He growled to himself before shoving both hands through his hair, rolling over to his side. He scrubbed his face and scratched at his stubbledy beard. Fuck it. He snarled. He would not allow Mary to change who he was. It took so long for him to get here. He won't return to who he was. Closing his eyes, he focused on shoving all thoughts about her from his mind. Her nice curvy body, the way she felt against him. How good she looked tonight dressed in a chef's jacket. Fuck. He was going insane. He grabbed the pillow and threw it over his head, covering his face and ears. He tried once again. She smelt wonderful tonight. He loved the rosemary leaves and buttery aroma that seemed to fall off her in waves. He couldn't help but notice the way she smiles too. It was captivating at all. Neither was it seductive. Yet what pulled him in was something simpler than anything he can imagine. It was the warmth and honesty that stemmed from those smiles from her. Ryker fell asleep but dreamt about Mary all night long. By the time he woke up, he was as thoroughly frustrated with her as he was with the lack of sleep. This feeling would not resolve itself on its own. He was becoming an obsessive idiot. And that was the last thing he wanted. He knew what he needed to do. Ryker needed to hightail his ass out of this territory as soon as he can. There was no point in remaining. He took a quick shower, threw on a V-neck dark navy tee, shirt and dark denim jeans before pulling on white casual shoes. Unbothered to even fix his hair. He combed through it once, twice, and a third time and called it good. Rubbing at his chin, he made his way out of his bedroom, intent on finding his brother and giving him the news of returning home. It took him a while, but he found them, in the least likely area that he thinks they would be. The idiots were sitting on the kitchen island stools and watching Mary cook. How on earth did she end up here early in the morning was beyond him. It was barely 8 in the morning. Abraham was the first to notice him before the rest of his enforcers noticed him. Mary was the last to look up from the stove. She stopped stirring the food was in front of her. "Good morning," Mary replied. "Morning," Ryker grumbled before moving to sit next to Abraham. Abraham threw him a look before wiggling his eyebrows. Ryker noticed from the corner of his eyes that Mary was looking at them. He turned his head in time to catch a shadow of a blush on her cheek. She wasn't blushing at him. No, whatever they were talking about earlier placed that blush on her cheek. He wanted to wipe it off immediately. He glared at her. "What are you doing here? Alpha Ivan instructed me to cook you all breakfast since you all loved it so much last night." She responded gently even when she felt his glare burn holes through her face. "It's delicious. Here, try the breakfast egg muffins," Gray offered, pushing the plate of nicely golden and colorful egg muffins towards Ryker. "If you could wait. I have some hash about ready to eat," she replied. Ryker narrowed his eyes at her before pinning Gray with a look that could split a tree. Gray smiled anxiously at Ryker before turning his back and jumping into a mindless conversation with his peers. The ham shoved Ryker in warning before turning his attention to Mary. "So Mary, where did you learn to cook?" Abraham asked. "I've always had an interest in food. I enjoy eating. So I have to learn to cook." "Right," she replied with a shy smile toward Abraham. The way she looked at Abe ignited Ryker's early irritation further. Abraham grunted before looking at Ryker in confusion. "It's just my brother and me after our parents died. When Marcus turned 18. He became an enforcer, and you all know the weird shift hours that enforcers work. He was almost never home. I was alone, and so I learned to cook myself. It just seemed to fall together with just the two of us. He did one thing to keep us above water, and I did what I can to help," she added before placing a plate in front of Ryker. She turned back to the stove and grabbed the skillet filled with cheesy bacon and hash. The aromatic bacon smell swept in front of Ryker. It quickly got Ryker's attention. He watched her scoop the food onto the plate for everyone. "So, do you have a mate in mind?" Abraham inquired. Mary's blush appeared again. She laughed nervously before scooping some food onto Ryker's plate. He didn't ask for it. He didn't tell her to make him a plate. But she seemed to do it without thinking. It was highly intimate to fill the plate of an alpha like this. Should only be done if the two are mated, but he didn't question her. She seemed oblivious to her actions. "No," she replied, "but it is okay. I love my life right now." "Do you?" Ryker said. She pinned him with her attention. He found he didn't mind it at all. She answered him without looking away. I do," she responded. "I think differently," he countered. Her eyes narrowed on him. She remained rooted to her spot in front of him, although on the opposite side of the island. "I think you wish to have a mate," he stated, challenging her to accept because they both knew she wouldn't have kissed him if she wasn't seeking. She wouldn't have been at the mating ball if she wasn't interested. 7. For the first time, Mary had the sudden urge to fling all the food in front of her at someone just to satisfy her anger. Instead, Mary took a deep breath, set down the large spoon in her hand, and turned away, several witty and petty responses floating around in her head. But she swallowed them all down. If he wants to think that way, she'll allow it. Why would she allow it? He wasn't anybody significant she needed to prove herself to. There was no reason to contend with him. Yet this proved to her she needed to keep her distance from him. Honestly, she wanted nothing to do with him at this point. Now that you are all fed, he'll be going, she announced while washing her hands. After wiping them on a hand towel that she brought, she stuffed her washed cooking utensils into a tote and slid it over her shoulders. She turned to look at the group of men and forced a smile to appear on her face. She could see it on their face. Some of them were looking at her with pity on their faces. Alpha Ryker's face was voided of emotions. She could the deep set of his eyes drilling holes into the side of her face. Yet she refused to give him the satisfaction of looking at him, even acknowledging him. He was ungrateful. A pain in the ass. She has quite a few colorful vocabulary words she could describe him. None of them very nice. She nodded her head once before speed walking out of the Alpha's house as fast as she could. Not a minute she would spend here. She'll avoid him throughout his stay here. If the Alpha calls her back, she'll feign sickness, or perhaps she would take a long vacation. It's been a while since she traveled. Heck, she has traveled nowhere. Now was a good time than any. A muscular hand on her elbow stopped her thoughts, just as she was fishing in her pants to grab her keys. Heat and sexual desires and her entire body, compromising her nervous system and her sanity. The smell of sweet cardamom and cloves bearing down on her like cardamom cake. Sweet and sticky deliciousness. Sometimes, it even reminds her of cardamom French toast. What are your plans this afternoon? Alpha Ryker said from behind me. Perhaps they'll find another male to kiss. I heard the bars around here are swarming with unmated male wolves because, I'm desperate to be mated. She said, petty lie. He looked at her but said nothing to her petty response. Their eyes collided in a silent stare down. Ryker was almost taken aback by how long she held his gaze. There was a defiant shine to her brown eyes, and it excited Ryker in a way that he couldn't understand. I see I have offended you. He broke the tense air between them. Oh, not at all, Alpha Ryker. Honestly, you are right. In nothing but a shallow, unmated female. Now, if you would excuse me, I would like to remove my insignificant self out of your royal presence. Now you're just being rude, he replied. Her lips pinched into a thin line. He frustrated her. What was it about him that spikes her irritation? She tried pulling her arm from his grip, but he only held on tighter. And you can call me Ryker, he added at the end. Ryker sounds awfully intimate, which she was trying so hard to avoid. She cannot call him Ryker. However, the name made her body react in ways that she couldn't control. She hadn't even said it out loud, only in her head, and her heart was skipping laps. Alpha Ryker is the proper way to address you, she refuted. He seemed to have trouble finishing his sentence. Mary's eyes flew from staring at his chin to look into his hazel eyes. Although it was hard for her to comprehend what was going on inside of his head, his eyes were almost always a portal of meadows and forest. They were filled with the deepest and lightest colors of green and copper. His hand tightened harder around her elbow. She could feel the firm prints of each one of his fingers on her skin. Suddenly, he sighed and released her elbow, shoving a hand through his thick, lengthy hair. He looked towards the edge of the woods before turning back to look at her. I'm sorry if I offended you in the house. He said each word carefully. It was barely audible. She wondered if he truly meant it, but the uncomfortable look on his face revealed that he was lying. Neither was it a straightforward thing for him to say. She was offended. She was upset because deep inside she knew it was the truth. She went to the ball to find a mate. He said nothing to offend her. It was more like her spinster age and undesirable looks. She has become deeply insecure, and the second she hears the opposite sex question about why she was still at the mating ball looking for a mate, it hurts her. And she wanted to run away to lick her wounds, even if they didn't end to hurt her. It's fine. She said the words she had mumbled 1,000,000 times. I have to leave. Anyway, I start work in an hour and need to run home to get ready. He nodded his head before allowing her to leave. She quickly got into her car and drove off, although every instinct in her encouraged her to look at her rearview mirror. She kept her gaze ahead. Strength was what would get her through it. Ryker watched her drive away from before he turned to greet his brother who was hovering nearby. She really seems like a delicate female. Ryker, Abraham said casually while walking to Ryker's side. Ryker's eyes flew back to the bends, where he saw her car disappeared. She was a strange one. He has half a mind to chase after her, but he held back. There was no use in chasing after her. So you want to tell me why you walked in this morning in a grumpy mood? Abraham asked him. That reminded Ryker of his intention of leaving. There was no point in staying here. With all that he had already talked about with Alpha Ivan, he could probably complete their contract at home. We can do everything else through video or phone conferencing. We head back home tonight. Turning away from him and walking back inside the house. But by the silent response he stunned his brother speechless. Are you sure we are ready to return? Abraham said, bounding behind him. Alpha Ivan wants to put a hand into investments, but he has never done it before. He wants us to show him the ropes and in return, help provide us with the resources we lack in our territory. Ryker responded, not missing a step up the stairs. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and E.Y. Dwight. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. Wait a minute. Hold on. We are lacking resources now. Abraham grabbed his brother's shoulder and turned him around. In all actuality, no. They were not lacking any resources. They tended their land with care. They only take what they need and never obsessively destroy natural resources. He could go without Alpha Ivan's resources. Abraham's narrowed eyes slackened a little. He released his brother's shoulder only to chuckle to himself, scratching at his own growing beard. He looked at Ryker again. I see what you're doing. Buck Abraham said smugly. I'm not doing anything. Ryker growled. Who you trying to convince? Brother, I know you better than anyone. We don't hide secrets from each other. We sure as hell don't need resources. As you so stated. Why don't you admit the real reason you established this contract? Abraham gloated. You're starting to irritate me. Abe, back off. Ryker threatened. Abraham snorted and shrugged his shoulders. He stretched his upper body before turning to look at Ryker. What time we are leaving? He asked. 6, Ryker nearly barked the answer at his brother. Oh, just enough time. Abraham sighed. Ryker knew what his brother was doing, and while he didn't want to succumb to his brother's idiotic charades, he knew his brother was up to something. You know you're right. Life is too short. I think I should ask Miss Carter to join us back home. If I like her, I may just mate with her. Abraham said, stuffed his hands in his pocket and began rocking on his feet. In a blink of an eye, Ryker had his brother shoved up against the opposite wall, one arm across his chest. Abraham wasn't fazed at all. In fact, his laugh grew louder. It boomed and rumbled deep in his chest. Stop fucking around. Ryker growled. I'm not, Abraham said while looking at his brother straight in the eyes. Ryker gazed into them and couldn't find a hint of humor inside his brother's eyes. Suddenly, doubt set inside of Ryker. Did his brother like Mary? He may have joked and laughed about it, but Ryker knew that Abraham never got on with females before. Both brothers dealt with females differently. Abraham slept around, but it was solely to appease his sexual appetite. Otherwise, no feelings were involved. Another thought flashed across Ryker's mind. Abraham wouldn't be thinking about sleeping with Mary. Even the thought caused an unnecessary churn to Ryker's stomach. And it bothered him. Ryker released Abraham and stalked off. Not another word was spoken to his brother. He needed to drink badly and possibly a few runs in the woods because the last few images of Abraham and Mary together may as well turn him into a sadist devil. He wanted to rip his brother into a million pieces. Growling, he headed down the stairs, removed his shirt, tossed it by the door and jogged out the front door. "Boss." He heard his pack called out to him. Kicking up speed, he ran straight into the nearest woods before shifting immediately. His jeans tore into pieces. He couldn't wait to unrest. He needed to leave before he says or does something stupid. Usually, a good run would clear his mind. He can't be around anyone right now. His paws thumped on the ground. The wind whipped and slid underneath his fur like a gentle caress. Fresh air invaded his nostrils and his muscles stretched and ached to the recent change and shift in speed. But Abraham stuffed his keys into the jean pocket as he stepped out from his car. On instinct. People were rushing around. A few were shopping and doing their daily business leisurely. The sun shining brightly above them, and there was a hint of cold air from last night that still lingered in the early morning. Easing his fingers through his hair casually to smooth back the strands that escaped because of the light wind, he turned to look at the restaurant behind him. Mary worked in the small-town restaurant, and she was a damn superb cook. In fact, he has been dreaming about the steak he had the other night that she made. Breakfast this morning was amazing, but that steak, it was something else. It literally melted in his mouth and seasoned to perfection. Just thinking about it made him salivate for more. He shook off the picture of the steak in his mind and walked up the curb and sidewalk to the entrance. The front door was an old cherry oak door with 3 vertical rectangular glass windows in the middle. He grabbed the metal handle and opened the door. Immediately, spices invaded his senses. His mouth began salivating. "Sir," a female voice said from his left. He turned his head to look at the adolescent female hostess. She blushed immediately once Abraham locked eyes on her. It was a natural reaction from women. He was used to it and barely paid attention to it. "Would you like a seat for lunch, sir?" she inquired meekly. Abraham walked over to her and watched the blush climb up her cheeks and to the roots of her hair. He knew he was intimidating and washed a bad of a looker, but damn, this woman's reaction put a smile on his face. Unfortunately, his lopsided smile only made her even more flustered. She began muttering all kinds of phrases until she realized she was making a fool of herself. Understanding why she was feeling this way, he put her out of her misery. "Actually, I'm here to meet a friend. Mary. Do you know her? She works here." Abraham interrupted her, mumbling. "Yes, does she know you are here?" the hostess asked. "I'm afraid not, but I'm sure she wouldn't mind seeing me." Abraham added with a smile, "Why, you are her boyfriend," she stuttered, and he could hear the disappointment clear in her voice. Yes, he lied smoothly and knew if Ryker was here, he'll probably punch Abraham all the way to the other side of the room. But he wasn't here. "You must be the boyfriend she has been telling us about. The one that lives in Normandy. She talks about you all the time," the hostess stated with a smile. For a minute, what she said took him by surprise. Did Mary have a boyfriend? Then what the hell was doing at the mating ball in the first place? Shit. Abraham could already see Ryker's reaction already. The hostess led Abraham towards the kitchen. He glanced around the dining area and found a ton of people sitting around chit-chatting while eating. It wasn't even close to lunchtime yet, and the customers almost filled the restaurant. The door to the kitchen flapped open. A waiter came out with a tray of food. He skillfully maneuvered around them without spilling the content of the food. The hostess opened the door and took in the silver colors of the decently sized kitchen. Several people's heads shot up from their workstation, narrowed at the hostess, and then slid over to Abraham. The hostess tapped Abraham's arm to get his attention. He looked down at the tiny woman before following the direction of her pointed finger. Mary was working behind a workstation. Her arms were deep inside a big metal mixing bowl, her hair tied neatly back to allow her to work. "Mary," the hostess shouted. Mary's head shot up. She looked towards the entrance of the kitchen. Waiters came in and pushed both the hostess and Abraham to the side. Abraham waved his hand while shoving the other in his pockets. In his mind he was chanting, "Please don't kick me out." Mary washed her hands and wiped her hands quickly on a towel while walking over to them. "What are you doing here?" "HS your boyfriend. Aren't you excited to see him?" "What?" Mary nearly shouted her surprise, her eyes moving to Abraham to find out what his motive was. You know, the witch, you know. The one from Normandy. Aren't you happy to see him? Hisn. Oh love, oh witch, oh love. How I missed you. Abraham exclaimed and yanked her into his arms. He squeezed the breath out of her, so she wouldn't be able to squeak out the truth. All you two look so perfect together. Narrate. Abraham wrapped one firm arm around Mary's shoulder and gave it a good squeeze. He looked down at her with a fake fondness and adoration that everyone who saw would believe except for Mary. Did you miss me? Abraham asked. Die WW, Narrate again. Nara, go man the front. Mary snapped. Nara pouted but did as she was told. Turning to Abraham, she removed his arm from around her shoulder. What do you think you are doing? She asked. I wanted steak. He replied with a nonchalant shrug. I just cooked for you. She growled angrily and walked away. Abraham followed with a skip to his walk, his hands in his pockets. He looked around the kitchen and walked around to where Mary resumed her cooking, leaning over her shoulder. He looked down at her bowl. She was kneading dough. Okay, I'm not here because of your cooking skills. He started but winced when she threw him a death glare. Okay. Partly because of that, but mainly because I wanted to talk to you. She stopped her kneading to look at him with a questionable look. What do you mean? She asked. What are you making? He redirected. I asked first. She frowned. We have plenty of time. Abraham pulled out his left arm to look at his watch. If there was something he knew about Ryker, it was that even though he was a stubborn son of a bitch, he would always bite the bait. I'm making biscuits. She grumbled. After biscuits? He asked. She stopped kneading again and leaned back on one hip to look at him. Something crashed loudly in the background. Sounded like someone dropped their dish they were working on. There was a bunch of cursing coming from their left side. They both turned to look in that direction before returning their gaze back to each other. What are you doing here? She asked. I just want to talk to you. Abraham insisted. Suddenly, Mary looked a little uneasy. She shifted on her feet and threw her attention back to fixing her dough and putting it away for later. Once done, she turned to look at Abraham. Her eyes swept over his face and made him feel a little exposed. What? He asked. Nothing. You just look a lot like your brother. She muttered under her breath and turned to the sink to wash her hands. I've heard that many times before, Abraham replied. Have any of them mistaken you two for one another? She questioned without looking at him, a hint of a blush touching her freckled cheeks. Abraham admitted that freckles shouldn't be attractive, but it was on her. She was attractive. What do you mean? He questioned, moving closer to her. It's nothing, she said. OCM. I can see the blush on your cheek. He teased. It's nothing. Really? She brushed him aside and changed the direction of their conversation. So, you wanted steak. Mary turned away from him to look for the ingredients, but he grabbed onto her arm and stopped her from walking away. Hold on, he said and turned her around to face him. She looked up at him curiously. He reached forward, and his hand grew closer to her face. Immediately, Mary pulled back. He stopped her actions. You got something on your cheek, he said. Abraham was about to wipe it off, but a brawny hand stopped him. Both Mary and Abraham looked at the hand and then followed it to a glowering Ryker. He threw his brother's hand away, grabbed Mary's arm, and yanked her behind him like a possessive alpha male. What are you doing? Ryker hissed at his brother. Making friends, Abraham retorted, by touching her face. Ryker growled angrily, taking a step toward his brother. His hold on Mary's hand tightened painfully. Mary grimaced and tried tugging her arm from his grasp. She has something on her face, Abraham argued, pointing at Mary. Mary attempted to wipe it off but stopped when she got pulled between the two brothers. Ryker took one look at Mary and saw the streak of flour on her face. His actions were rough, but the second he touched her face, it was a gentle caress. His dark, stormy eyes connected with hers, and for a moment she forgot that they were at her workplace. To people who shouldn't be here were making it seem like they had every right to be here in this kitchen. Satisfied after wiping the flour off her face, he pulled back. His grip on her arm loosened a little, but he kept a hand wrapped around her arm. Go back to the Alpha Ian's home and prepare the others to leave, Ryker ordered. But I'm not finished here. I've yet still to ask. Leave, Ryker roared at his brother, who was unfazed. Everyone felt the effect of Ryker's command, human or not. They all cowered their heads. A shiver ran down Mary's back and her skin crawled with goosebumps. She shouldn't be turned on at all, but she was. All right. I'm going. Abraham conceded after he realized he had accomplished what he wanted to do. All he wanted to do was having his brother admit that Mary was something he wanted. By the way, he was holding on to her and protectively hiding her behind his back. He wanted her a lot. Ryker watched his brother exit the kitchen before turning to look at Mary, who looked thoroughly disgruntled with the two. Excuse me, I have work to do. She dismissed Ryker and walked away. Ryker followed her to another workstation. What did my brother say to you? He questioned, fighting off a jealous rage boiling through his veins. Mary replied with a careless shrug. Ryker's eyes narrowed on Mary to see if she was lying. Suddenly, Nara appeared from the kitchen entrance. She rushed over to Mary's workstation. How was it? How was your boyfriend? Did he kiss you? Oh my God. Did he confess his undying love? Boyfriend. Ryker's outrage came out as a threatening growl. Seeing that Ryker was in no mood to hide his ability to growl, Mary quickly interrupted and slapped a hand over Nara's mouth. Nara, leave, she insisted. Nara mumbled her protest into Mary's hand, but her hand muffled it. Then her eyes moved to Ryker, who looked almost like a replica of Abraham, except that he was much taller and broader in the shoulders. Her questioning look returned to Mary. She gestured with her finger to Mary and then to Ryker and left. Leave, Mary ordered before dropping her hand and allowing Nara to leave. But before Nara could leave, Ryker stopped her and surprised Mary with his confession. I'm her boyfriend, he announced. Mary was seething with fury. She couldn't believe her ears. The Stonewall brothers arriving at her workplace and telling everyone here that they were her imaginary boyfriend was a dream. Then the look on Nara's face when she heard them both say they were her boyfriend. She couldn't believe it. Mary decided that if looks could kill, she would kill both brothers instantly. Then Ryker didn't even explain to her co-worker. He just grabbed her like a flower he plucked from a bush and carried her out. The second they were outside, Mary broke free. She was so angry that she had forgotten about work, but walked in the opposite direction of Ryker. Where are you going? She heard from behind her. Anywhere but here. She snarled and jerked her head so hard. Her thick hair came loose from her bun and fell around get nape. Mary. Ryker sighed from behind her. No. She whipped around like a war queen and stomped her way back to Ryker with her finger raised in the air as she pointed at him. To Ryker, she looked startling, bewitching. Mary's dull, colored eyes light up like shooting stars. Her pale, freckled cheeks were rosy and flushed with rage. He realized she was angry with him. He couldn't believe it. Females were generally afraid of him because of the way he carried himself. He never smiled. You don't get to scold me. By gods and goddesses, what were you thinking? Storming into my workplace and announcing to the people I work with that you are my boyfriend. She scoffed and shook her head in disbelief. It's stunned Ryker. To think I was being civil and kind. I went to cook you breakfast even though you were a total fucking ass to me. She continued in a fit. I told you I was sorry. He grumbled. She made a disbelieving sound. Turned again and started walking in the opposite direction. I need to speak with you, Ryker said from behind her. I need not speak to you. In fact, do me a fucking favor and let's avoid each other during your stay here, she shouted without looking back. She was halfway down the block when she felt the cement disappear from underneath her. She thought the world was slipping, but realized Ryker had scooped her up into his arms. What the hell do you think you are doing? She demanded. We are talking, he said with deference while carrying her across the street and into an open park. People near them stopped to stare or pass a few side glances their way. He plopped her down a little hard onto a wooden bench before sitting down next to her. "How dare you? You have no right to manhandle me this way." She growled and attempted to get back up only to be yanked back down by the arm. "We are going back to our packlands," he announced suddenly. She stopped to look at him. For some reason, hearing that they were returning made her feel disappointed. "Oh," she replied. They looked at each other without saying anything, but so many questions flew between them. Would this be the end? How quick it began and how quickly could it end? Mary's eyes swept over Ryker, trying to memorize everything to heart before all of this comes to an end. She had thought they would stay a little longer, but to hear that they were leaving so soon it disheartened her. Weren't they here to examine Alpha Ivan's pack territory? Weren't they here to find mates? She wished she knew this was going to be the end for them. The sudden disappointment took her by surprise. Was she disappointed that she won't see him longer? Was she disappointed that what they had between them was possibly nothing more than a one-sided feeling? His eyes did a slow scan of her face. She felt his gaze touch from the very tip of her head to her neckline. And she felt self-conscious. She knew she was the prettiest wolf in their pack. "Do you have a boyfriend?" he asked abruptly. Her eyes snapped back up from staring at his light stubble chin to his hazel eyes. "Your co-worker mentioned a boyfriend. Do you have a boyfriend?" he repeated. She shook her head and dropped her gaze back down to her hands in embarrassment. "It was easier to lie about a boyfriend than to tell them I don't have one," she whispered in shame. "So I made up my boyfriend. Lied to everyone that he lived in Normandy, which was why he couldn't come to visit me. I made up stories about our first meeting and our first date." After revealing the truth, Mary couldn't bear to look in his eyes. He would probably laugh at her idiocy. She knew it was wrong to weave such a tale. But it was easier to lie that someone found her attractive and took her out on dates than tell the truth. She heard him chuckle and turned to look at him. His eyes were bright and shining. "I am assuming the nagging from your female colleague stopped?" Ryker inquired. She nodded, and one corner of her lips lifted. "Brave of you to come up with such stories." "I wouldn't have been able to do it," Ryker stated. She looked at him, confused. He wouldn't have to come up with a story because he looked like a male model. Did he not look at himself in the mirror every morning? Does he sleep under a rock? Surely. He was teasing her. "You're easing me, aren't you?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "Actually, I'm not," he responded. "Excuse me, but you must clarify. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror?" She said in disbelief. One corner of his lip lifted handsomely that Mary's mind ran a blank for a second. "You'll take that as a compliment," Ryker replied. "But looks mean nothing." She snorted in an unladylike manner. "You are lying to yourself then. Looks are everything for everyone. If looks weren't everything, then I would have been mated by now," she said petty lie. "For a few selected individuals. Maybe, but I won't let them speak for me. When I say looks mean nothing to me, it truly means nothing to me." She turned her head to look at him. The slight frown lines on his forehead and the intensity in his hazel eyes were enough to convince her that maybe looks truly didn't matter to him. Her respect for him grew. "So why you are heading back so early? Is it because you have already decided what you want to do?" She changed the subject and turned to look back at him. His eyes roamed her face once again as if seeking the answer to her question before he answered her. "You can say that," he replied. "Is our territory not to your liking?" she questioned, unsure of what he meant by that response. "Do you have any friends here? How long have you been working at that restaurant?" He averted the questions back to her. "A few friends, but nobody close. I'm not wired with the ability to socialize. So I'm incompetent to make it in society." Mary chuckled, not taking it as a bad thing. Honestly, she liked her simple, no-tangled lifestyle. Leaning forward, she placed her hands on the bench. She looked ahead. "When I got out of culinary school, it was the first restaurant I applied for. It may not be a 5-star restaurant, but it is highly popular in our neck of the woods. Have you ever thought about traveling? possibly stepping out of the comforts of your pack members and exploring other territories. Mary scoffed. My brother will have my head. He wouldn't allow me to leave. But do you want to? He prodded further. She turned to give him an amused glance. As much as I love him, I want to make my own decisions. He seemed to mull over her response because he said nothing to what she had admitted. Someone honked their horn in a distance and both their heads turned that way. It was about mid-day and the streets are getting busier now. Suddenly, she realized that she had just walked out of her job. She needed to get back. Shooting up from her seat, Mary started back towards the restaurant, but stopped when Ryker's hand wrapped around her wrist. She turned to regard him with a quizzical look. I'm leaving today at 6. I will not lie. You are a damn excellent cook. If you ever want to break free, you can come find. I'll hire you. Besides getting hired under me, you'll meet a ton of new people that may give you opportunities to advance your career. Mary, he blurted. She looked at him like he was crazy for suggesting for her to leave. But deep inside of her she ached for independence. She loved her brother with all her heart. But she wanted to experience her life without her brother butting into every decision she makes. I have to get back to work, she said. This situation seemed startlingly familiar to the one at the ball. Old sensual vibes were rippling between them at the memories. His hand tightened around her wrist, waiting for her response. She tugged her hand for a second before looking back up at him again. A determined look appeared on his face. Mary knew that he wouldn't let her go this time. She needed to respond to him. Running away last time was easy because she surprised him. I'll think about it, she whispered hesitantly. He released her hand. She brought her wrist to her body and held it, still feeling his hand around her wrist. Its warmth was comforting. With one last look at the domineering hazel eyes, she turned and ran back to her workplace. Mary's head ran with his words. Alpha Ryker was giving her an opportunity, but her heart was pounding for a whole different reason. She was just excited about the carrot he dangled in front of her now. She was excited because of him. 10. Mary was halfway through her work shift when she received a text from her brother. Marcus wanted her to come over. She thought nothing of it. That was until the person who opened the front door was someone she didn't recognize. He looked robust in frame and the heavily sun-kissed skin told he worked in the fields a lot. She had nothing against it at all. Actually, he looked charming when he smiled at her. Mary, her brother shouted from inside their home. Mary glanced inside before returning her eyes back to the unknown man. Who are you? I'm sorry. My name is Benjamin. I'm a friend of your brother, he said and brought his hand out for her to shake. She shook it just as her brother appeared from behind. He grinned when he saw Mary. So glad you could make it, he said. Well, you told me to buy cake, Mary said and looked down at the cake in her hand. Donnie has been asking about it. I figured I might just kill two birds with one stone. You know. He chuckled and opened the door wider for Mary to enter. They walked further inside before two twin boys came running out. They screamed Mary's name and wrapped their limbs around Mary's legs. Jonathan and Joey were little rascals and enjoyed making their auntie miserable. Auntie Mary, guess what? Guess what? The two 4-year-old boys asked in unison. The mischievous looks in their eyes told her there was more behind those questions. She was half afraid to ask, but she loved them terribly. I won't take the bait unless you two boys release me. She posed with a tilt of her chin to show them she would not deal. Slowly, she felt the weight on her legs lifted. With a smirk, she handed the cake to Marcus and crouched down to look at them eye level. Both boys looked like their father. The replica in hair and smiles. All right. I'm ready. What's up? She asked them. Joey leaned over immediately. Daddy got a secret. A big secret. Jonathan nodded without whispering. Joey threw his brother a glare. Johnny, you weren't supposed to say it out loud. A brisk chuckle from behind her caught them all by surprise. She lost her balance with Joy's weight and fell backward, but powerful arms caught her. And she realized that Benjamin didn't leave. He stayed behind to watch their interaction and caught her in time before they all tumbled to the hardwood floor. Whoa there, Benjamin laughed. Yes, the big secret. Jonathan leaned in to whisper in his auntie's ear. Confused, Mary frowned as Benjamin hoisted her up, and the boys straightened. Now that they were all standing, she turned around to look at Benjamin. I'm sorry. You caught me by surprise. She apologized quickly. Mary. Benjamin. Boys, come and sit down, Marcus said from the dining room. Danielle stepped out from the kitchen with a bowl of salad in one hand and the other on her back. Mary smiled immediately when she saw her sister-in-law. Oh, you are glowing, Donnie, Mary said and walked over to hug her sister-in-law tightly. I'm fat, Mary. Donnie laughed. You are not fat. You look beautiful, Mary argued. That's what I tell her every day, Marcus said from the head of the table. Danielle moved the bowl of salad down on the table before pointing her fingers to the two seats opposite from her. Please sit, she urged both Benjamin and Mary. On a normal evening, Mary would sit to Marcus's left and Daniela would sit to Marcus's right, while the boys would sit next to their mother. However, tonight was different. They had a guest. Mary was about to pull out her chair, but Benjamin beat her to it. He pulled out her chair. She didn't think about any of it. She sat down in her seat. While dinner was being passed around the table, she noticed Daniela and Marcus looking at her. Mary, remember that one day during your freshman year we went to Austin for spring break? We traveled for a few hours and got stuck on a country road, Daniela began. Mary's mind flew back to the old days. She remembered that day. They had wanted to do some sight. She also remembered being rescued by a bunch of boys. It was one of memory that she was very fond of because when the boys helped them they paid extra attention to Daniela but not her. When they handed them water bottles, Daniela received it to 3 while she had to ask for water bottles. It was embarrassing. She also remembered a particular blue-eyed male wolf in the group she thought she had a good connection with but was horribly wrong when the boys set her straight. She connected the dots, and her gaze flew to Benjamin. He was that boy. Hey, Benjamin smiled in her direction, flashing straight white teeth. And she turned her gaze back to her sister-in-law and Marcus. They had a great time in Austin, Texas, but all Mary wanted to do was run back home and hid under her sheets. She remembered an awkward night of kissing Benjamin and Benjamin pushing her away. She couldn't blame her brother and sister-in-law, though they didn't know that this had happened during the trip. She kept it all to herself. I'd on treacle. Mary lied through her teeth. Daniela and Marcus looked slightly disheartened, but they said nothing. Benjamin looked slightly relieved. Mary was glad, though, when they didn't press her to further remember. Dinner continued with a little talk about the past. Mary gulped down her dish. She needed to get out of there fast, but she had too much hope. Benjamin started a conversation with her. So, what have you been up to, Mary? Benjamin asked. You look amazing. Different from when you were 15. Nothing much. Nothing much. Mary answered with a shrug. She's a chef at one of our local restaurants, Daniela said with a gentle smile. Mary stared at her half-eaten plate. She knew Daniela meant well. Her brother, too. They both loved her so much. They wanted to see her happy. They also knew how much Mary wanted to start her life. But Benjamin, this couldn't be happening. A chef? Wow, you can cook, Benjamin said in interest. That's amazing. Maybe you can teach me. She slammed her eating utensils a little too hard onto the table. Mary pushed her chair back. I'm sorry. I have to use the restroom. She lied and stood up. Mary made a run for the hallway. She needed to escape. Now she knew what the twins meant. This was her brother's surprise. Mary? Her brother said from behind her. She stopped to look at him. They were safely out of earshot. You don't like him, do you? Marcus said knowingly. I want to leave, Mary announced. Why, he is a great guy. The guy out there rejected me when I was 15. The guy out there pushed me away when I kissed him. He said he didn't like me the way I liked him. She spits out the truth. What? Marcus stuttered in surprise before his face transformed into anger. Why didn't you say anything to me? So you can pummel his face in. Mary retorted angrily. Fuck yes. Marcus growled. Hes your friend. Marcus. He's my friend. But you're my little sister. I'll fuck up any boy that hurts you. Friend or not. Marcus announced. She shook her head, feeling all kinds of emotions but mostly sadness. She was sad because even though her brother meant well, she wanted to do this on her own terms. Mary wanted love. That was true. Mary wanted a mate that would cherish her and wipe away her tears. Coddle her when she was sad and make sweet little promises to her. Mary wanted it so much. But not this way. Marcus? Her voice dropped at the end. I'm sorry. Mary. They'll kick him out if it makes you feel better now. I just need a minute. Mary shook her head. Okay, Marcus said after a minute. Mary walked into the bathroom. Once she closed the door behind her, she looked at her reflection in the mirror. Even though she was sad, she was also angry. Angry. Her lips pinched, and her fingernails dug into her palms. Why was this so hard? Why couldn't she be perfect? She closed her eyes. I'm leaving today at 6. Her eyes flew open. Mary took out her phone from her pocket and stared at the screen. It was already past 6 in the evening. She looked out the window of the bathroom. The sun has set. Suddenly, she made a decision. A decision for herself. She took a leap of faith. Turning towards the window, she opened it and slid it up. Putting one leg over the ledge, she hesitated, turned to look back at the bathroom door. She thought about Marcus, Daniela, and the boys. Could she really do it? Could she really chase her dreams and choices? This was her choice. She won't be able to blame anyone but herself. I'm sorry, she whispered, before jumping out the window towards her fate. When her feet touched the ground, her heart sped up. Mary began dialing Alpha Ivan's number. On the 4th ring, he picked up. Mary, what can I do for you? Alpha Ivan asked. Alpha Ivan. I need to know if Alpha Ryker and his pack left yet, she asked. Yes, they left about 20 minutes ago, he replied. She still had time, but she'll have to shift to catch up, and that means she couldn't carry anything with her. She focused her energy on her shift. Her wolf pushed forward. Her bones cracked and fur sprouted on her skin. Her phone dropped to the clean, cut grass. Her clothes shredded in an instant. Mary didn't waste another minute. She ran straight into the woods behind her brother's house to escape any unwelcome attention. Her wolf's brown fur flew in the wind. It felt amazing, but not as amazing as the way her muscles worked hard in accommodating how quickly she was moving. If she calculated correctly, she could catch up to them before they hit the busy highway. Mary needed to catch them before they hit that highway, or it would be too late and it would force her to return. Her brother would definitely stop her then. Faster. Faster. Mary. Run. 15 minutes flew by. For an excitement crawling through her in a way that she couldn't explain. This was the first time she chose for herself. She catches sight of the country road ahead. Vehicle lights rounded a corner and flashed her way. Encouraged, she kicked harder on the ground. Closer and closer until she jumped right in front of the fast, moving jeep. When they came without driving a vehicle. They ran in their wolf forms, but because they were taking a different route home, they ran to blend in with the humans. The jeep came to a screeching halt. A second later, doors clicked open and slammed shut. What the hell? One enforcer said in surprise when he saw Mary's wolf. Who is that? Abraham asked curiously. Ryker pushed away his pack members and stood in front of Mary. His eyes swept over her wolf and then looked deeply into her eyes. Mary. He recognized her. Mary. What is she doing here? Was this why you waited another 30 minutes before leaving? Abraham questioned. Ryker didn't answer. He knelt down and ran his hands through her fur. She pushed against his hand with her muzzle, hoping he understood that she wanted to shift in a change of clothes. Luckily, he understood. He stood up and walked to the back of his jeep and opened the door to look through the back. She padded after him. She watched him dig through a black duffel bag before pulling out some clothes. He handed them to her. She put it between her teeth and walked into the woods again. From the scent on the clothes he gave her, it was his. The shirt reached right below her butt and the sleeping pants were baggy, but she tugged on the strings and tied them. Once Mary made sure everything covered and won't slip off. She ran her hands through her brown hair and stepped back out into the light. All males that were waiting on her turned when they heard her. Ryker's eyes swept over her and it felt like fire licks. She felt it on every inch of her body. "You coming?" Ryker asked, even though he already knew the answer to his question. Mary was leaving. 11. Driving on the speeding highway. Ryker chanced to glance to the sleeping female body that buckled and curled up in the passenger seat. Old tears stained her cheeks. As soon as she was inside the Jeep, she cried until her eyes were red and puffy. Her nose was red from blowing her nose often. Never in his life had a woman cried that much in front of him. He glanced back to the quiet highway. It was dark outside. Only the headlights of the Jeep guided them on the highway. His enforcers could handle harsh training, whether even trek through mountains and heavy snowstorms. But when it came to a female crying, those bastards ran faster than you could blink. Presently, they were running in their wolf form and would more than likely make it there before Ryker. Abraham leaned forward between the passenger and driver's seat. He looked at Mary. "I never knew that a female could cry that much." Abraham whispered to not wake Mary. "It was pretty too." Ryker whispered back and turned his head to see if she heard him. Abraham chuckled softly. "What are you going to do?" Alpha Ivan was aware a female was potentially coming with us. He just didn't know who. He'll call him to let him know what happened. That male that stood next to her on our first day here. Abraham's sentence wandered off. Ryker remembered the male. At first, he thought the male was a potential mate to Mary. That day, he never felt more possessive of anybody. Without thinking, he had every intention of ripping Mary out of the male's arms. Fortunately for Ryker, the male was her brother. Judging by the proximity the two had at the welcoming party, he was overprotective of her, which means he was going to make this situation 1,000 tighter. "I'll call him," Ryker murmured, regardless of her brother's overprotectiveness. She was way past the age of needing a guardian. They considered her an adult with equal freedom as a male. Even with her not being mated, Ryker didn't manipulate her decision to come with him. Ryker gave her an opportunity to which she took. Ryker's eyes skimmed the time on the dashboard. It glowed 12:37. It was late, meat was late, and they had been driving for several hours. Their destination still a few more hours away. If Mary was with them, he would push through. But with Mary, it was a different story. Looking back on the highway, he caught sight of a highway sign that read, "Rest with the luxury of no stress. Exit 174. There is a hotel on the next exit," Ryker whispered. "We are stopping," Abraham asked in confusion. "Aren't we supposed to meet up with K. Alum in a few hours?" K. Alum was Ryker's human personal assistant. As a prime investor in many businesses, one downfall was the frequent travels to the human cities to promote engagement with rich people and attend special events. Ryker would have preferred to go straight home, but he needed to be at this event. He needed to be there to continue his investment cycles and hopefully seek better business opportunities near his pack. "We told him we would be there in the morning," Abraham reminded him. "He only needs one of us to be there." Ryker made a point in adding just as he pulled off the exit. When they arrived at the parking lot of the hotel, the brothers got out of the vehicle and exchanged a few orders and words. A few minutes later, Abraham left Ryker and Mary. In order for him to make it in time, he needed to quickly find the nearest wooded area and shift into his wolf form. Ryker watched his brother jog off down the sidewalk and rounded the corner before turning his attention back to Mary, who was still asleep. He opened the vehicle door gently. The female was a heavy sleeper. She didn't wake up when the vehicle came to a stop, nor did she wake up when he opened the vehicle door gently. He caught her just in time before she fell into a puddle on the hard cement ground. Carrying her in his arms, he walked them inside. On one shoulder he carried his duffel bag. When they reached the check-in desk, the kind lady associates quietly checked them and before handing him their key cards. Walking down the contemporary designed hallway, Ryker was glad that the hotel was decent because their only other choice was a small run-me-down motel that didn't look at all safe for all that clean. Going to the elevator, he clicked on the second floor. The elevator jerked just as the door closed and they were being lifted to the second floor. Mary's eyes opened. He felt her stiffen in his arms. Slowly, he let her down on her feet. She rubbed her swollen red eyes and squinted around her in confusion. "Where are we?" Mary inquired. "I decided we needed a few hours of sleep before we get back on the road." Oddly enough, he was slightly missing her warm body in his arms. Without thinking, he folded his arms across his chest. "Oh, you are tired?" she asked innocently. He smirked without thinking at her response. "Not really, but we are going to need it. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Aren't we going back to the pack?" He had left the details of their detour out of his offer. "No, there is something I need to do before we head back to the pack." He left it at that. There was no further explanation. The elevator dinged, and the doors opened. Ryker stepped out first. He walked casually while reading the room numbers on the walls. He tried not to pay attention to her, but his complete backside was aware of her presence. His ears could hear her soft footsteps. Mary looked delectable in his clothes, even though his clothes covered almost every part of her body. He stopped when he reached their room, stopping and turning to look behind him. Mary stood right behind him. He expected her to run to the other side, protest, possibly break down and cry again. But she didn't. Instead, she looked at him and waited. "Are you okay with sharing a room with me? I am not comfortable with you sleeping in a separate room, especially when we are in unknown territory." He said, "It should be fine." She replied, she was okay with it. He should be relieved, but he felt that her quick agreement to share a room with him was unexpected. Not that he minded that she said yes because, in unknown territory like this, things can get a little hairy. He opened the door for them both. Mary walked inside first. Her eyes moved to the queen-size bed, and he saw her should sag in relief. Mary walked up to the nearest bed and placed a hand on the mattress. He closed the door behind him and walked to the other bed. He placed the duffel bag on the adjacent bed. "Where are the others? Did they get themselves rooms too?" she questioned, and Ryker regarded her skeptically. Did she not see his enforcers running out of the jeep when she wouldn't stop crying? They ran in their wolf forms. Being in a moving vehicle isn't a comfortable experience for them. He didn't need to remind her of the reason she was crying again. They fell silent for a moment before they both simultaneously sat down on the edge of the bed. "Do you think I can borrow your phone?" Mary asked. Ryker turned his head to look at her. Without asking, he knew who she was calling. "They'll call your brother. You don't have to worry about it," Ryker assured her. "Oh no. He needs to hear it from me. He'll be so heartbroken that I left him like this." He can already see fresh tears clouding her vision already. And he thought about averting her thoughts. "In a bit. Take a shower first. I'll give you some of my clothes to change into," he quickly said. "It's okay. I'll just wear what you gave me. They are still clean," she said and stood up and walked to the bathroom. As soon as she closed the bathroom door, he listened until he heard the shower running, pulling out his phone from his pocket. He dialed Alpha Ivan's number and asked to be routed to her brother's phone. A few minutes later, Marcus answered. "Hello." Marcus's strained voice came from the other end of the line. "Marcus, this is Alpha Ryker. I know that it is late and I am sorry for calling later than I should have, but I am calling regarding your sister. You found her." Marcus's voice rose. "Well, technically, she found us," Ryker thought to himself. "Your sister informed me today that she would like to visit Lipac for a while. I have given her permission and Alpha Ivan is aware of the situation." Ryker chose his words carefully. "She would lend," Marcus said in disbelief. Ryker can hear disappointment and sadness in her brother's voice. The two siblings were close, just like Abraham and him. Shall be safe. I'll protect her with my life. Ryker promised. Your life. I'm sorry if I overstep, but you are an alpha, and from what I have learned so far about your pack and you have many members. You'll protect them, but we both know that you can't protect them all. Send her back to. Are you too close? Ryker interrupted. The shower was still running in the background. Marcus hesitated, but Ryker waited for his response. Yes, she's my sister. My only family. Marcus stressed. Then you should know what she wants even when she doesn't say it to you out loud. There was silence on the other end. I tried giving her what she wanted. Marcus tried arguing. But she doesn't need it. She's a mature female now. Marcus, let your sister decide her fate. Ryker encouraged. You don't understand. She's not like other females you have met. I'm guessing by your position hundreds of females have lined up to and slept in your bed more than 100 times. But Mary, she's innocent. I've protected her all my life. Marcus said. The shower turned off and Ryker knew he was running out of time. You don't know me, so you've no reason to trust any of my words, but I give you my word that I will protect her as if I was you. Ryker promised. He felt Marcus give in. You'll protect her, Marcus repeated. You have my word, Ryker responded. The bathroom door swung open. Mary's eyes found Ryker immediately. Ryker still had Marcus on the phone. Is that him? She asked. Her hair was damp from her shower. He can tell that she had used the hotel shampoo and body wash. Marcus asked to speak with Mary. Ryker stepped into the bathroom next to take a shower, but he knew her brother was probably giving her hell. He took a little longer in the shower to give them time to talk. When he stepped out, though, he saw that Mary dimmed the hotel lights to give him enough lights to move around the room, but also allowed her to sleep. Not that he needed the lights to be turned on. He could see well even in the dark. Ryker's eyes swept over her head, sleeping from under the hotel comforter. Even without asking, he knew she had cried terribly and did not want to talk about it. He let it go and walked to the other bed, turning off the lights completely. He crawled underneath the comforters and turned to his side. He sucked with his back to her, but found it uncomfortable and cowled in sleep. Ryker shifted in bed and turned to look at Mary. Her back was to him. He continued to look at her until he fell asleep. But before he slept, the last thought on his mind was the promise he made to Marcus. Without a doubt, Ryker knew that he will do everything he can to protect her. Hi everyone. In the novel I'm sharing today, there's a highly dramatic scene. The male protagonist's brother, Abraham, shows affection for the female protagonist, Mary, but as they're about to get closer, Ryker suddenly appears and is extremely hostile towards Abraham. Throughout this, Mary has complex feelings for both brothers. On one side is the considerate Abraham, and on the other is the dominant Ryker. How will Mary choose? And how will this triangle relationship develop? Follow me to find out. Mary, still somewhat naive to the ways of human cities, found herself captivated by the bustling metropolis. The sheer scale of activity here dwarfed anything she had experienced back home. Be it in her small town or non-human community, they entered a towering skyscraper, its dark, tinted windows reflecting the sun's glare. Mary marveled at how doors seemed to open automatically for them, an unusual luxury for someone of her background. Her observant eyes darted to Ryker as he moved to her side, and she found herself scrutinizing his attire with growing bewilderment. He had mentioned a business meeting, yet his appearance was far from conventional. His jet black hair was slicked back into an audacious ponytail, complemented by a medium-length taper fade and heavy stubble that gave him a distinctly rocker-esque vibe. He sported a plain black tee, shirt layered under a dark flannel overshirt with rolled-up sleeves. His black denim jeans, slightly ripped and weathered, told stories of their own. The ensemble was completed with an array of rocker-studded bracelets, bold silver necklaces, black combat boots, and dark sunglasses. Mary's attentive gaze swept over the other occupants of the building, noting the stark contrast between their business attire and her own borrowed clothes. She was acutely aware that she was enveloped in Ryker's cardamom and clove scent, a possessive marker that any werewolf within a considerable radius would undoubtedly detect. Despite their unconventional appearance, the staff greeted them with unmistakable respect and warm smiles. The disparity between their attire and the formal business environment was striking, yet it seemed to have little impact on how they were received. "I should have brought some clothes," Mary murmured quietly, her voice tinged with self-consciousness. Ryker turned his head, his gaze hidden behind dark sunglasses as it traveled leisurely down her body before meeting her eyes. The weight of his look, even unobscured, was palpable, leaving Mary feeling both exposed and strangely protected in equal measure. "If you hadn't cried all night, we would have stopped by a local retail store nearby." Mary sighed, and her shoulders sagged. She tried to hide her tears all night, but it saddened her. She upset Ted, her brother. It was the last thing she wanted to do because of their close relationship. She also found she misses her family already. This was something she has never done before. I'm sorry, she fussed. "Never mind what you are wearing. These people won't say or look down on you if they value their job." Suddenly, familiar people appeared at the entrance of the skyscraper building. Abraham grinned at them with his hands stuffed in his jeans while the enforcers gave a friendly wave towards her. "Let's go," Ryker said finally. Together they walked up to Abraham. "How are things inside?" Ryker asked as soon as he reached his brother. "Well, seeing that you arrived an hour and 20 minutes late to the meeting, I could complete the last details of the charitable event this evening," he replied casually. Ryker didn't mention the reason they were late. He remained silent and added to the suspense why they were late. A movement to Mary's right snatched her attention to her right. She looked up to see a tall brunette, human man walking towards them. His eyes were on Ryker first before it slid to Mary. His eyes did a quick assessment of who she was. She could see the equations and hypotheses going off in his head like light bulbs. Clothes, messy hair, swollen eyes. Late for the meeting. Conclusion, his side chick for the time being. A booty call. But then his eyes miraculously slid back up to greet her and his assessment halts. No, not a booty call. She was to blame. Instantly, she didn't know what hurt her more. Mary could read his thoughts like sentences in a book. He has every right to judge her upon appearance. It was a normal reaction after all, but she couldn't help but feel hurt from his evaluation. "Good to see you, boss," Callum greeted before looking at Mary again. "This is Mary, a friend of mine," Ryker explained. Callum nodded his head before greeting Mary. "Nice to meet you. My name is Callum." "Nice to meet you too. My name is Mary." Mary slid her hand into his outstretched one with a smile on her face. Callum hesitated, stunned for a moment. His hand held hers a little longer than necessary. Then he blinked and turned to Ryker, who wore an unreadable expression on his face. So. Everything is set. Just appear at the river center at 6 and we are good," Callum said stiffly. "Thank you, Callum. You see, we weren't expecting to be attending any event. The clothes we brought with us are not fit for these kinds of events." Abraham chuckled. "That is no problem. I have a friend who owns a menswear shop. He will help if I make a call," Callum answered. Callum only said menswear. It relieved Mary to hear she was going. Perhaps she can do some city touring. That sounds exciting. But her exploring thoughts came to a stop when Ryker spoke up. "What about evening gowns?" Ryker asked. Her head snapped from Callum to Ryker. "Actually, I was thinking about exploring the city. That late at night." Abraham questioned and looked at her like she was crazy. She may not have been trained to fight like all of them, but she knows how to protect herself too. Yes, she has quite a few selections of evening gowns for Mary, Callum added. "I don't think, if you want to explore the city, We can do it tomorrow. Tonight. We must attend the event together. Ryker didn't wait for her answer. He wrapped his fingers around her wrist and pulled her with him. Obviously, he was worried about her. She felt irritated, but what does this mean for her? Ryker had announced who was his friend. This means she needed to stop all thoughts about him. Text me the address. Ryker ordered without looking back. Glancing behind her, Mary saw that Callum had already taken out his phone and started typing. Abraham and the rest of the enforcers began conversing, interested in who would go. Mary turned to Ryker. Are they joining us? She questioned. Ryker glanced behind them to look at his brother and the enforcers. Yes, but those boys like to do their own thing when we hit the human cities. We'll see them tonight. Ryker replied. What about you? Do you join them usually? She asked curiously. He opened the Jeep door for her to get into the front passenger seat, propping his hands on the door and the top of the car. He bent his head down to look at her. I do, he answered. Then I promise your brother he'll take care of you. Mary, you'll be going to the event. Enjoy. Relax. Have fun. You came out to explore the world, didn't you? He challenged with a raised eyebrow. Well, she stuttered and crossed her arms underneath her chest while settling into her seat already. Ryker was right. This was her opportunity, and suddenly, going to a major event of the year didn't seem so bad after all. They didn't head straight to the shop right away. Instead, they stopped by a local small diner and had a quick bite before heading to the shop. Once they were there, though, the young woman associate didn't waste any time noticing Ryker's rough appearance. Immediately smitten and attracted to the dangerous aura Ryker extruded, she sauntered over and introduced herself. Mary didn't blame her. Who wouldn't be attracted to such fine species? He was perfection in every way. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah. Are we looking for something today or just looking around? Sarah batted her eyelashes. Immediately, Mary found her fakeness to be repulsive. Flirting wasn't something that Mary was accustomed to. In fact, she never pushed too hard or cared too much for it. The male she selects as her mate should appreciate who she was as a person. Already bored with the lady associate, she scanned the small shop. It was a beautiful shop, decorated with white walls and marble floors to make the outfits that hang on the walls stand out for their customers. Beautiful glass chandeliers hung from the ceilings to provide more than adequate lighting for the shop. On one side was for men's wear, and on the other side was for women's wear. The shop owner filled the shop with glimmering shoes, beautiful dresses, expensive jewelries, and purses. Suddenly, Mary wanted to flee. This was all exquisite, but she had no money. She ran away from her family. Mary was homeless. Ryker's gentle touch on her back jerked her back to reality. She looked back at him, unable to hide the frustration and anxiety that was eating up inside of her. His face was expressionless. If he knew it agitated her, he showed no sign of sympathy. Mary was thankful for that. She would have fled the scene and sobbed a few tears. The anxiety of leaving her home and everything she knew was still lingering in the back of her mind. This resulted from abiding by societal norms and doing what she thought would guarantee her a mate. Now that she has done something she never thought she would have, she was out of her comfort zone, and if Ryker showed her an ounce of sympathy, she would cry like a baby. That was the last thing Mary wanted. With a deep inhale, Mary squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. Would you like an associate to show you around? Mary shook her head. She wasn't used to being catered to. She liked her independence, and besides, all she needed to do was search for a dress. How hard can that be? Ryker nodded before dropping his hand back to his side. The lady associate was quick in pulling him away, leaving her all alone. Slowly, she walked around the lady section. Her fingers touched the many fabric materials. Some were soft as clouds and others were rough with sequin patterns. Some were more conservative while others were revealing. After looking over the selection, Mary reminded herself that this was her time to focus on herself. She could do whatever she wanted. She picked a few dresses and heels randomly before walking into the women's dressing room. Going through the number of dresses, She smiled at a few ridiculous ones and cringed at a few. Going through the number of dresses, it ended up taking a lot longer, especially when zipping the back part of the dresses. Her arms ached from all the reaching. When she was more than halfway done with trying her dresses, she pulled on one that took her breath away. It highlighted her body in ways she didn't think possible. Her body wasn't too big or too small. It wasn't too curvy. Nor was it too box-like. She was in the middle, and putting on this dress stressed her waistline. It made her bottom look like a peach, round and perfect. It was just scandalous with the lengthy cut that cut up her mid, and the V neckline was low enough that if someone grabbed the hem and pulled them apart, it would expose her. Mary looked at herself in the mirror. Her brother would have her head. He was protective of her. Something like this would never have made it into her closet. Mary. It wasn't Ryker but Abraham who called. Startled to hear Abraham calling her name because she was told they were doing something else, she stumbled in responding to him. Yes, she turned and almost stripped the door off its hinge. Footsteps coming closer told her he was heading inside the women's dressing room. Awful bold of him. To be honest, she tried stepping outside of the dressing room to greet him, but ended up tripping over the hem of her dress and the 2.5-inch heel she had on. Shit, she screamed, preparing for her fall. Thankfully, Abraham grabbed her just in time. His arms wrapped around her waist and hoisted her up in his arms. Breathing a sigh of relief, she looked up at him to thank him, found that they were close, that their nose almost touched. He blinked. She blinked. His lips parted. Her lips parted. An awkward silence ensued between them. "Whoa there," he whispered, but hasn't tried her yet. "Sorry," she grumbled. "I was thinking." It's okay," he replied. Abraham was a handsome male, which was one of the many reasons she chose him. He wasn't an alpha, so he wasn't too far of a catch for her to reach. He didn't have a lot of women from her research, which was another reason she selected him yet. Being in his arms, she felt no sparks. She didn't feel her heart skip a beat. She didn't feel the butterflies fluttering in her stomach at feeling his close proximity. It was like how she felt when she was in Ryker's arms. Suddenly, she was yanked away from Abraham. Mary let out another yelp just as she landed hard upon a hard chest, the smell of cardamom and clove hitting her in waves. Her stomach fluttered with butterflies and her heart was doing sprints. "Abraham, Baham, why don't you go find yourself a suit?" Ryker growled in annoyance. "I thought you wanted me to check on Mary." Abraham interjected. "That was before I saw you had your claws around her." "Get out." He snarled angrily at his brother. All right. Thief, I swear your mood is giving me whiplashes. We need to hurry and get home. I need normalcy in my life," Abraham said dramatically before walking out of the dressing room. By this time, Mary had already righted herself in Ryker's arms, but he refused to drop his arms from around her. Once Abraham's retreating footsteps were out of earshot, Ryker turned to look at her. The dark look on his face should frighten her, but she was turned on by it. Dropping her gaze, she looked at her feet and picked at her evening gown. That didn't stop her from feeling his gaze sweep over her body. "Do you like my brother?" Ryker questioned. "What?" Her head snapped up, but the top of her head slammed against his chin. She heard him grunt in pain and she cowered away with her hands on top of her head. "Crap. I'm sorry. She quickly said, and to touch his wrist and pull them back, so she can see the damage she has done. There was no bruise, but she cut his lip. Ryker's tongue darted out to lick the blood on his lip. He touched it gingerly with one of his thumbs, his eyes slowly on her. "Well," he growled. I don't like him," she said, but wondered if she should tell him she had wanted Abraham to be her mate. He scrutinized her face for a good minute before he nodded his head, his eyes now trailing over her body again. "But it's none of your business if I do," she added. His hazel eyes darkened into a fierce brown. All tints of green or blue hue in his eyes disappeared. Slightly mesmerized at how his eyes changed color, she spoke without thinking. "H.S. nice and kind." I assume a wonderful male to mate with, she admitted. Those eyes narrowed almost into slits. Without saying a word to her, he spun and walked out of the dressing room, leaving her speechless and confused. 13 Mary cowled and even explained the constant nervousness that was brewing inside of her. Her mind was running a million clumsy, awkward, and humiliating situations that could happen at the event. She was completely out of her element yet. Underneath all that, it enlivened her with the alternative possibilities in her life. For the first time, she was free to make her choice. There was no worrying about her pack or what they would think of her. It gave some courage. Courage that she needed badly. The evening gown she had chosen was beyond her imagination. All her old ball gowns were neither revealing nor conservative. She wore enough to show skin, but not enough to allow males to run wild. Tonight, she had chosen a gown with her eyes closed. Mary didn't care if she looked good in it or if she looked horrible. Her hands ran gently down the white tulle sheer, lace evening gown, the pattern teasing her palms and rejuvenating the excitement inside of her. She was alone. Ryker left with his enforcers, but he reluctantly allowed Abraham to bring her to the event. Together, they drove in a rented limousine. Abraham was quiet next to her, and she was thankful for that. Her mind scattered, and there was so much going on inside of her she knew she wouldn't be able to speak straight. Honking outside on the city streets tore her eyes away from her lap. She looked outside onto the busy street. Back at home, it wasn't this busy. There were still so many cars outside, so many people walking, and enjoying the evening. When the limousine slowed down, she turned to look towards Abraham's window. They were here. People were getting out of their limos or waiting to get out. Their limousine bypassed every onus and drove straight to the front. Abraham opened his door before stepping around to open her door. She slid out of the limo with her hands in Abraham's offered hand. The night breeze brushed her exposed shoulder and neck like a pair of lips. She sucked in a breath and her hands shook. "You okay?" Abraham asked when he felt her hand tightened in his. Her hair swept into a tight bun and lined with silver pins. Her makeup was light to match her light brown hair and fair skin. The street light gliss and the lip gloss on her lips. "I'm okay. Just nervous," she chuckled. He smiled down at her and she felt touched at his kindness. Abraham didn't tease her as she expected. It was a relief. Their limo drove away as soon as Abraham closed the door. He led her to the sidewalk before they took the wide steps to the grand entrance. Many people hung around to have conversation outside the grand entrance. Laughter and soft music tiptoed out of the building. "I remember my first time coming to these things," Abraham said as they climbed the steps. "I looked about ready to shift and knock everyone over." The image of Abraham shifting in front of a bunch of humans seemed ridiculous, but it brought a smile to Mary's face. "You don't believe me?" Abraham questioned as they reached the grand entrance. "How can I? I've heard stories about you to brothers. You two fought to the top of our chain, made a name for yourselves, became the most successful pack out there, both in military combat and wealth." Mary replied, "I can think of every description that can describe both your ambitions and confidence. But anxiety, it never came to my mind." Abraham laughed loudly. It earned him looks from people who were nearby. Females looked at Abraham with evident interest. It only made sense. He looked both dashing and dangerous in front of everyone. The males that attended this event cowled compared to his looks. "Mary," Ryker's voice came from her right. She looked away from Abraham and found Ryker standing in the main lobby waiting for her. Both their eyes did a slow assessment of their attire. Her skin riddled with goosebumps with each sweep of his eyes missed her. Bad boy transformed into something different. Hair swept back cleanly and a black tuxedo tailored impeccably to fit his body. He looked nothing like this morning. Secretly, Mary was glad when she noticed he kept the stubble growing on his jawline. It made him still look roguishly sexy, even when he dressed to impress. Finally, her eyes stopped at his lips. Memories of their first encounter hit her in waves, and she felt the heat crawl up her cheeks instantly. Ryker started walking towards her. When he reached their side, he opened his palm in front of her. Mary's eyes dropped to his hand before she slowly slid hers into his. Its warmth provided comfort that she didn't realize she needed. On instinct, she moved closer to him. Somewhere along the line, she has begun to trust Ryker. It confused her so much that she didn't protest when she felt Ryker put an arm her waist and guide her further into the building. They walked past grand doors and into a very large ballroom. Instantly, she noticed how luxurious everyone looked. They looked like they bought clothes from the most high-end fashion designers. It was almost daunting to stand in these people's presence until she felt Ryker's finger pressed into her waist. "Raise your chin, Mary," he whispered gently to her. "You look bewitching tonight. Everyone is looking at you with desire and envy." Mary found it hard to believe. Who would look at her? She has gone to many ballrooms with hundreds of males were present. No one glanced her way. Even so, her eyes swept the lively room and found that they were the center of every owner's attention. Ryker stopped and turned her body slightly to face him. With one hand under her chin, he lifted her chin higher to look at him. His thumb swept across her chin and touched her lips. "I believe they are looking at you." "Not me. Alpha Ryker. Call me Ryker." Mary realized her mistake. They were in a room filled with hundreds of humans. They would think they were crazy if she had used his title. "Ryker," she whispered. His eyes dark and passionately that her insides twisted in response. But then he blinked and that look disappeared. Mary almost thought she was hallucinating. But the imprints of his hand on her waist said otherwise. For the first time, Mary lifted her chin, and she continued to do so throughout that evening. They talked to hundreds of people. She couldn't even remember everyone's name. Everything was a blur. Soon it became too hot. There were too many bodies and everyone was fighting for a chance to speak to Ryker. She needed to step away. Mary placed a hand on Ryker's hand was on her waist. Not once did he let her go throughout the evening. He kept her by his side. Many people asked about her. Males looked at her with clear interest, but she smelled something on them, something that revolted her. It reeked of sexual hormones that she knew Ryker would for sure notice too. Each time a male approached her, he would move her closer to his side. "I need to step away," she whispered close to his ears. He heard her even without looking at her, cutting his conversation short with the businessman. He turned his attention back to Mary. Together, they walked away from the ballroom. Abraham and the enforcers not too far from them. They talked and held conversations, but every owner strained their eyes on Ryker and Mary. Ryker led Mary out into the main lobby and to the grand entrance. Once they were outside, the fresh breeze blew against her perspiring skin. She sighed in relief, basking in the breeze, and not paying attention at all to where Ryker was leading them. When she paid attention, they were far from everyone, hidden underneath a large willow tree with the moon was their company. Ryker's hand dropped from her waist for the first time that evening. She moved and leaned against the tree. Lifting her chin, she closed her eyes while fanning her neck. "How are you?" he asked nearby, without opening her eyes. She laughed. "I don't know you guys do it. It's crazy in there. So many people." She replied, "My first time everyone had to stay at least 6 feet away from me. My enforcers had to build a wall around me," Ryker said. Her eyes popped open, and she regarded him with a tilt of her head. "So, this is normal then," she said with a lopsided grin. He smirked back. "Definitely normal. Socializing has never been an issue for us. It's the greed and hungry vibes that reek from these people that affects our instincts. They wire us to not trust and to fight back." Ryker moved to stand in front of her. What he said made sense to her because she felt that way around these people. "How long have you been doing this?" Mary questioned. 6 years. My first 2 years. I was a nobody to everyone in there. And then you became rich. And then I became rich and people noticed me. That's not what I noticed when I first met you," she blurted, knowing she must sound like an idiot because why would he believe her? "Yeah." Ryker raised an eyebrow. "Yeah," she replied, when she was searching for a male to kiss that night. She had noticed Ryker. The only reason she didn't choose him was that he was an alpha. He was way out of her league. Someone like her could never snag herself alpha. More than likely she'll shame herself in front of him. But oh, she noticed him. She was extremely attracted to him. Even more so than she was with Abraham that night at the mating ball. But her rational mind told her that Abraham was the right choice. There was something about Ryker that pulled her in. Those hazel eyes were her weakness. They bore pain and heartache, loneliness, something she knew so well. Pushing off the tree, they stood mere inches from each other. That night, she kissed the wrong guy. But tonight, she would not make the same mistake. Call it a leap of faith. She cradled one side of his jaw and brought his lips to hers. Just like that night. He waited for her to kiss him. Gently, she sucked on his bottom lip. Her hand was on his jaw, slid to the back of his head, deepening the kiss. Mary thrust her tongue in unskillfully at first, until she felt his hands on her hips. Then she slid her tongue against his. Instantly, he growled and pinned her up against the wall. He kissed her hungrily as if he wanted to this entire evening but was holding it all back until now. It drove her insane. Her heart and stomach fluttered in maddening beat. Just like that, Mary knew that she was in big trouble. She went out to snag the bait, but ended up kissing his brother. Now her heart was in jeopardy of falling for someone she knew may break her heart in the end. Kissing her back was the best idea ever or the worst one ever. Ryker cowled and get over it. And he was hating himself for it. The rules he followed were strict and simple. He vowed to develop no feelings toward females. He turned his focus on his pack. Females, they were just there for satisfaction. There should be no string attached. No emotional attachment. Why was it so damn hard for him to do that around Mary? Even after the event, he was still thinking about it. Lying awake in the hotel bed, wondering what the female who was sleeping in the next room was thinking. Was she also lying awake like him, thinking about the kiss? Mary. She wasn't what he expected. Hell. He didn't even register that she had kissed him until she kissed him. A smile cracked onto Ryker's face. He rolled over to his side and tucked his hands underneath his pillow. Staring out the window, he imagined Mary's face from earlier that night when he pulled back from kissing her underneath the moon. The lust that filled those round eyes. Mary was different. Older than what society would deem mate, able age. But she was not, and Ryker was falling for those raw emotions that she seemed to display without a thought. It was just her naivety that he liked. He liked how mature she was. How she jumped at the chance for freedom. How she had more courage than others to do what she wants and not care about society rules. Females rarely travel out of pack unless they are mating with other packs. They are courted by males. It was out of the norm to see a young, beautiful female with a line of males wanting to be her mate. Sighing, he rolled onto his back and tucked his hands underneath his head. He closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. Hours later, he woke up to the sun glowing through the open window of his hotel room. The white cotton comforter rolled down to his waist. Yawning, he stretched his body and got out of bed. Glancing at the alarm clock on the nightstand, he saw that it was a little after 8 in the morning. He quickly showered, brushed his teeth, and did a quick, careless comb through his hair before walking out of the bathroom and searching through his duffel bag for clothes to wear. He pulled on a pair of classic dark denim blue jeans, a lightweight black rocker shirt, and slipped his arms through a leather jacket with narrow lapels. Sitting on the bed, he slipped on his black combat boots. Once done, he grabbed his bag and headed for the door. They needed to leave early to arrive at his pack in time. In one hand he had his duffel bag. In the other hand, he held his phone and started texting Abraham. He finished texting for them to get ready when he heard the door next to him open. Glancing up, he saw that Mary had also stepped out of her hotel room. Her eyes found him immediately. Last night's kiss appeared immediately. Neither of them spoke, but a blush appeared on Mary's cheeks. She broke eye contact first, and he was a little disappointed. Mary's confidence last night was unexpected but welcomed. He found her initiative to kiss strongly attractive. So, where are we going? She asked, still not looking at him. Are you asking me or the floor? He looked down at the white casual shoes she had on. He had asked Abraham to have someone find her some clothes to wear. Her head shoots up. You, she answered with a displeased frown. He fought back a smile. We mean to leave soon. It will take us several hours to reach home. Are you hungry? We can grab something in the lobby before we head out, Ryker asked. She nodded, thinking if it was going to be several hours, she would like to eat something. That will be nice. They walked together to the elevator, silent to the lobby. When they stopped downstairs, we met Abraham and the rest of the enforcers. They were yawning with disheveled hair. Some of them looked like they rolled right out of bed and threw on whatever they could find that was clean. We'll have some breakfast before we leave, Ryker informed them. The enforcers grumbled their answers. It sounded like pure mumbling. They all looked exhausted. Abraham scratched at his temple and yawned for the second time. I need coffee, or else I will not be good company. He walked straight to the dining area while the other enforcers followed. Mary smirked at the enforcers' reaction. They all came home late last night. Ryker walked ahead with Mary following closely behind him. After breakfast, they all hopped into the jeep. Ryker's pack hid in the high mountains on private land. Driving by vehicle, they can only reach the outskirt of the territory. They must run in wolf from the rest of the way home. Halfway to the midpoint, everyone has fallen asleep except for Mary and Ryker. They remained in comfortable silence until Ryker couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned to glance at Mary, who was looking out the window. Why did you leave? He asked, breaking the quiet environment. She turned her head abruptly to look at him, before turning to look out the window in front of her. Sighing, she leaned back and crossed her arms over her chest protectively. The green t-shirt she has on was a little big on her but fits her comfortably. The color highlighted the brown coppers of her hair and eyes. I'm 25 and waiting for something to happen in my life. Marcus is sweet, loves me to death, but he can overbear. I just needed, she sighed and moved to smooth some hair behind her tiny little ear. I don't know what I am saying. You needed to do something for yourself. You needed to open your wings. Ryker answered for her. She chuckled softly, the soft sound flowing quietly in the quiet vehicle. A snore came from behind them. Ryker glanced behind to see Cole. One of his enforcers' head nestled on Abraham's shoulder. Wings? Funny how you say that when we are werewolves. I need to find myself and I wish I could find it easily where I was at but I couldn't. I think a part of me is begging to be found. Do you know what I mean? God, I must sound like an imbecile right now. No, Ryker answered with a shake of his head, his eyes returning to the empty country road. Believe it or not. But Ryker knows exactly what she meant. He felt that way one time too. There was one time in his life where he wanted more than what it gave. Ryker's hands tightened on the wheel. I know what you mean, Ryker replied. You do? She asked. I do. He turned to look at her. Don't worry about it. I think you made the right decision. She laughed quietly and broke eye contact to look back onto the road. Do you think I would find what I am looking for at your pack? But Ryker smiled then. He hoped that she did. That whatever she was looking for was there. Maybe then she'll stay. It has been a long time since Ryker met someone like her. People were satiated with what they have. They want nothing more or nothing less. There is nothing wrong with that at all. So, whatever she was looking for, whether if it was love or success, he hopes she finds it there. Can't see into the future, but I hope that you do, he replied honestly. At that response, Mary felt her heartstring tug. She changed the subject. What about you? What's your story? She asked. He smirked then. Do you mean to tell me you haven't looked me up? If only he knew what she had done. A blush appeared on her cheek and she laughed nervously. Yeah, right, she replied before clearing her throat. I mean, I heard stories about you but there is very little and sometimes the information given is false. I rather hear it from you directly. He cast her a side glance before returning his focus onto the country road. The sun was setting in front of them and cast a warm shadow on the trees on the side of the road. The son upon his son kissed Kin, though, was a different story in Mary's opinion. He looked even more handsome right now. While waiting for an answer, Ryker pondered over the many reasons he shouldn't talk about his life. But with Mary, he cowed and resist. He could only conclude that he was comfortable with her to where he didn't mind talking about his life. "It has been Abraham and me for a very long time," Ryker replied, his mind flying back to the old days of just the two of them. "How did you get to where you are right now?" Mary asked. Ryker could remember it like yesterday. He ran away when he was 16, left his brother alone to fend for himself. He thought he didn't meet anybody else. He was wrong. Ryker learned more than he could ever within that year he was on his own. He learned that the world was cruel and you can't be alone in a world like this. When he returned to Abraham, he was 18 and broken. He owed Abraham a lot. Abraham did everything he had to turn Ryker around. "Would you believe if I told you I am lucky?" Ryker asked. Mary scrutinized him. A man like him, he was rough all around, and she could seriously sense some walls, like he had somehow blocked the world from getting to him again. "No," she replied. He ripped his eyes from look at her for what seemed the 100th time. Both their eyes connected, and Mary knew she was right. Ryker was lucky. "How would you know?" he retorted. "I don't know. But am I right?" she asked. He nodded before looking at the road. "I've learned that to survive this world, you shouldn't wait for luck. You should take life by the hands and fly with it, because only you can change the course of your fate." He answered her. The car came to a rolling stop in front of a small cabin. Vehicles parked in a gravel parking lot. The lights inside the cabin were off. The place was vacant. Ryker pulled up to one vehicle and turned off the ignition. Everyone began rousing from their sleep and rubbing at their eyes. Ryker stepped out of the Jeep. Mary's eyes scanned the terrain. Thick masses of trees stretched for what looked like miles. The incline of the train to continue in upward motion until it touched the sky. The sun had already almost settled over the horizon already. Very little light lit their way. Ryker opened the door and handed her bag of clothes to her. Everyone else was getting ready to leave. "We run in wolf forms the rest of the way. Do you think you can keep up?" Mary knew why he asked. Alpha Solomon's pack was flat terrain compared to Ryker's territory. She has never run up mountains like these before, but Mary was stubborn. She only nodded her head. "I can do it," she replied. Ryker didn't respond to her announcement. He only nodded his head that he heard her and continued into the woods with the rest of the males. Mary knew why he disappeared into the woods with them. They were going to shift. Clutching her bag to her chest, she walked a little farther away from them. When she found a private area but within earshot, she stripped, folded her clothes back into her bag, and shifted into her wolf. Shifting is a norm for werewolves who do not live in the cities. If you do it often, it becomes easy. When Mary shifted completely, she nipped her bag between her teeth and kicked her paws towards the group. They were waiting for her and seemed to tower almost over her form. Slowly, Ryker's enforcers, Abraham, and Ryker surrounded her, Ryker staying ahead of them. Ryker was the first to run. Mary followed, and the rest of the enforcers continued to maintain a circle around her. Oddly, Mary has never felt safer than ever, and she was grateful for Ryker's thoughtfulness. Running through the woods, though, was a unique feeling. Mary felt this when she ran to catch up to them that night. A sense of overwhelming freedom mixed with anxiety. It gave her a weird adrenaline that ran through her veins and pumped through her heart. She was finally here. 15 Mary's muscles were screaming for rest. The incline of the mountain was ridiculously high. She was running out of breath. Everyone around her seemed perfectly fine while she wanted to give up and fall to the ground. A quick glance around her, and she noticed how much more muscular in forms their wolves are. They seemed to be exactly what a dominant predator should be, while she looked no more like a puppy. Fluffy, on second thought, as her tongue wagged feverishly in front of her, she looked like a miserable puppy. An inner battle brew inside her mind. A part of her wanted to push, to be a part of this pack, but another part of her was telling her to just give up and take a rest. Just when Mary was about to call quits, She noticed that everyone began slowing down to a trot. Relieved, she almost wept and whimpered her pain out loud. The sound of their paws treading through the dry terrain was as soft as the sound of the night. Quiet. Ryker turned around to face Mary, and she was glad that she was in her wolf form. She must look a complete fright at this point. When they all stopped, her legs buckled, and she felt like a newborn puppy in front of everyone. Abraham was quick, though. He leaned his body up against her and pushed her back up to a standing position. Mary took a heavy inhale of air. Her lungs were aching. Her eyes were watery from the lack of air and exhaustion. The climate change up here differed completely from down there. A little denser because of the elevation, but clean. The smell of fresh pine trees entering her nostrils. Distracted, she was looking at Ryker until she heard the wind change with a whoosh, looking his way out of curiosity. It startled her to find Ryker without clothes and human. He stood in front of her in all his glory, like a Greek statue, without a single care in the world. Her knees buckled again, but for a different reason altogether. The gods and goddesses gifted the male in all kinds of ways. She heard someone snorting behind her and immediately realized she had been gawking at him. Snapping her eyes down, she pretended to eye the dirt with obvious interest, waiting for him to get dressed. She kept her ears perked, listening to the rustle of clothes. She wondered why he had suddenly shifted. Were they close? Ryker appeared in front of her, and she made sure not to look until she saw combat boots. Her eyes trailed up the body until a pair of mirthful eyes met hers. "We are close to our pack town now. You can shift if you would like, or you can run in wolf form," he offered. Mary glanced behind her to one enforcer who kindly had taken her bag after she struggled to hold egg in her mouth many miles back. He handed her bag to her. She took it between her teeth and padded over to a high bush that will hide her body from everyone. When she shifted back to her human self, she changed into old clothes, a green shirt, skinny jeans, and white casual shoes. Not wanting them to wait too long for her, she was in a hurry. Grabbing her bag, she ran around the bush and smacking straight into Ryker's hard chest. He caught her before she could fall. He had also changed into his old clothes but decided against wearing his leather jacket. She was a little disappointed. She rather liked the leather jacket. Glancing around her quickly, she noticed that everyone had left them. "Did I take too long?" she questioned guiltily. "No, they are eager to get home," Ryker explained. Relieved, she asked her next question, knowing that everyone must be asleep. She wanted to know where she will stay. "Is there a place for me to stay?" she asked. He nodded. "I had Abraham call ahead and had someone clean a small cabin for you. You'll be living close to my house, but will have your own privacy." Should she be disappointed that she would not stay in the same house as him? A little, but she was more excited about the cabin. She loved living on her own. "That's great," she replied. "I'll walk you to it. It's several miles south. But if we run, we will make it in just a few minutes," he said. Horror filled Mary, her hair strewn all over the place from exhaustion. She must have bags underneath her eyes from the lack of sleep. The traveling has been tiring. Now she has to run. Mary wanted to cry. Ryker must have seen the emotional roller coaster she was going through internally because he bent down and swept her up into his arms. She released her bag to wrap her arms around his neck on instinct. "I can run," she argued. "Running up the mountain isn't easy. You surprised everyone here. They thought they would have to carry you when we were a quarter of the way in," Ryker admitted. It appalled Mary. They had no faith in her. She was glad she didn't give up and proved them wrong. "You did great, Mary, but I think I can take it from here," he replied. She should argue and be totally against it, but her muscles were crying for rest. She was weaker than a newborn pup. No point in arguing with him. She accepted his help and rested her head against his shoulder. Ryker's pace picked up when he felt her give in. "Their faith in me is unacceptable. I'm not weak, she muttered bitterly. He didn't respond, but held her tighter against his body. "What I said back there was to offend you, Mary. Living in my pack, They will question your strength. We are not like others. We train our females and work hard in providing a good living for our kind. Running these woods should be easy if you train hard enough. But for those who try to make it to where we are, it is almost impossible because of our terrain. When you pushed through and made it without help, you have earned admiration from my enforcers, Ryker explained. Admiration. She frowned. I thought we were getting along. I considered them as friends already. They think the same of you, but now they admire your strength. You just showed them you are not weak and will survive in the pack, he clarified. Oddly enough, that made Mary happy. They weren't calling her weak. They were testing her to see if she would fit, and they approved. I have to warn you, though. I have many pack members. By tomorrow, everyone will hear of your arrival. But others are a little harder to please. I'm not here to please anyone, Mary argued. Ryker was running so fast. She could feel the wind whipping against her hair. It was practically putting the ends of her hair into her mouth. She constantly had to smooth them back. Finally, she had no more patience. She kept her hand there to keep her hair from whipping against her face. You need not please anyone, but you need to find a place within my pack, he argued back. She realized what he said held some truth. Was his pack really that wary against strangers? They couldn't be bad, could they? Finally, Ryker slowed down. She turned her head to look ahead of them and found a little small cabin. It had a small wood and a few small windows. Nothing too big and could probably house only one person. But it was comfy enough for her. Stopping in front of the cabin, he allowed her feet to touch the ground. This is where you will stay. And then he pointed to his left. Beyond that valley is my home. If you need anything, swing by. I am usually not home in the morning, but in the evenings I will be. She nodded her head and followed him as he walked up to her house. On the doorknob was a key. They had left the key on the doorknob. At first, Mary thought that was the weirdest thing ever, but then she realized it made sense since the only living beings up here were his pack members. The trust and loyalty were there. He twisted the key and opened the door, allowing her to go inside. It's fully stocked. I had asked the pack members to get every ingredient that they can find, he added, still standing outside but leaning inside to flip the switch next to the door. It lit the entire cabin. Spinning around, Mary's eyes took in the small little cabin. It was a dainty little cabin. Small little sofa and couches and a kitchen small enough to fit a few guests. Her eyes wandered down the dimmed hallway and figured that was where the bathroom and bedroom. It's small, but most of the pack members who are unmated lives alone. We allow the ones that are mated to build bigger homes for family, he explained. It's perfect, she replied, immediately turning to look at him again. For a moment, they stood there staring at each other. The sound of the night buzzing in the background. I'll check in on you tomorrow before I leave on duty. Have a good sleep, Mary. He ended their night together with an almost lopsided smile. Good night, she whispered and watched him walk towards the valley. Once he was away, she closed the door and locked it before walking around the little cabin. If she had thought the kitchen was small, the bathroom was smaller. She need only take 2 steps from the door and she's by the shower already. The toilet and bathroom sink were to her right. She walked to the last room in the house and turned on the light switch by the door. The light illuminated the bedroom. Cherry wood canopy queen sized bed leaned against the opposite wall. There was a cherry wood dresser and nightstand that complement the bed frame, and a small Aztec rug in the middle of the floor. Maroon curtains hung on the windows. Sighing, she called today's event a night. She threw her bag onto the ground and crawled into bed, uncaring that she probably stunk like a skunk. Her legs were thanking her quietly as she removed her weight from them. She fell into a deep abyss of sleep immediately with no trouble. 16. Upon waking, Mary burrowed herself further into the warm, comfortable quilted sheets. After a restful sleep, she felt rejuvenated and well rested, but still she fought the thought of waking up. One more minute of peaceful rest before she wakes. Seconds ticked by inside her head, but sleep had already left her. It was already too late. and she knew she needed to get up. Sighing, her eyes flew open to bright light. She squinted and rubbed the remainders of sleep from her eyes. Glancing out the window to her right, she noticed that the glowing light stretched across the blue skies, by the shadows on the trees. It looks about midday. So soon. Mary groaned. She was extremely tired from yesterday. Stretching her limbs revealed how tired she was. Her muscles throbbed. Mary turned her head to the side and caught a whiff of her body scent. The smell on her body was repulsing. She needed a shower immediately. Crawling out of bed, she walked out of her bedroom and across the hall to the bathroom. Mary took a long warm shower until her muscles stopped aching. Once done, she grabbed the towel hanging on a towel bar. She dried herself quickly before wrapping it around her midsection. After dressing in a long, oversized tee, shirt and some baggy gray lounge pants, Mary walked out into the living room. Pulling back the maroon curtains on the living room window, she looked outside. She remembered what Ryker said last night. He'll swing by in the morning, but it was midday already. Had she missed his visit? Turning away from the window, she walked to the kitchen and began herself some blueberry banana pancakes and scrambled eggs, noticing that they stocked her kitchen with fresh ingredients and enough dry ingredients. She was quite thankful by the time she ate her breakfast. After eating, she cleaned her dishes properly. One of her pet peeves was a dirty kitchen. Cooking was her passion, and cooking excellent dishes need to start with a clean kitchen. While washing her dishes, though, she saw movement outside her sink window. Looking up, she noticed Abraham walking towards her cabin with one enforcer that traveled with them. His name was Gray. Gray looked to be around Abraham and Ryker's age. He was a little slimmer in muscular form than the two brothers, but he was just as handsome as the two. The only minor flaw in him was the deep scar on his cheek, but the startling blue, grayish eyes took attention away from his scar. Gray's hair was long, but she noticed he liked to tie it up into a messy bun. Usually, males with long hair should look feminine in all kinds of ways. However, the word feminine lost a word Mary would describe Gray. The two didn't seem to notice her in the window yet, but it looks like they were heading her way. Mary finished washing the rest of her dishes before drying her hands on the hand towel. A sharp knock sounded at her front door. Mary opened the door and greeted with smiles. They both also looked like they slept well. "Hello, Ella Wick," she greeted them. "Good afternoon, Mary," Gary replied and then took a sniff, his eyes lighting up at the smell of pancakes and scrambled eggs. Mary glanced inside her home, even though she knew why Gary was looking inside her home already. With a wide grin, she opened her door wider. "Come inside. I just cooked breakfast and lucky for you two. I cooked more than I can eat," she offered. "No, we're good. We just ate Leonna's lunch," Gary weakly protested. But, I mean, it would be rude of us to say no to you," Abraham added quickly. They were looking at each other eagerly and agreeing. Mary fought back a smile, closed the door behind them, and walked to the kitchen. She quickly made them a plate in front of them. One thing about a cook or chef, they love sharing their food and seeing the look of satisfaction cross their customers' faces. "So what are you two doing here?" she asked while leaning against the counter with her arms crossed. Gary took a large bite out of his pancake before stuffing his face with the scrambled eggs. She added a bit more pancakes to his dish. Mary remembered that he quite liked her pancakes when she made them at Alpha Solomon's house. "Ryker is busy with pack matters and asked us to give you the grand tour around the territory," Abraham replied. Should she feel disheartened? A little deflated at her not getting to see him. Her affection for the Alpha was becoming a problem. As an independent female, she should know better than to fall for someone like him. He was beyond her reach, yet the brief twinge of pain in her chest apparent and throbbing. "But he may stop by later to see you," Gary blurted when he saw the flash of disappointment appear on her face. Her quick crestfallen facial reaction irritated her. She let down her guard and they were able to catch that little emotion from her. "It's fine." She tried to brush it off and turned away from the two males. Walking to the fridge, she pulled out the orange juice she had freshly squeezed earlier, pouring each male a cup of the juice. She walked back to them and placed the cups in front of them. So, where will you be taking me? She changed the subject. I figured you'll like to check out our little town. Get a few things that you may need to make this place a little more like home. Abraham answered her. They finished their food, and the three walked outside. Mary turned around to lock the door behind her before turning to look at the two. Is it far from here? She asked. The town is several miles east from here, Gary responded. Are we running or are we walking? Mary couldn't resist asking. Both males wore smirks on their faces, knowing full well that Mary would not run at all. Not any time soon anyway. However, the two males were happy to see that Mary was catching on to their living style and didn't mention cars as an option. They do not have any vehicles up here. The nearest place for vehicles was down the mountain where they had packed their vehicle last night. It kept the air up here clean, and growing crops was a lot easier with less pollution. Walking, Gary replied, still smiling at her. They walked for several miles east down a cleared path. Meanwhile, talking animatedly between each other and admiring nature. I got to say, these trees are as tall as its inhabitants. Over on Alpha Solomon's land, we rarely see trees as these trees around us. Mary gestured to the overgrown and over 100-year-old tree. We are lucky to live up here. Abraham agreed with a nod. Tell me about your pack members, she said. What do you want to know? Gary was the first to respond. What are they like? Last night, your alpha told me a little bit, but the bit that he told me makes me nervous. She chuckled nervously, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She didn't even bother changing and realized she should have because she was going to meet new people. But it was a little too late. They are normal-looking pack members, Gary said. Mary burst out laughing. Well, I sure hope so. I'd imagine you have done research on our pack, Abraham asked a little more seriously than Gary's response. Mary nodded her head. She searched about the two brothers and found a lot of information, but nothing too detailed about their lives. Then you should already know that my brother was born alpha blood. They granted him the title after he gained many pack members. These pack members are estranged werewolves who had no other place to go. Many of them were abandoned and left for dead. Abraham continued. She recalled reading something like that. It caused huge controversy among werewolf politics because many of these werewolves were ones that have committed crimes and were out of packs to live on their own. Yet, Ryker brought them all together and formed a powerful pack. Finally, they arrived at the first clearing. Mary could see many small shops and buildings. It was a small little town. Both Gary and Abraham walked her through the town first before they began shopping. Of course, Ryker made sure that Abraham carried some cash on him if Mary wanted something. Although she accepted the money, she promised to pay them back when they were done shopping for some necessities she needed. They were exhausted and hungry, on their way to grab some food. Though, they noticed a local farmer's market. Mary couldn't resist. She needed to see the place. How Mary saw it. The more she knew, the more she can do without help. Many pack members stopped to stare, but nobody walked up to them to greet her. Many of them were just observing her from afar. Mary halted at one canopy tent. An elderly pack member stood behind a large table filled with vegetables. Mary moved closer to examine the products. The first thing she noticed was that they were vibrant in colors. Wow, these are beautiful. She picked up a red bell pepper to examine. Thank you, Mum, the elderly male replied with a kind smile. Mary smiled back at him. Gary and Abraham stood nearby but paid no attention to the exchange. Her eyes caught sight of some rich green color asparagus. Picking up a batch, she looked it over. These asparagus are not too thin and not too thick. They are perfect for grilling, Mary murmured to herself, but the elderly male replied anyway to her comment. Definitely good for grilling. My mate loves to grill and bake them, he said with a grin. Mary noticed he was missing a tooth or two and found him very adorable. You seem like a female who knows her ingredients well. What's your name? Mary. I am new here, she replied. But that fact was obvious already to everyone here. Nobody is a stranger in this pack. My name is Louise. My wife's name is Doris. We own a farm just north of the Alpha's home. Louise replied. Well, Louise, I love your vegetables. If you live close to the Alpha's home, I may just swing by your place instead of the market to shop for my groceries. You know, anything to minimize my walk time. Louise chortled at Mary's response because he knew that the mountain terrain was a simple walk in the park. Plus, he was happy that Mary loved his vegetables enough to go to his farm. To win a customer's satisfaction was the greatest thing ever. Even if it's a stranger. My mate and I would love for you to swing by. He said. Mary bought most of his vegetables. It made Louise so happy that he handed her some of his farmed eggs for free. No, I can't, she declined. See, I'm on, take it. It's fine. Take it as a new home gift from me. Louise argued. She smiled gently at the elderly male. Thank you. After paying, the trio continued on to the original destination, stopping at a local bar. They ordered their food. While eating, though, the three got into a huge debate about humans' daily activities that they bet until they were all buzzed from the tonic drinks. By the end of the night, the three were regretting staying too long and drinking too much. Even in a buzzed state, though, they were all able to stumble their way back home. It took a little longer because Mary insisted they took the wrong turn, but eventually they made it back to her house. In the night, far later than they expected to return. See, I told you we needed to take a right. Mary argued. You said right, but we took a left. Abraham shot back. Shh, don't tell her. We were supposed to keep it a secret, Gary said before laughing. Mary made a face. She was trying to think back to the time where they decided, but the memory seemed to have disappeared. I was sure we took a left, she mumbled while walking towards the cabin. The three walked to the cabin until they noticed that something was blocking the doorway. All three of them looked up together and came face to face with Ryker, who remained quiet throughout their exchange. He didn't look angry, nor did he look impressed with how they all looked. 17. Ryker had an arduous day, investing his time in resolving internal pack issues, finances, waterworks, electricity, approval to build, and so on, matters he had pushed aside for several days. He didn't realize how much he had to follow back on until it was nearly dark, when he finally could break away from everyone. He was more than relieved and a little eager. He had been thinking about Mary all day, and every time he thought about her, he mentally scolded himself for it. Who the hell cares if she was comfortable in her cabin? Why did he need to make sure she was clean sheets? Why was it his concern that Abraham and Gary follow her around today, making sure she was comfortable with his pack members? Then he told himself it was his duty. Even thinking about that excuse made him want to beat himself up. Duty. Since when did he give to fucks about duty? At the end of the day, though, Ryker walked past her cabin. When he saw the lights in her home were not on and it looked empty, he stopped to knock on her door. There was no sound on the other side. Now his mind was flying with a million questions. He had specifically told Abe and Gary to give her a tour on the area and bring her back. How the hell was it taking them this long? Then his mind wandered to other things. Did they run into trouble? Was the pack giving them a hard time? Shoving his hand into his pocket, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Abe's number, but there was no answer. Left with no choice, Ryker waited for their return. An hour went by before he heard talking in a distance. From the animate conversation, it was obviously the three of them he heard, his head lifting to look in the direction he was hearing them from. They looked amicable together. None of them noticed him until they stood before him. It didn't take long before Abe and Gary left. They dropped Mary's shopping bags on the kitchen counter before they left. Now it was just Mary and Ryker. Pink tinted her cheeks. Her eyes were glassy from fatigue and judging from the alcoholic smell that mixed with her scent. She was a little buzzed or drunk. I understand that drinking on my first day here is not a good impression. I should have known better and just gone out to do what I set out to do. But I didn't realize how quickly these drinks up in these necks of woods can be. I don't know what you guys put in there, but it is delicious. She rambled. Ryker watched her sway on her feet while talking. I told myself one drink. You see, I just remembered. I met a kind elderly male. He is a sweet male. Gave me some eggs. His name is Luis. Do you know him? Of course. Luis and Doris were a sweet couple who settled Uzbek for many years now. The two were wandering rogues that found each other before they came here. They have a son who was about Mary's age. Mary continued to ramble and waving her hand, treading on her feet. She was walking in a zigzag to the living room sofa. Flopping down, she sighed, leaned her head back, and closed her eyes. Lord, I will need to get used to all this walking. I am exhausted and out of shape. She grumbled and then fell silent with her eyes closed. For a few minutes, he thought she had fallen asleep, but then she shoots up from leaning against the sofa and looked at him. There is something I need to tell you, she blurted, standing up. Mary walked to stand in front of him. Ryker couldn't resist the attraction. Oddly enough, she looked adorable. Talks a little much, but adorable. Taking a deep breath, she slurred her words so quickly that he didn't catch what she said. I wanted to kiss your brother, not you, she explained. What? He said immediately afterward. She sighed heavily and cupped his face with her hands, guilt eating her up like she was nothing at all. A soft, drunk smile appeared on her face while she continued to caress him. Ryker would not lie. Her touch set his body on fire. At the ball, I thought you were your brother, she grumbled. Understandable. Many people always get them mixed up. I thought you were your brother. That was why I kissed you, she said a little slower. Hot coils of jealousy burned through his veins. Even anger. He was upset. You wanted to kiss my brother. And you ended up kissing me, he repeated angrily. Ryker didn't know what to say. He had just overheard that she didn't mean to kiss him. She had wanted to kiss Abraham. Jealousy riled up inside of Ryker. It filled him so quickly that his temper spiked. He took 2 steps and stood in front of her, grabbing onto the back of her neck swiftly. He pulled her drunk body close. Mary gasped as soon as he pulled her close, fear establishing inside of her, but also lust. He looked like a dangerous devil about to crush the very life inside of her, but the fire in his eyes, they were entrancing. Did he just hear her correctly? Many females have vied for his attention. What game was she trying to play? His brother and he may look a lot alike, but to be used in this kind of way, to be mistaken for his brother, good God. Ryker was extremely pissed and embarrassed. I can explain. She started immediately. I didn't mean to kiss you. Truly. I wanted to kiss your brother because I saw him at the ball. He was cute and sweet. We exchanged a few words and he... Don't speak another word, he said through clenched teeth, his fingers digging into the back of her neck. She whimpered softly from pain. Or was it from the growing ache between her legs? Please. I'm sorry. Don't kill me, she pleaded. The anger in his eyes was astonishing. The calm ambience from early disappeared. Ryker looked ready to tear her apart, which was why she quickly spat out a plea for her life. His anger simmered a notch, and he sputtered a word. Her frantic eyes found his again. She had her hands on his chest to stop him from coming in any closer, but those dainty hands burned holes through the lapels of his suit to his skin. I wanted to kiss your brother. I thought I saw him slip into the room you were in. It was dark. I didn't think. And I kissed you, she murmured slowly and lowered her eyelashes shamefully. I didn't mean to. But what? He asked before scoffing and releasing her. He walked away because he was sure if he wanted to kiss her or strangle her for her mistake. The thought of her kissing Abraham grinds his anger, but the thought he was her first choice made him even angrier. Mary rubbed the ache from her neck and moved to follow him. He was moving away from her, retracting and pulling away and oddly. Mary didn't want that. You wanted to kiss my brother. He cowled and even say the sentence without feeling rage crawling to the surface. He began pacing. The territorial instinct in him wanted to seek his competition and kill. One way to only claim what he believes was his. I did it first, she drawled from behind him, while he spun around to glare at her. Well, you are an alpha, Mary suddenly snapped, throwing her hands up as if the answer was an obvious answer. What the fuck does a title got to do with anything? He moved closer to her. Mary sighed once again while feet. I'm tired and not thinking things through. I'm going to bed, she announced, as soon as she walked up to him. Ryker swept her up into his arms. On instinct, Mary wrapped her arms around his neck, just like the first night he carried her to the cabin. Feeling a little comfortable and the need to soothe Ryker's anger came to her naturally. She touched one side of his cheek to gain his attention. Please don't be angry with me. I just thought because you are an alpha, you will never go for someone like me. You are way out of my league. I feel like a piece of dust in your presence. That was why I had kissed Abraham. At least then, I may still have a chance. Those pretty little hazel eyes of his softened a little. You are not out of my league. Mary, remember, you are beautiful, Ryker replied gently. She shook her head. No, you don't have to lie. I know that I am not beautiful. Ryker opened her bedroom door and entered the room. Walking to the bed, he gently laid her down before removing her shoes. But I can do it. She shoots up from the bed. I got it. Ryker shoved her hands away. I am not lying. Mary, why do you think I kissed you back? He looked up to see she was twiddling her fingers nervously. Because I kissed you. You have no choice. You are a very kind male. Ryker, you helped me so much. I can never thank you enough. When you kissed me back, she paused. I didn't pity you. I kissed you because I wanted to, he argued. Mary looked up at him with glazed, drunk, and tired eyes. Oh, she replied. Ryker moved to sit on the edge of the bed next to her. Lifting one of his hands, he cupped one side of her face before looking at her in the eyes. I kiss you because I desire you, he murmured huskily. His hand moved to the back of her neck and pulled her into a deep kiss. If her intention was to kiss his brother, Ryker swore that he would do everything he can to make her forget that thought. Also, he snuck a little punishment into the kiss. The kiss was instantly feverish. He slid his tongue across the seam of her lips, to which she gladly opens an allowance. Ryker can taste the sweet tonic in her mouth. He threaded his fingers through her hair and deepened the kiss, thrusting his tongue inside it across hers. Distantly, Ryker heard Mara moan, her hands moving up to cling onto his arms for support. When he pulled back, Mary sighed with a lazy smile on her face. One more, she pleaded. Ryker was immediately pleased. She wanted more from him. Her response was for him, but he knew not to proceed further. Mary needed to sleep, but he promised himself silently that tomorrow he will take her around. Maybe having her around his brother was such a good idea after all. Leaning forward, he brushed his lips over her swollen lips. It's time for bed. I will see you tomorrow, Mary. He breathed against her lips before tucking her in and leaving her. Hey everyone. I just finished reading this mind-blowing novel, and I can't wait to share it with you. Imagine this: Mary, who is known for her sweet and kind nature, is unexpectedly confronted by the intense and almost barbaric charm of Ryker. But there's a catch: Ryker is haunted by his past, and HES constantly battling his own demons. He wants Mary, but HES afraid of what she might think of him. It's like watching a delicate flower being courted by a storm. How will this stormy relationship unfold? Stick around to find out. 18. The basket contained a colorful hash, expertly mixed with roasted red peppers, mushrooms, and finely chopped asparagus. Accompanying this was her homemade bread, lightly toasted and buttered to perfection, along with a plate of sunny side-up eggs, their golden yolks gleaming invitingly. As Mary adjusted the cloth covering her culinary creation, she was startled to find Ryker already waiting outside her cabin. His presence was unexpected, as she had anticipated Abraham and Gray returning to continue her tour. This had been part of her motivation for rising early and preparing such an elaborate breakfast, intending to make a quick visit to Louise's farm beforehand. Ryker cut an imposing figure in the clearing before her home. His attire exuded a rugged charm that perfectly complemented the mountainous setting. He wore dark denim work pants, their well-worn appearance speaking of many days spent in honest labor. His feet were encased in moccasin-styled work boots, the pants hem carelessly tucked into them. A red and black slim, fit flannel shirt, partially buttoned and tucked in on one side, completed his lumberjack ensemble. His medium-length taper fade haircut and rolled-up sleeves only added to this image of casual confidence. Mary found herself frozen in place, her gaze fixed on Ryker's striking appearance. It wasn't until he cleared his throat that she realized he had been staring, her self-consciousness rising to the surface. Ryker's eyes performed a deliberate sweep of Mary's form, the intensity of his gaze causing every hair on her body to stand on end. The unspoken message was clear: she had appraised him, and now he was returning the favor. Grateful for her choice of attire, Mary stood her ground. She wore a light gray button-up tucked into dark denim skinny jeans, paired with small white casual shoes that seemed somewhat out of place in the rugged terrain. Her mousy brown hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, accentuating her features. "Good morning," Mary ventured, breaking the silence. "Good morning," Ryker replied, his gaze lingering on her lips, a clear reminder of their passionate encounter the previous night. The memory of their kiss and his admission of desire hung in the air between them, adding a palpable tension to the crisp mountain morning. "Where are Gary and Abraham?" Mary asked, hopefully deterring her thoughts from getting any darker. "I assigned them some projects to work on. They'll be showing you around today," Ryker told her. Together the two walked towards Louise's farm, a desire path created by years of human traffic. The thick masses of branches above covered most of the skies, but little sun rays slipped through the cracks and cast beautiful shadows in the atmosphere. "I wanted to give Louise something nice. He was very sweet to me," she said. Ryker gathered as much from the smell of food coming from her basket. He was internally glad that Louise was kind to her. Louise and Doris were an old mating couple, but known as the sweetest in the pack. They were kind to everybody. The air between them had an answered question that hung in the air. Neither of them wanted to say anything to the other, waiting to see who would speak up first. Mary held the handle of her woven basket tighter, her eyes moving to stare ahead before turning to look at him. Unfortunately, the moment she looked at him was the moment he looked at her. She chuckled, uncertainly breathing a breath of air. Why was she out of words all of a sudden? So she began. "About last night." "Well, which well?" "Hello there," Louise greeted from a distance. He was about 10 yards away from them, chopping down some firewood. Although the male had hit his prime age for a werewolf, he looked as fit as ever, which made sense by how hard he worked on his farm. Louise chortled and moved to grab a shirt. "I apologize, Alpha. I didn't expect any visitors today," he said while struggling to pull on his gray t-shirt. Finally, the male pulled the hem down his torso. "Not a problem, Louise," Ryker replied. "So, what can I help you two with?" He smiled. Mary lifted her basket up into the air. "I made some breakfast for you and Doris, so," Louise asked curiously before leaning further towards the basket. His stomach grumbled shamelessly in front of everyone. Both males laughed at the sound, and Mary cowled to stop a giggle from slipping between her lips. "Oh man, I can't tell you how grateful I am. I'm still waiting on my darling Doris to make something for lunch, but she would love this," Louise announced. There were some leaves rustling behind Louise. All their heads turned in the noise's direction. A male who looked like a younger version of Louise stepped out. Obviously, Mary knew that it must be Louise's son or relation to Louise. The male was not slender like Louise. Instead, he had thick bulging muscles and broad shoulders. His neck must be the size of one of her thighs. Someone as big as him could look intimidating, but he wasn't. "Pa almost sent me to check in on you," Said you might need some help. Your ma is fretting for nothing. Louise grumbled. That is Alexei. He is Louise's son. Ryker introduced Mary to him. Mary looked at Louise in the eyes. He was a giant. Ryker was tall already for Mary. So to stand before Alexei was like staring at a mountain. Her eyes swept over his scarred face. A horrid scar covered almost half of his right face. It looked like he got burned. So badly that healing completely wasn't an option. Mary realized Alexei had not welcomed her staring because Alexei's eyes hardened slightly and his jaw ticked further, enhancing the paleness of the scar. Nice to meet you. Alexei, my name is Mary. She greeted him and put her hand out for him to shake. Alexei's eyes flitted to Ryker, who nodded his head once before his hand touched Mary's. She thought it was odd. Why on earth did he need to ask Ryker for permission? Ryker wasn't courting her. Sure, they enjoyed a few wonderful kisses here and there, but that was it. He told her he desired her, but desiring and courting were two different things. Alexei removed his hand quickly before turning back to his father. We should return home. Ma wouldn't like it if she has to wait any longer, Alexei advised. Mary was a little disappointed at how quickly the conversations were ending. She had wanted to visit their farm and meet Doris. Yet, she knew she shouldn't intrude. She was still an outsider, but she couldn't help but wonder while she stared at the retreating father and son. Ryker and Abraham had taken in many rogues, lost wolves, and families. Staring at Alexei, she couldn't help but think about the hardship that he had gone through. What are you thinking about? Ryker asked. They were walking in the woods alone again. She wasn't sure where he was taking her. The look on her face was distant. Her eyes were clouded and far. Ryker could tell she was deep in thought. When he asked his question, she blinked and looked his way. Alexei, how did he come by the scar on his face? She asked. Ryker wanted to smile because in a way he knew she was thinking about Alexei. Placing his hands at the center of his back, he sighed and looked ahead. Alexei met some terrible rogues. They cornered him in an alleyway, burned him with melted silver. Mary found it hard to believe. With how Alexei looked, he could probably take down 10 wolves. Ryker must have seen where Mary's thought was traveling to because he answered her next question. He's a big guy, but a big guy with a big heart. They have bullied him all his life. Part of the reason his parents parted from pack life. They wanted him to find peace, away from the bullies. They wanted him to find himself. Mary felt Alexei's pain. How can people be so cruel? She thought to herself. Even when she asked herself that question, she already knew the answer. We build society that way, a wallflower left to hang on the wall. Jumping at the chance of love or a happily ever after. Taking life into her own hands wasn't what she had wanted. Did it make her braver to fight for what she wanted? It didn't matter now. She kissed the wrong guy. Anyway, at that thought, she released a little breathy laugh. Ryker halted in his walk to stare at her. What was amusing? Mary turned to look at him, and one corner of her lips lifted, eyeing the male before her. She couldn't help but laugh at her own foolishness. Mary had made so many mistakes, but did she regret her actions? Her eyes skimmed his face leisurely, enjoying how the sun now shadowed his face. The answer was no. She didn't regret a single thing. To hell with the wallflower title. Mary would taste all the happiness that life would give her. If Ryker was offering passion, how could she deny it? At least if she was to die tomorrow, she at least would have gotten a taste of the wildfires between a male and female. Right. Ryker still eyed her carefully. So many emotions flying across her face that he couldn't pin exactly what she was thinking. Where to next? She asked suddenly. Ryker was still puzzled over her reaction. A million questions running through his mind. Never in his life has he ever wanted to know what someone was thinking about until now. Many people were afraid of Alexei. The poor guy doesn't have many friends. Even his pack members found it hard to be around Alexei. However, Mary looked the male straight in the eyes and even offered her hand for him to shake, as if there were no scars on his face. She didn't even flinch in front of him. Alexei was not a handsome male, Ryker could even see how terrified some females would be to wake up to him in the middle of the night. For someone like Alexei, he has closed himself off to everyone, which was why Ryker has always left the male alone. "Would you like to see our pack's greenhouse?" he replied. "There is a main one," Mary asked and chased after Ryker, who has already started walking again. "Yes. We have a main greenhouse for providing crops throughout the seasons. Whatever we grow inside, we give away to those who are in need." He answered her question. That is pretty genius," she replied. "We keep our seeds and plant whenever possible," he added. Ryker continued to answer Mary's questions while walking down another desired path towards the main greenhouse. He figured he'll take her there since she loved cooking so much. She may like to see how they are growing their vegetables. When they arrived at the greenhouse, it surprised Mary to see how big it was. Ryker moved to open one door of the double glass green doors, allowing her to enter first. She was immediately hit with the change in humidity and air. Cemented pathways that led them through the many rows of vegetables, large piping above to spray water onto the plant, the light shining from the skies. Mary knew right away why they chose this spot. It was in direct sunlight. "Up here, we can have some trouble growing some crops, so having the greenhouse can help with growing," Ryker said. Mary crouched down and touched the soil. It was soft, wet and dark, filled with nutrients judging by how vibrant even the soil looked. Ryker crouched down next to her. He grabbed a bit of the soil into his palm. "Amazing," she whispered, turning to look at him with bright eyes. Mary hasn't even seen everything yet, but she was in love with how Ryker has built his pack. The town was small yet efficient enough to not make his pack members miss the city life. He created everything he can here with what he had. The male before him was a brilliant male. "You are brilliant," she admitted with a smile. Hearing those words from her lips was enough to kick his heart hard enough that it skipped a beat. The look of appreciation and admiration appearing in her eyes. It pulled at him. Simple ideas like this amaze her. Ryker wasn't sure if he wanted to run away or pull her into his arms. Mary was too sweet for him to taint, but he couldn't resist the temptation. Gods and goddesses. How the hell did he get himself in this situation? 19. Ryker followed closely behind Mary as she examined the strawberries that were growing in long, white rain gutters. The strawberries were bare root strawberries that he purchased. Ryker then filled the gutters with a moist, soilless mix, trimmed the roots before planting the roots into the soft soil. "I have just arrived, but I believe this may be my most favorite place of all. This place has a calming ambience. It shuts out the outside world. There is no noise or voices," she whispered softly while walking down the gray pathway. It was one of Ryker's favorite places, too. He came here often to plant most of the vegetables and plants. He tended to them daily. Alexei stops by when Ryker doesn't check on the greenhouse, too. Ryker noticed that she looked but didn't touch. Her arm stayed by her side the whole time, almost as if she was afraid of ruining what was in front of her. Her brown eyes were bright with interest. A soft smile played on her lips. A million reasons were running silently in his head. Ryker knew what he had gotten himself into. It started with his unwillingness to let her go. He knew that without a doubt. He had to ask her to come to his pack. He promised her opportunities as an excuse. Lord above, she was inching closer to his heart, and he was apprehensive about that fact. He learned his lesson with Lottie. It tore him apart when she left him. Yet he hopes. Ryker reached for a ripe strawberry. He plucked it from the vine. Mary's attention flew to his hand before looking at him. "Would you like to taste?" he said. Mary didn't argue, grabbing for the strawberry before bringing it to her lips and then taking a bite with her lips wrapped around the fruit. His entire body reacted to her eating that strawberry. Without thinking, he stepped closer and touched her chin. Leaning forward, he took her lips between his. Mary parted her lips willingly with no fight. His entire body was on fire. Ryker broke the kiss a second later. Pulling away, he looked to see her reaction. Deny. Push me away. Stop me, Ryker thought. When she offered no protest or outrage for the stolen kiss, His hand boldly slipped to cradle her cheek. Leaning forward, he took her lips back into his again. His good conscience was deafening. It shouted for him to stop. But the feel of her soft lips and her sweet presence was intense. There were many reasons he should act like a gentleman and walk away. But Ryker was never good to start with. Like a paralyzing fog, it numbed all logic inside of him. Ryker couldn't stop kissing her even if he wanted to. It didn't help that she was kissing him back too. "Push me away, Mary," Ryker scolded her in his mind. His other hand moved to grip one of her arms, digging his fingers into her muscles. Pushing her to push him away, she moaned instead, and he hardened in response. "Curse you, Mary," Ryker growled deeply within his chest, his fingers further digging into her arms out of pure frustration at her response. It puzzled him greatly. Why did she not push him away? He was ruining her innocence. Ryker was taking like some kind of barbarian when he knew he should treat Mary like a female of value. Growling, he yanked her an arm length away, his hands firmly set on her arms. Mary should know better. Her virtue should be everything. In a society like this, giving it away would be a great disappointment, especially if she wanted a mate. Although females could lose their virtue as quickly as males, it was knowingly frowned upon. For someone like Mary, she deserved better. She deserved more than someone like him. He would take everything she gives in a second. He'll devour her, savor every single part of her body, and make her scream with need. Ryker was stupid and oblivious. He likes Mary more than he wants to admit. He likes how sweet she was in the way she displays her emotions and thoughts. Mary was not like the girls he slept with, but she also reminded him so much of Lottie. This was what stops him. Lottie fooled him notably with her innocent display. He thought she was his soulmate, although he never had much to begin with. Ryker thought she loved him for who he was. A foolish thought to begin with. Yet a small part of him wanted more. Ryker wanted to kiss Mary and take what she was given. She went to the mating ball. She had every intention to kiss his brother, but kissed him instead. Although the thought turned him sour with jealousy, the truth was she was looking for a mate. It was the only reason that he could find proper for her. Plus, he had also looked into her background thoroughly. Everything she said was true so far. Ryker broke away the kiss. Mary back was leaning against a post. His eyes sought her brown ones. They were glinting with lust. The lips he kissed, swollen and thoroughly kissed. "Why didn't you push me away?" he questioned. Mary batted her lashes in confusion, her bottom lips puckering slightly. "Did you want me to?" she replied. Ryker didn't understand her at all. Didn't she worry about her virtue? He couldn't care less about virtue, but what about her mate? He may think differently. To Ryker, virtue was as important as other traits. He wanted a female who was faithful, loyal, and strong. Mary was everything he wanted in a mate. Maybe that was why he fought so hard with his feelings. As quick as that thought came, he knew he had committed a crime. Ryker shouldn't have taken advantage of her like this. Mary was sweet and kind, and he had roguishly swept and stolen many kisses. He had even felt her body. As barbaric as he was, he still had some sense of honor inside of him. "Mary," he breathed while thrusting his fingers through his hair in frustration. Mary waited for him to continue, but it seemed it was hard for him to form a sentence with all the reasons and thoughts that were running through his head. "Why did you go to the mating ball?" he asked. She sure was expecting that question because it took her a minute to respond. Well, my reasons are like every else's," she responded. "You don't want a mate." He pushed further. The question was direct, and Ryker could see that Mary's pride was slowly making an appearance. He was aware of her age. In their society, this age was past the norm for mating. It was a crime. It only meant that the female was a preferred mating partner, which made her undesirable. Ryker didn't realize how sensitive the topic was. Although Mary wanted to find herself a mate, she also was prideful. "Don't you want a mate?" She reiterated his question to him. But she didn't wait for him to respond. She pulled away from him and walked to the walls of strawberries. "You and I know the importance of a mate," she continued, not looking at him. He followed her but stood behind her. He agreed. Then us appearing at the mating ball was not a coincidence. Ryker, we're both old enough to understand the purpose behind it. She spun around to look at him. "I want a mate. But that doesn't mean I'm desperate for one. Kissing you, it was a chance to grab at something I wanted. But that is among many other things that I want." Ryker understood what she means, but the only words that resonated in his head were that she was seeking a mate. Mary seeking a mate, and he was tarnishing her reputation. He felt disgusted with himself. "I'm sorry for kissing you." He apologized. "You don't have to apologize because I kissed you back." Mary replied boldly, "You're inexperienced and I should have known better than to take advantage. You came here to seek new opportunities, and it was insensitive of me to take advantage of your situation." He added. The passionate kiss they shared lingered in the air, but no longer on their minds. The worsening situation made Mary feel it. She understood his good intentions, but the truth behind it hurt her. He wasn't interested. Otherwise, kissing her wouldn't be a problem. "I understand." She chuckled to hide the hurt. "It's just a few kisses. You're not interested in someone like me. I won't hold it against you." "I didn't say that," he quickly rebutted, frustrated. Mary threw up her arms before snapping. Well, what do you mean then?" "You deserve more. Mary, you deserve to be treated with respect. I told you before and I would tell you again. I desire you, which means I am interested in you," Ryker responded, and she still didn't know the direction of the conversation. Obviously, Ryker knew that he has already pulled himself into deep to dig himself back out. Truth was, he liked her too much, and that truth irked him, no doubt about it. Yet to think of another male courting her, or to even show an ounce of disrespect towards her, didn't sit well with him. As crass and as much as an asshole as he was, he felt it was important she felt respect. So, where does that leave him exactly? "I think we both feel the same way for each other physically. But while I would love to push you up against the post right now and have my way with you, I also want to know more about you." He'll offer courtship but still guard his heart. Mary knew where he was going now. He was asking to court her to get to know her more. She couldn't believe her ears. Did he truly mean it? He was interested in someone like her. Last night he told her he desired her. Today, he admitted to being interested in her. Now he was asking to court her. They were different people. He was a beautiful male with features that any female would swoon over, but she was plain. "Really?" she barely whispered. "You don't believe me?" He whispered back. One of his hands reached out to grab onto one of her wrists, pulling her stunned body closer to him. Once she was close enough, he slid his hand up her arm to rest firmly on the part where her shoulder and neck connected. Cardamom and clove sweetly wrapped around her. Ryker's beautiful hazel eyes were clear as ever. She could see the small specks of copper, gray, and evergreen. Mary's eyes slid down to his lips and then to the stubble beard around his jaw. Such roguish features. An opportunity. It was what she wanted in the first place. To feel and experience. To love and begin. Ryker leaned down, pulling her close to him with his lips just above hers. Well, his lips skimmed her lips, and they tingled to life. "Okay," she said with a shrug. One corner of his lips lifted amusingly before he captured her bottom lip between his. Mary sighed and leaned her weak body against him. When he pulled back from the kiss, she was still leaning against him. "I wanted to show you something else." He changed subject. It took a bit for her to catch up. Her knees were a little weak from his kisses and aromatic scent. When she registered every word, her eyes wide and slightly in question. "I offered an opportunity to learn and employment. Would you like to visit one of our famous restaurants up in these mountains?" he asked. Mary didn't know if she could handle any more surprises. Within one day, she found herself being courted by a very handsome alpha male, and now he was going to take her to a restaurant. If this was a dream, she never wanted to wake up. 20. The casual dining restaurant sat in the middle of the town. It had a low-key atmosphere and particular choices in decor. There were about a dozen of round tables and a few booths against the warm mocha-colored walls. As soon as the waiter seen Ryker and Mary walked through the door, he worked quickly in getting them seated. Ryker and Mary sat in a booth by an open window. On the other side of the open window was the perfect view of their dense woods and the mountainous blue skies. "Would you like to have your regular order, Alpha?" the waiter asked. Ryker orders only one dish from this restaurant. Nothing else. Everyone knows that the Alpha was a picky eater. He was a meat kind of guy. The owner of the restaurant cooks Alpha Ryker's dish. It was an inconvenience because Ryker was paying him to work here in the mountains. The dish was pan, seared beef tenderloin with a roasted garlic, chili infusion with a sweet, tangy mango salsa to abate the heat of the chilies. They also served it with a simple side salad or steamed vegetables. And wine. The dish sounded delicious to Mary, and because Ryker ordered it, she wanted to know what were his preferences. About 30 minutes later, and the dishes arrived. When Mary caught a whiff of the aromatic garlic and rosemary scent, her stomach grumbled loudly. "Sorry, I didn't eat breakfast this morning." She apologized. "Why didn't you?" He picked up his steak knife and fork. "I was making breakfast for Louise and Doris." "I got occupied," she said shyly, with the time they spent in the greenhouse, picking some vegetables for her to bring home, and traveling here. It was past noon already. Barry cut into the medium, rare steak. They cooked the steak medium, rare with pink to the flesh. She mixed it with the salsa and brought the fork to her mouth. The chef's skills impressed Mary. He seasoned the meat properly, and she could still taste the infused garlic and chilies. But the mango salsa cooled the heat. "I can see why you like eating this dish," she said with a smile. "Do you like it?" Ryker asked. The chef here knew what he is doing. "I love the different textures and flavors that he put together." She took another large bite. "I was traveling in the Pacific part of the States when I came across him at a restaurant." Ryker shrugged while chewing his food. Made an offer he called and turned down. "Do you do a lot of traveling?" she asked curiously. "I don't like to travel very much. However, with Alpha duties and pack responsibility, there are many pack members that rely on me. It's important that I oversee some matters personally. So, to answer your question, I travel more than anyone within the pack." "Does Abraham go with you when you travel?" Picking up her of lemon water, she took a sip. Ryker stuck his fork into a steamed broccoli. "No, I like to have him here to watch the pack." "So you travel alone?" "Most of the time," he replied with a shrug. "That must be lonely." She cowled and imagined traveling alone. The idea was a little frightening and lonely. Imagine the many nights he slept alone in a hotel room or appeared in a room filled with strangers. She felt his burden. "I'm used to it." Mary ate the last of her steak, scooping up all the salsa on the last slice of steak before popping in her mouth. The waiter refilled their cups of water before leaving them alone again. "Even if you're used to it, it must still be lonely?" she insisted. "How about I go with you? Keep you company?" Ryker sat down his fork and steak and studied her. Did she offer to join him on his trips? "You can't go," he said. "It isn't safe." "Your last trip was safe," she rebutted. "My last trip was an easy one." "Then take me on the easy ones," she pushed. Ryker wanted to laugh. Seriously, she was persistent. Did she really want to go with him? He had to admit the idea seemed appealing to him. He liked her company more than he would like to admit to. "You'll think about it." He ended their conversation. "So has it always been just you and Abraham?" she asked. Ryker leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. She asked questions no one would dare to ask. It was the only reason he answered her. "If you read up on my bio, you'll see that at age 20, I started my investments. When I turned 25, I gained an alpha title by wealth and merit." He merely stated facts from what was already on public record, but they both knew what Mary was asking. Mary wanted to know about his past before he became who he was. "What about you?" he asked. Mary shrugged. Leaning forward, she placed her elbows on the table and propped her chin on top of her hands. My life is as boring as me. I don't, you are not boring. He interrupted. A simple smile appeared, and just like that her face lit up underneath the dimmed lights. Ryker could see the sprinkle of freckles on her cheeks and over the bridge of her nose. Then there were those golden, brown eyes that paired so well with the mousy brown hair. It glistened like gold threads underneath the soft light. I've no accomplishment like you. You've done so much. My minor accomplishments are nothing compared to what you have done, she said honestly. Good afternoon, Alpha. Someone interrupted them. Ryker and Mary turned to see that it was the chef. He stood tall and slim. One thing Mary noted about him was how fair and handsome he also looked. His shoulders were wide and pulled back. An air of arrogance fluttered around him like he knew he looked as good as she saw he was. The chef's jacket he had on was a strong contrast to his rich sword skin. He had an afro-side fade haircut. Good afternoon, Easton, Ryker greeted before introducing Mary to him. Mary also loves to cook. I brought her here to work with you. Easton's dark brown eyes landed on Mary again. I don't work well with others, Easton said. Well, you're going to have to. Mary interrupted them. Easton turned to face her, his eyes narrowing into slits. And Mary felt herself go back to culinary school, when males wanted to prove that they were smarter than females in every way, belittling her for her culinary knowledge. Elle was looking at her the same way her classmates were. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to, Easton returned coolly. Well, Elle, if that was the case, Mary decided it was better not to be around him. If he doesn't want to work together, then she would not force him. Easton, Ryker's voice held a thread of anger to it. Alpha, you know me well enough to know that I don't work well with others. And by a dissection, by Ryker. I'm well aware of that. But eventually you must learn. You can run this restaurant all by yourself. Ryker growled. What makes you think she can handle this restaurant with me? I've been handling it well on my own. Ryker was about to speak up, but Mary startled them both by shooting out of her seat. An indignation look in her eyes. You're right. You don't know me. As a chef, you know that the best way to know the full potential of the people you hire is through their cooking. Give me 1 hour and I'll give you all that I am in one plate. All in one plate. Easton said the word slowly. He didn't look like he believed one bit. How would she be able to manage something like that? Soon, Mary was in Easton's kitchen. She picked through his fresh ingredients, found some fresh honeycomb. She squeezed a little of the honey onto her finger and tasted the flavor. It was strong and sweet in flavor. Moving on, she found some dried hibiscus flower petals, heavy cream, eggs, vanilla beans, and milk. She made quick work in whisking and heating the ingredients, soaking and heating the dried hibiscus flower petals with the cream, vanilla bean, milk, and honey. Once done, drizzled the hot cream mixture over the whisked egg yolk before returning the mixture back into whisking the mixture. After, she poured the custard over a fine mesh strainer and into a metal container to catch the flower petals and bits of eggs. Finally, she poured filtered custard into an ice cream churner. While waiting, she caramelized some sugar and played with a cute design. The hard contrast of the caramelized candy sugar will contrast the texture of the silky ice cream. Plating was also important. After 20 minutes, Mary could plate her ice cream, scooping it into a spoon. She smoothed all the rough edges on the ice cream with quick hand movements into spoons before placing it onto a white cold plate. Then she drizzled a little of the honey on top and added the piece of caramelized sugar on top. The kitchen door opened. Ryker and Easton walked into the kitchen, both of them looking at the simple yet elegant dish. Mary offered them spoons to taste the dessert. Easton was the first to dig in. He caught the edge of the egg-shaped ice cream, cracked the caramelized sugar, and scooped a little onto his spoon, taking his first bite. Mary watched him eat her ice cream slowly. Time ticked by slowly. Mary swore she could hear the hand on the clock move. She chose ice cream for one reason. When people first look at ice cream, Their first thought was cold, but once people get to tasting the ice cream, it was just cold. It held more than its coldness. The honey makes it warm and sweet. The hibiscus flower petal signified female, beauty, and perfection. Mary used this flower for one reason. She wanted to show him that females were not inferior. They were equal to males. Easton's eyes found Mary, a small curve to his lips. Ryker tried the dessert, his eyebrows shooting up a little at the taste. He wasn't a big fan of dessert, but he didn't mind this one. It wasn't too sweet. It was creamy and perfect. Well, Mary didn't wait for his answer. She hoped Easton felt what she was trying to convey. I start work every day at 10 a.m. I expect to see you here at 9 tomorrow morning. Mary's smile was the biggest Ryker has ever seen. It cracked the walls to his heart like a shooting arrow. Her eyes held so much happiness when he looked at her. He didn't speak but admire her silently. A soft, joyous laugh escaped her. "Oh, thank you," she exclaimed. Mary didn't believe it. She did it. She earned herself a spot within the pack and it came from her. Even if Easton was an asshole, it would not deter her from working hard because cooking meant so much to her. She didn't wait to see what else was in store for her. Sleeping tonight would be hard since she didn't wait to start tomorrow. 21. Crouching low in the bushes, Ryker Wolf's eyes waited for the deer mountain to bend down for a sip of the spring water. Its ears cupped forward, head held high, and head turned toward Ryker, its body tense and conscious of its surrounding. Without a doubt, the deer sensed something wrong, but it didn't see Ryker. Ryker's fur blended with the obsidian night. His wolf's eyes maintained its natural hazel color. Suddenly, the deer relaxed. Its neck relaxed and head lowered. It began rinking the water. Ryker launched at him, his paws digging into the dirt, growling as he latched onto the deer's neck. A loud shriek came from the deer. It tried escaping the unexpected attack, kicking its legs. But it was useless. Ryker was superior in every way. Slowly, a few more wolves appeared out of the shadow, walking over to join Ryker at his meal. Hunting in their wolf forms, they like to eat now and then. Whatever they kill, they usually bring back to share with everyone else. A flash of similar black fur appeared in Ryker's vision. It was his brother. Abraham walked next to him, bent his head down, and began tearing the meat from the body. A few enforcers that tagged along joined in. After they finished devouring the deer, they shifted back to their human form to clean up the blood that now stained their bodies. They washed their bodies in the cold spring water. Once done, Ryker pulled on a pair of black cotton shorts he carried with him before stepping out of the shadows. Abraham was joking around with the enforcers. They stood around in a circle beneath the moon. "You must be hungry tonight," Abraham joked. "I'm hungry for many things." Ava's eyes moved from Abraham to Ryker in female appreciation. "Hey Ava, how about you and I?" Ethan teased. But Ava shut him up with a quick rejection. "Not interested." "Yo, Alpha, you going to tell us more about that female you had been hanging around with?" "Who is she?" Dalton asked when he saw Ryker. Ryker didn't respond. He walked back to his backpack, bent down, and picked up his sleeveless denim top. He quickly put his arms through the large sleeve holes and pulled the shirt over his head. "Just sitting." Gary answered for Ryker. "So, are you saying there is nothing going on between our Alpha and her?" Dalton questioned. "She can't be a potential mate for our Alpha. She doesn't look like she would fit in with us." Ava snagged the opportunity to speak up. "Who is she to you?" Bruno, who was hiding in the shadows, asked Ryker directly. Bruno was an old pack member, a little witch, a little older than Ryker by a few years. Ryker knew him to be arrogant and brash. Sometimes, Bruno would step out of line and push Ryker's decisions a little, but Ryker knew he could trust the guy. Bruno saved Ryker's life more than a handful of times. "She's important to me," Ryker answered him. "You're courting her." It was a statement, but it came out as an accusation. Ryker and everyone else was used to Bruno's bluntness. "Does it matter? If I say she's important, Then you treat with the same respect you'll give me, Ryker growled. Ava didn't look too happy to hear Ryker's response, even if Ryker didn't say it. His enforcers knew the answer. Mary was off limits because he was courting her. Their alpha has treated none other females this way before. Like an overprotective male. I'm heading back first. Derry? Take the rest of the kills to Theo. Have him butcher the meat before handing it out to everyone, Ryker ordered. Bending to swipe his backpack with one hand, Ryker turned his back on his enforcers and walked the rest of the way home. Tonight, they traveled a little farther than usual. Ryker needed to work off some tension. Mary has started her new job at the restaurant 2 days ago. Now they barely see each other. They both leave their home at different times. They both return at different times. It shouldn't bother him so much, but he was bothered by it. Yet he wasn't willing to approach her. Not yet. He didn't want her to feel like he was hovering. Ryker wanted to give her a chance to become independent and become comfortable with the pack. His fingers tightened around the backpack, his eyes staring ahead as he trudged through the woods. Ryker, Abraham said from behind him before running to catch up. When he reached Ryker's side, Abraham slowed his pace. So everyone has been talking. They're wondering about your relationship with Mary. What are we supposed to say? Abraham questioned. Tell them to fuck off. Ryker growled irritably. Abraham chuckled. You know, it isn't just to satisfy their own curiosity. Maybe by stating your claim, unmated males would not think she is available. Know what I mean? Ryker remained silent. A part of him wanted to announce it. It would avoid any conflicts. However, he knew if announced it would drive away from the only wall that he has up. The wall he built up since Lottie. Remember when I told you about Lottie? Ryker asked. You told me you thought she was the one. Ryker nodded his head. The calmness of the night helped ease his agitated heart and mind. Sighing, he ran his fingers through his hair and looked up at the sky. Abraham knew where Ryker's thoughts were when he opened his heart to Lottie and announced that he had chosen Lottie as his mate. He made it official. In the end, he got his heart broken. Ryker was afraid that he was going to walk a similar path. It's not the same, Abraham said. Lottie was a scheming whore. She lured you and manipulated you. Ryker tried so hard to not feel so much, but now trying was useless. He was falling even when he was trying so hard not to. Could he love but not give all of him away? Pursuing her was an act of honor but also a reason for him to hope. When they reached the pathway that led down to Ryker's home, they split ways. Telling Ryker what to do was the simple part. But the last leap, it has to come from Ryker. He needed to learn to let go. Ryker walked along the quiet pathway, his eyes not looking exactly anywhere. When he passed Mary's cabin to walk to his home, he heard keys jangling and quiet voices. You need to add shallots. Mary laughed. I didn't have any, so I used red onions. Easton laughed along with Mary. Ryker had never heard Easton laugh before. Oh God, red onions. Ryker stopped walking to stare. She stood in front of her door. Easton must have walked her home. His chef's jacket was around her shoulder to ward off the chill of the night. Her eyes round with disbelief and amusement. It didn't taste so bad, he replied. Besides, I was still in culinary school. I had to use what I had on hand. Mary's laughter filled the night air. Ryker's heart squeezed hard in his chest. He missed hearing it. Did your instructor notice? Yes, he did. That old man was on top of his taste buds. He gave me a passing grade for my dish, but damn. Did I get an earful on how much red onions I used? Easton replied. Laughter was evident in his voice. He was smiling from ear to ear. Ryker could see the whites of his straight teeth. Well, Mary's face had a smile on it. Thank you for walking me home. No problem. It was late. Are you telling me that there are things in these mountains I should worry about? Mary teased. Easton chuckled nervously. He stuffed his hands into his pocket before shrugging. You never know. An unmated female seems like a tempting meal to me. Easton flirted. Mary must have realized that Easton was flirting with her because her smile slipped a little before she caught herself. Suddenly shy, she smoothed back some loose strands of hair behind her ear. Angry, Ryker continued down the path, but walked a little louder and made a little more noise to announce his presence. Whatever he did, he caught both their attention. Easton and Mary turned to look at him. "Good evening, Alpha," ungreeted. Ryker stopped to stare at Mary. Mary could sense that Ryker was angry, or irritated. His eyes were hard and not soft like what she was used to. An awkward silence lingered in the air because Ryker would not move from his spot until Easton leaves, and Easton was waiting for Ryker to leave so he could continue to flirt with Mary. Mary looked at Easton. "Thanks again for walking me home. I'll see you tomorrow." Mary dismissed Easton, but Tom looked at Mary for a hesitated second before nodding his head. "See you tomorrow." He turned to Ryker. "Good night, Alpha." When Easton left, Ryker started walking towards him home. However, Mary stopped Ryker in his footsteps. "Wait," she called out. Ryker turned to look at her. She didn't move. Instead, she spoke from where she was standing. Ryker noticed that Easton's jacket was still around Mary's shoulder. He walked over to her before slipping the jacket of her shoulders. "Oh, I forgot to give him this," she said. "I'll give it to him." Ryker wanted to rip the jacket into a million pieces. "But I'll see him tomorrow morning. He asked me to come in early tomorrow. Easton is teaching me how to make one of his favorite home dishes before the restaurant open." Ryker fisted Easton's jacket in his hands. Mary's raised hand stopped halfway in reaching for the jacket. Ryker was wrinkling the material. "Okay," Ryker nearly growled his response. It came out hoarse. Mary touched Easton's jacket and Ryker. Finally, let go. "So, how are you?" she inquired, bringing Easton's jacket to her chest. She wrapped her arms around it. "I've been busy," Ryker replied. "I realize that. I haven't seen you in days. I was thinking you went somewhere far." "We went on a hunting trip," Ryker replied. "Hunting? What did you guys kill?" she questioned curiously. "A few big games and a few small ones," he answered, dropping his hand almost unwillingly back to his side. Mary nodded, and again they fell silent for a minute, just living in each other's presence for a few minutes. "Would you like to come inside for a drink?" Mary invited him. It was late, but Ryker cowled in help but noticed that Mary didn't invite Easton. She had invited Ryker inside, gloating a little. Hell. Yes, he was. He nodded his head. They walked inside the cabin together. Ryker watched her walk at her little kitchen. She opened her cabinet and pulled out 2 glasses and a bottle of old scotch. His eyes wandered around the small cabin and saw there were little hints of her all over the home. Mary's house was filled with wildflowers that she must have picked. There were throw blankets and little pillows on the couch. Mary walked over and handed him a glass. He took it from her. She sipped hers and sighed, moving her head back and forth and rubbing the ache from her shoulders. She walked over to the sofa to sit. "It was a long day today," she groaned. "A lot of cuss," he asked. Mary nodded. "I don't know how Easton does it. He works hard every day and all by himself." "I'm amazed." Ryker didn't want to talk about Easton. He sat his glass down on an end table before walking behind the sofa. Placing his hands on shoulders, he rubbed away the ache. Her stiff shoulders relaxed immediately under his large hands. Lord, that feels good," she moaned. Ryker hardened and his body physically reacted as a thunderbolt hit him. Suddenly, he craved kissing her. It was an urge that intensified. God, all those days didn't stop what he was feeling. It only made it worse. 22. Once again, Ryker studied her every feature. What was it about her that pulled him towards her? Why was it that every time he looked at her, she only grew more attractive? Mary blinked and waited obediently. In that split second, she felt more than just safe. She felt contentment from deep inside her soul and knew without a doubt that her wolf may have taken a liking to this potential mate standing in front of them. Ryker's thumb touched her bottom lip. It parted and trembled underneath his silent observation. his thick eyebrows furrowed with bewilderment, but his eyes burning with desires, to contrasting emotions written on his face. Sudden, harsh rapping at the front door broke their trance. Ryker looked away from Mary towards the door. Howls, loud, mournful howls echoed throughout the desolated woods of the mountain. Something was wrong. Ryker moved to the door, unlocking it, and whipping it open. His eyes were hard and masked. Mary followed Ryker, but when Ryker saw that she was moving a little too close to the opening of the door, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her behind him. His firm hand dropped on her wrist to prevent her from going further. What happened? Ryker questioned. It's Ava. She ran away from the hunting pack. Said she needed some cool air. I sent Ethan and Gary after her scent. When they found her, someone torn her throat. She's dead. Ryker. Abraham's face looked ashen white. Did you catch the scent of another? Ryker questioned. Whoever did it knew what they were doing. They masked their scent. Abraham replied, shaking his head almost in disbelief. In the last couple of months, Ryker has been dealing with dead bodies and accidents. These accidents look unintentional, but Ryker knew otherwise. They were little clues that they found after each accident that led Ryker to believe that every accident was deliberate. Ryker needed to investigate the crime scene. Releasing Mary's wrist, he was already stepping out of her cabin. He needed to shift to his wolf. His sense of smell and supernatural traits were stronger in his ultimate form. In a blink of an eye, Mary witnessed a strong and passionate male morph into his wolf, standing before her regally strong and concentrated. His clothes shredded into pieces on the ground. She thought he would run into the woods and disappear into the darkness, but instead he turned his head to look at her. Those hazel eyes gazing at her, waiting. Then he turned around and pushed his head against her waist. Mary released a surprised gasp before she realized he wanted her to go back inside. All right. She answered hastily before walking inside her cabin. Once she was safely inside, Ryker jumped on his paws and ran after his brother, who was a few feet ahead of him. He followed Abraham to the scene. When he got there, only a few trusted enforcers stood around in their human skin. A few trackers were examining the crime scene in their wolf forms. Ryker noticed that the ground Ava's dead body laid on was in disarray. Broken logs and rue and brushes and grass. She put up a fight, but judging by the damage done, it looked like it involved a few people. Walking over to Ava's body, he sniffed her fur and then around her. Ethan came running out into Ryker. We looked everywhere. There are no signs of invasion. Gary checked all borders of the territories and patrols tonight saw no one or anything different. Ethan rushed to say, out of breath and a little freaked out. Something glistened underneath the moonlight. Ryker turned his head to the left and noticed Ava's necklace lying on the ground. He knew right away that it was hers because she was wearing this earlier this evening. On the necklace were fresh bloodstains that were more than likely hers. Ryker knew that Ava's death would question his position as alpha for a few of his pack members. They might not have said it out loud, but he knew that they were talking about it. However, among those few pack members there were a few that believed in him. He was new to his position and has no significant lineage that would support his position, so hold a seed of doubt was understandable. Ryker was quiet as he observed the crime scene. His thoughts were everywhere, calculating and running through every possibility that he could come up with. Their territory was in an elevated area. Border patrols guarded all entrances, but nothing impenetrable, so he cowled and just dropped that possibility. Could it be someone internally? Ryker continued to mull over these options throughout the night. When he finally collapsed into bed, exhaustion ached his muscles and mind. His temples were pounding toward keeping his eyes open hurt. Ryker took a quick shower, dried himself off quick, but didn't bother putting on any clothing. Collapsing into bed, without clothes and weary, he placed one arm over his head and exhaled. Stress and desolation accompanied him tonight. He closed his eyes, but images of Ava's dead body lingered in his mind. It acted like a demon that tortured him in the night. It was unsolved, no traces or scent. The destruction of the crime scene only made it harder to locate where the perpetrator disappeared to. Now, even though weariness settled into his very bones, he couldn't stop his mind from running. The wheels were turning, pulling the thin black silk cover over his lower body. He rolled over to his side into the dark corner. After a few minutes, he heard movement outside. The sound of leaves crunching and branches snapping underneath footsteps. Whoever it was very sharp on keeping quiet or was a complete novice in committing crimes. The hair on his arms rose. His wolf was on full alert. Unmoved by his without-clothes-ness, he stood up from his bed, walked out into the hallway slowly, his ears raised and listening. Once he reached the stair, he walked down the one-flight stairs to his main-level floor. His kitchen to the left and behind the stairs and a large sitting area to his right. Right next to the living room was the dining area that had a long rectangular table and several chairs. Honestly, Ryker bought it because it looked nice, but he never once sat down on the table to eat. A flicker of a shadow on his front left window caught his attention, his eyes lifting to see it fly across into the front door. Ryker exited the back door of his home gradually, walking out of his home. Ryker hoped to catch the culprit before he could manage to break into his home. He followed the noisy footsteps. When he near enough, he could see the shoulder hiding behind a post, but it was literally pitch dark outside that even with his human eyes it was a little hard to see who it was. Instantly, he grabbed onto the culprit, wrapped one arm around his neck in a chokehold. "Who are you?" Ryker questioned deathly low just as the culprit released a high-pitched scream. He realized immediately that the person he was holding was not a man. More importantly, she was not a culprit. "Fuck, Mary. I almost killed you." Ryker swore angrily and loosening his grip. "Do you always sneak up on people and put them in chokeholds?" She accused him. As soon as he released her, she spun around to give him an indigent glare. "To be fair, you were creeping around my house," Ryker pointed out with a shrug. That was when Mary's eyes swept away from Ryker's dreamy eyes and traveled gradually down his without-clothes body. For the second time since her arrival, she was, again staring at his beautiful body. Ryker took a step toward her. She stumbled back so quickly she hit his door. Averting her eyes to look, she grabbed at his door like her life depended on it. I was just checking in on you," she stammered, while he took another step toward her. She moved closer to the wall that now every single part of her right side touched the door. He was so close to her. She felt the heat of his body radiating all over her right side body. "You left in a hurry." Abraham looked worried. "I just wanted to make sure everything was okay," she replied. Ryker said nothing. After a few minutes, Mary's eyes returned to Ryker's face. He was looking at her oddly. "Coming out in the middle of the night like this isn't good for you." Ryker whispered why. She looked at him innocently. With her current position, she stood just below a ray of moonlight that he could see part of her face. He lifted his hand to cup one side of her face. Ryker's mind was indeed troubled, so messed up with so many issues that he couldn't sleep even in exhausted state. Adding Mary into the mixed in if he had to give in to one issue. She was the one that he would give in. Taking the one last step to eliminate the space between them, he cupped both her cheeks, his eyes studying her face for any hint of fear or disgust. Easton was right. You know, danger lurks in the dark, many of which would love to destroy the very innocent soul that you are. He rasped huskily. Mary sharply inhaled, her breast accidentally rubbing against him. "Are you one of them?" Mary whispered. She could barely get the words out. Her heart was beating so fast. She feared he could hear it. She fisted her hands at her side and unconsciously wetted her lips. "Do you want me to be?" he asked while his eyes dropped to her wet lips. This was it. Mary could feel it. She didn't mean to come out to this. She had only wanted to check in on him. It took her a while to find his home, but after a few lost turns she managed to find it. Ryker's home wasn't huge like Alpha Ivan's. No, he built it a lot smaller, but enough to fit a family in it. A few pups and a wife. What was she thinking? Why was she thinking about this? The thought of Ryker with another female and having pups with her, it didn't sit well with Mary. Her chest tightened at the thought. Mary, Ryker reminded her. What was the use of running? You only live once, Mary's motto she was living by. Yes, she answered him. Ryker didn't waste another second. He needed a reprieve from the painful tension in his head. He needed an escape from his obligation and needed comfort. Mary was here, and he never craved her more. Kissing her only confirmed how much he needed this. He slammed her up against his front door, heard her grunt a little at the impact, slid his tongue across the seam of her lips before lifting up her legs to wrap around his waist. He slanted his lips over hers as soon as she granted him entrance. Mary wrapped her arms around his neck. The kiss right now was rough and full with need. She felt his frustration, his anger, and desperation. Somehow, Mary knew. She knew that Ryker needed this undoubtedly. She was more than willing to give it to him. She let go of her resistance, closed her mind to society rules, and allowed herself to fall into whatever was happening between Ryker and her. Mary felt the door open behind her, and a second later she was inside his home. The kissing never stopped. Even when Ryker moved his lips from hers down to her throat and began sucking, it was sensitive, and it drove her crazy. She cowed and stood still in his arms even when he was trying to carry her upstairs. Finally, he had to stop halfway to tell her to stop wriggling. Mary, are you sure you want to go through with this? He asked one more time. He kept asking her, and although Mary was still firm on her answer, she realized that he thinks she was still a virgin. Ryker, am not a virgin, she replied. Her response made him smirk. That doesn't mean you don't deserve to be asked. Mary's heart melted. It was her turn to cup his cheeks. I want this. Ryker, 23. It has been a while since Mary has been with a male. Several years. Actually, most of them were just looking to have some fun. And Mary was no longer in that place. But being pinned between Ryker and his large mattress, Mary felt a jolt of delight that she hasn't felt in years. Ryker lowered his head and kissed her. A gentle caress that made her heart ache and her body yearn for more before he turned hard and demanding. It made her feel like a porcelain, all that he didn't want to break, but desired her all at the same time. His tongue sank into her mouth, stroking and caressing her responses. His gentleness but man lines made her feel magical things. His thoughts came to a screeching halt when he felt her lips brushed against his neck. It slipped like little butterfly wings, grazing and sending his nerves on fire. Sweet gods and goddesses above, Ryker prayed. He needed more of her. Mary. When she didn't answer, he pulled up to look at her. She was fast asleep with a small smile on her face. Ryker cowled and helped but chuckle a little. She looked thoroughly satisfied. He pushed off her, knowing full well that his weight would suffocate her. Walking to the bathroom, he grabbed a clean, wet cloth to clean her up. She didn't bother waking up while he wiped her down. When he finished, he pulled back to look at her. She turned and curled up into a fetal position. He could still see the part of her breasts and all of her without clothes-ness. Ryker pulled his silk covers to cover her body. Then he walked to the bathroom to clean up. He took a quick shower again before crawling into bed next to her. When she moved, he thought he had woke her, but that wasn't the case. She shifted her position so that she was snuggled up to his side and his arm was around her. It felt right, Mary being in his arms. He settled back onto his pillow and closed his eyes. Oddly enough, he fell asleep soon after. Not once did he wake up. When he woke up, though, he found that he was alone in bed. The streaming daylight from his bedroom window told him it was morning. He got up to sit on the edge of the bed but halted his actions when he heard the shower turned off. A few minutes later, Mary stepped out of the shower with a towel wrapped around her torso. Hope you are okay that I am using one of their towels. I woke up late and I have work in an hour. Last night he could only catch a glimpse of her body in the dark. Now he could see it clearly. Mary bent down to pick up her shirt and pants. Although she took a shower, Ryker can still smell bits of his scents on her. It made him rock hard again. When Mary stood up, her eyes immediately found the hard length between his legs. I have work, she stated weakly. He stood up and sauntered toward her like a predator. "In an hour," Ryker replied. He turned her around, pushed her torso down so that her hands were propped on the bed, and pulled the towel away from her body. It fell to the floor. Ryker wasted no time. He plunged his length inside her once again from behind. She cried out in pleasure. His hands moved to her waist as he continued a fast but hard pace. When they were done, Mary was sweaty and her skin stained with his scent. She had no time in showering again, so she cleaned up quick and ran out of his home. She had to rush home to change before running to work. She made it a good 30 minutes late, and the place was already busy with their customers. Pushing all thoughts of last night and Ryker away, Mary focused her attention on her work. Hello everyone. Today's novel features Ryker, whose past is shrouded in mystery and pain from a lost love. Mary, who makes him believe in love again. Their relationship, full of challenges and contradictions, is one of literature's classic plots. His bedroom mirrored the aesthetic simplicity of a motel room. A lone cherry oak dresser stood sentinel, while an empty desk occupied the far right corner. The king-size bed dominated the space, its presence a stark contrast to the room's overall emptiness. The office, however, was a different realm entirely. It was here that Ryker's personality truly manifested. To love-seat sofas flanked a glass coffee table, creating an intimate seating area. Floor 2 ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of a meticulously maintained garden and a sweeping, curved balcony beyond. The walls, unlike the rest of the house, were adorned with several peculiar paintings. A substantial desk, complete with filing cabinets, anchored the room, while two towering bookshelves covered an entire wall, hinting at the depth of Ryker's intellectual pursuits. Seated in this sanctuary of thought, Ryker pored over the crime scene survey and evaluation, delivered by his trackers after Mary's departure for work. The detailed sketches suggested a rogue attack, with evidence pointing to no apparent ulterior motives. As a witch, Ava's history as a lone wolf for most of her life seemed to support this theory. Yet, Ryker couldn't shake the nagging intuition that there was more to this case than met the eye. A knock at the door preceded Abraham's entry. His brother's presence was a welcome interruption, a check-in to ensure Ryker wasn't drowning in the complexities of the investigation. "Anything new?" Abraham inquired, moving to examine the papers strewn across Ryker's desk. He picked up a photo of Ava's lifeless form, his eyes scanning the image with a detective's scrutiny. Ryker sighed heavily, dropping the blood forensics report onto the desk before massaging his forehead. "I've spent 3 hours reviewing every single paper, looking for some clue but nothing," he admitted, frustration evident in his voice. "I have Bruno working with the border patrols on extra shifts. If this was an attack from the outside, Gary and Ethan are examining the crime scene and tracing Ava's steps again," Abraham reported, his detail-oriented nature shining through. Ryker felt a surge of gratitude towards his brother. Abraham's ability to anticipate and address potential oversights was invaluable. There was no doubt in Ryker's mind that Abraham would make an excellent alpha, but he understood all too well the burdens and responsibilities that came with the position. He knew that Abraham would sooner abandon pack life altogether than assume the mantle of alpha leadership. It was a testament to how well Ryker understood his brother's nature. Ryker pressed his fingers to the spot between his eyes and closed them briefly, his mind reeling with a million things at once. Shutting off the images and voices in his head was almost impossible. Am I overthinking, Abe? Was this really a rogue attack? Ryker questioned. You are not. A rogue attack and they only killed one person. Seems a little odd for an attack. Rogues don't just attack randomly. They would have spent days observing our schedules and activity. If they were going to attack, I would imagine more damage than killing a pack member. Those questions were questions that Ryker asked himself too. Although the evidence pointed to a rogue attack, it made little sense. Why kill one innocent when you could target more than just one? What are people saying? Many are looking answers. Ryker stood up from his seat, shoving his hand frustration. He began pacing. The throbbing in his temples increased. How about we take a break? Come back with fresh eyes, Abraham suggested, realizing that his brother was close to losing it. Ryker growled low in frustration. Unanswered questions were bugging the hell out of him. Still pacing, he rubbed at his temples. Did you have lunch yet? Abraham inquired. Food is the last thing on my mind, Abe, Ryker muttered. But you need a break. Abraham started putting the evidence and sketches away. Ryker looked at his brother while he put things away, staring at the same thing for 3 hours whilst giving him any answers. After the brothers packed and locked away the papers, they headed for Easton's restaurant. They got there a little afternoon. The restaurant was as busy as usual in the late afternoon. Ryker's eyes flickered to the door that led to the kitchen. Mary was behind that door. He could see her sweating away in the kitchen with a driven focus. Last night, Mary saw through a part of him. He felt exposed. Instead of being afraid, though, he let go. I'm with you. Whatever was happening to him, he had no control over. Ryker was slipping fast, and it rattled him. Deep in thought, he was a little late in catching movement to his right. Easton stood at their table with their order. Usually, a Easton would greet them with a positive air. Today, however, he looked a little displeased to see them. Ryker looked up and saw that Easton was already looking at Alpha. He greeted with a quip tone. Unless the plates onto the table. Where is Mary? Abraham asked out of curiosity. Chef's in the kitchen. With that, Akan turned and walked back to the kitchen, leaving Abraham a little puzzled at Easton's reaction. Jutting a finger towards Easton's direction, Abraham spoke. What's his problem? Ryker didn't respond, but he had a feeling that Easton was to please with him. Obviously, Easton was showing a bit of jealousy and possessiveness that Abraham didn't catch right away. Ryker didn't appreciate the slight challenge. Indirect, but obvious regardless. Abraham and Ryker had just started eating their meal when, again, a flash of a white coat caught their attention. Both of them looked up from their plate to look at who stood next to their table. Mary had another 2 more plates. Her eyes were soft like pillow-white clouds, and her slightly parted lips curved into a warm smile. Ryker's that twisted with instantaneous need. He remembered those lips. They touched the skin of his neck, latched onto his neck, and drove him insane with dominating need. I heard you 2 were here. Try this new dish. Easton taught me a few tricks. She placed the dishes in front of them. Suddenly, Abraham was coughing and choking on his steak. Obviously, Abraham has caught a whiff of Ryker's scent on her body because his red, tear-stained eyes quickly flew to Ryker before he grabbed his glass of water and chugged it down. Jesus. Mary. Abraham growled. What? Mary. Obviously not realizing that she'd probably smelled of Ryker. You smell? Ryker kicked Abraham under the table. He made an OF sound before he groaned in pain. Are you all right? Yes, fine, Ryker interjected. He pulled Mary's plate closer for a closer examination. Mary pinched her chef's jacket between her fingers and took a sniff. Do I smell? You smell like you've been in the kitchen cooking all kinds of different dishes. Abraham lied through his teeth. Ryker took a bite of Mary's dish. He could taste the subtle corn flavor mixed with bacon and subtle spices of the shrimp. Mary waited for Ryker's reaction. After his first taste, he nodded his approval. It's delicious, he replied. Mary broke into a gorgeous smile. I'm glad to hear that. I'm learning so much from Easton. H.S. an amazing chef. H.S. very patient and generous with me. It's kind of funny. The way he cooks differs completely from mine. But when we cook together, it's like a perfect symphony of flavors. She chuckled while shaking her head. Ryker pushed Mary's plate away. Abraham's eyes moving from Ryker to the plate before returning to his brother. Picking up his fork, he poked a shrimp and scooped up some grits before bringing it to his mouth to taste. "You should come cook for me every day." "Mary?" Abraham smirked. "But I have a feeling that Easton may not like that idea. I know him very well and he doesn't like many people. People find him intimidating, but it looks like you get along very well with him. Losing you might be hard on him." "Hes very sweet," Mary replied. From Ryker's peripheral vision, he saw Easton stepping out of the kitchen before locating Mary. He headed in her direction. Something ugly was growing inside Ryker. He shifted in his seat and picked up his glass of water to chug down. Abraham watched his brother swallow his jealousy before Ryker slammed the glass onto the table rudely. Easton touched Mary's shoulder. It was a gentle touch, one that merely directed her attention back to him. "Easton, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you alone in the kitchen." Mary apologized. "All is fine. The orders have stopped briefly, which was why I stepped out to check on you." Just a little too close to Mary for Ryker's liking. But Mary was an unmated female. It allowed her to be courted by more than one male. Was that reason enough for Ryker to clamp down his rising territorial urges? No. Easton's actions were evident, even if Mary didn't understand. He was asserting his courtship intentions in front of them, completely disregarding their titles or the fact that Ryker was his superior and he should be afraid. Ryker felt his control slipping when Easton placed both his hands on her shoulders and turned her to face him in his arms. Jerking up into a standing position, he surprised everyone at the table. "I have some errands to run." Ryker nearly growled his displeasure. Mary grabbed onto Ryker's forearm before he could run off. "You haven't finished your food," she said with a confused frown. "It'll be fine. I remember XA needed me to look over the new shipments of seeds." With that quick response, Ryker left Mary behind, uncaring if Abraham followed. Once he was outside, he broke into a run, something to vent his frustration and kill the jealousy that was pitting his stomach. When he arrived at the greenhouse, Ryker felt his animalistic instinct stampering down. His mind was a little clearer. Ryker thought about Easton and Mary. The thought of the two together put an unsettling feeling in his stomach and in his chest. Pulling at the vegetables and tilling to the dirt, he yanked a vegetable a little too hard when an image of Easton having his arms around Mary. Growling, he wiped his sweaty forehead with the back of his gloved hand. Ryker worked away for hours, trying to get rid of all emotions and feelings, trying to find the peace that he usually has when he worked in the greenhouse. Then Ryker heard a door squeaking open. He looked towards the entrance and to find Mary. She stood there in her chef's jacket, her hair up into a ponytail. Her eyes swept across the greenhouse until it found Ryker, kneeling in the dirt and staring at her. Ryker's eyes dipped lower to her hands. She was holding on to a basket. "Hi," she said nervously. Ryker spent hours in the greenhouse trying to not think about her, but all it did was make him want her closer. Now that she was here, he was speechless and exhausted. But throughout all that, his heart throbbed at the sight of her, 25, looking through the large glass windows of the greenhouse. The morning sun rays have disappeared behind dark gray clouds. The weather increased in humidity, a precursor to rain. Also, Ryker could smell the heady smell of incoming heavy rain in the air. Ryker sat on a wooden bench placed in the middle of the greenhouse on top of the narrowed, gray stone walkway. Mary moved to sit down next to him. He watched in silence as Mary pulls out a sandwich wrapped in parchment paper from her basket and handed it to him. Ryker removed his gardening gloves before he accepted the sandwich. No one had ever brought him lunch when he was brooding. Most of the time, they would leave him alone to sulk until he got over it. Ryker lifted the sandwich and took a bite. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I interrupted your lunch earlier today, so I worried that you would be hungry." Ryker was silent. No matter how hard he pushed, no matter how much he reasoned with himself, he would always return to the same position. His broken heart never truly mended. He never truly forgiven Lottie. He never truly forgiven himself for falling in love. That was his obstacle. But the way his heart was thumping in his chest at a maddening pace told him he was close to losing himself entirely to Mary. How could this be? His heart raced at her newness. It cracked under her smile. It is filled with hope when she tends to him with affection. Ryker looked away from her to stare at some medicinal herbs that he was growing. Why do you do this? Do what? His question confused Mary. He sighed and dropped his sub sandwich to the spot next to him on the bench, running his fingers through his hair. He tugged on it slightly out of frustration. Standing up, he began pacing. They lined the interior of the greenhouse with solar-powered wall lanterns. They powered on as the sky grew darker, illuminating the entire greenhouse. Mary could see that something was troubling Ryker. She sensed it since the moment he left abruptly at the restaurant. At first, she debated about coming here, but she wanted to check on him. When she arrived at the greenhouse and saw him in all his coarse and dusty glory, she saw briefly how happy he was to see her. At least, that was what she perceived. Now she wasn't too sure. I like you, Ryker, Mary whispered inaudibly. Ryker's pacing halted. He looked at her. If I didn't like you, what we did last night wouldn't have happened. Ryker said nothing. Suddenly, a sound of quenching. Rapid raindrops hit the glass windows on the roof of the greenhouse. It echoed obtrusive lie. The mean kind of rain that wets everything on earth and leaves the streams running with pristine water. What are we? Ryker, she asked. I don't know. He replied. Mary tried not to flinch, but Ryker saw it anyway. Mary, he breathed in a shaky voice, reaching out to grab onto her, but stopped, swearing under his breath. He shoved his hands through her roughly. Mary, this isn't about you. Then who is it about? Ryker swallowed the growing lump in his throat and closed his eyes. His heart ached. His insides felt twisted and uncomfortable. Her name is Lottie, he blurted, before opening his eyes to look at her. Lottie. I met her when I was 17. I was rebellious back then. Mary. I ran away from Abraham and landed myself in a criminal city full of rogues. Soon after, I joined a gang of rogues. They went around the city stealing, robbing, and committing crimes. I met Lottie shortly after at the local fair. We seemed to click right away. She was my female. We had our fun, sticking with the rogues, and creating havoc. She was fun, loud, and strong. I did everything for her, but when it came down to being with me forever, she disappeared. Lottie broke me that night and I don't know if I could do this again. You still love her. Mary cowled and hid the hurt in her voice. No, Ryker said immediately. I'm broken. Mary, I don't know if I could do this. Mary understood then. He was afraid to open himself up. She took a step toward him, placing a hand on his arm. She wanted his full attention. I'm scared too, she whispered. What I feel for you, it's like a fast current. I can't stop even if I tried. Mary's hand slid up his arms to his shoulder and then to his neck. Ryker shook his head in protest. She stopped him by placing another hand on the other side of his neck. Look at me, Ryker, Mary urged. His eyes lifted to look at her. Mary stood on her tiptoes and captured his lips, smothering any protest, any worries, and running thoughts in his mind. Her hand stroked the side of his face, loving the feel of his stubble against her palm. The kiss was gentle, soft, and assuring. She didn't force but gave only what he asked for. She wanted him to know that she'll go at his pace. Mary felt his hands on her waist, pulling her closer to his body. Ryker started kissing her back while one of his hands slid around her back and into her hair. Kissing him does a little something to her heart. It sends a million butterflies through her stomach. It makes her knees weakened inside shiver with need. Ryker broke the kiss to look down at her. Mary has fallen deep. How could she not? Ryker looked like a sexy biker. Rough all around, but all soft inside. The medium, length taper fade cut only made him look more like a bad boy, especially with that stubble beard that she felt against her skin. It drove her crazy. Then there were those hazel eyes. dark and solemn but wounded, if what he said was true. She wanted to be the first to soothe the pain and replace all those broken pieces with love and care. She knew his pain all too well. Rejection hurts. The only question was, would he let her? Ryker's lips captured hers. It rid all thoughts from her mind. His kiss was one flooded with a passion that ignites a primal desire inside her. It was a silent promise of craving and pleasure. The kiss grew in urgency, and together Mary followed his lead, her tongue flickering out to play with his. Ryker growled deep in his chest. She trembled in his arms. Rain patter against the glass window. Lightning flashed and thundered across the sky. However, the noise was drowned out with the feel of their lips and their beating hearts. Ryker broke the kiss first to brush little kisses on her jawline before dipping to the curve of her neck. Mary released a breathless sound and clung onto him. "Mary, what are you doing to me?" he whispered huskily. She could ask him the same thing. Ryker turned her around in his arms so that her back was pressed to his front. His lips continued its descent down the curve of her neck. Mary could feel his hard length pressed to her bottom. "Can I?" he asked. She knew what he wanted. He was asking for permission to do more than just kissing. Unable to speak, she nodded. Instantly, she felt his hand slid into her pants and cupped her. Mary bit her bottom lip just as he stuck 2 fingers inside her, pumping and stretching her slowly at first. Ryker held her up with one arm, controlling and holding her so close to his large body. Her insides were a puddle. She clenched his pumping fingers. He could feel how close she was to the edge. Her whimpers turned breathless and quick. Removing his fingers, he turned her around to capture her lips again, moving to remove her hair to allow her hair to drop down to her shoulders. Then he unbuttoned her chef's jacket at the top before pulling down her tank top. He didn't even bother removing everything. He only peeled what he needed to gain access to her breasts. Once he freed her breasts, he fell back onto the bench before dragging her between his legs, his mouth latching on to one breast. Her hands ran through his hair, holding him close to her breast. He slid the tip of his tongue around her nipple before flicking it. It was the last straw for Mary. He teased her enough. Her hands tugged at his hair hard. The next second he had her twisted around again. She tried to look back, but Ryker wouldn't allow it. She heard unzipping before he pulled down her pants halfway and down into his lap. He stopped so when the tip of him touched her entrance. It was only a second, though. The next second, he pulled her down onto his lap completely. It was the best feeling ever, hitting her in places she couldn't even dream of. He wrapped one arm around her front and pulled her back to rest on his chest. Slowly, he pulled out and in. It was like he was taking his time. He wanted to savor every movement, every sensation, and moan from her. Mary could hear his hard breathing. So, he might be acting like he was in control, but she could feel how much he was liking this. The way his arm was tight around her upper body and the way he breathed unevenly made Mary feel desired and cared for. Her heart ached. "Ryker, wait, please." His arm that held her upper body tightened as he increased his pace, pummeling into her so quick and deep. She never wanted him to stop. "Fuck, Mary," he growled, standing up. He held her close and swapped their position. She was bent over with her hands on the seat. He stood from behind and took her hard that her body shook. It also drove Mary closer to the edge. Her back arched and she tried to wiggle away because it was all coming too fast, and she wasn't prepared for the incoming orgasm, but Ryker's grip on her hips was firm. He pulled out and slammed back into the hilt. She cried out his name as she fell over the edge. Her body shook so hard. All the while, Ryker didn't stop his pace. He made sure she received the best orgasm she ever had. Then he pulled out and spilled his seed onto her backside. When he was done, he wiped her down as much as he can with the napkin she brought. I finished getting dressed. It was still raining hard outside. Mary fixed the last of her buttons before looking at the crew who was already looking at her. When she did look at him, though, he placed a hand at the back of her nape and pulled her in for a hard kiss. Her heart skipped several beats and her stomach performed jumps. There was no use in fighting their attraction. Ryker wanted her. He just needed to find the right time to tell her this. Because through all this, one thing was for sure clear for him. He couldn't let Mary go. She was going to be his one way or another. 26. The couple of days pass since Ryker and her little rendezvous in the greenhouse. Every time Mary thought about what happened, she would blush in silence. To be honest, it was a little she never thought she would be in that kind of intimate situation. Thinking back to how he touched her and made her come alive, she never felt such a rush of self-confidence and love. It shook and frightened her all at once. For the 100th time since the start of Mary's first day off from the restaurant, she blushed again. She was scrubbing the floors with some old rags and a bucket filled with floor cleaner, but her mind was completely elsewhere. So scrubbing, careless movement with a weird smile on her face. She sat on the hardwood floors of her kitchen with a little dazed look. It took a while before Mary heard the knocking on her front door. They were loud and impatient. Quickly, she dropped what she was doing and stood up to open the door. Alexei stood on the other side with all kinds of goods. She saw some home-baked bread, a jar of pickles and a carton of eggs. The early morning sunlight shined on Alexei's horrid, scarred face. The scowl he wore on his face was intimidating and filled with irritation. He wore a worn white shirt that had old grease stains all over it and light-stained denim blue jeans. The ripped jeans didn't look like he did it on purpose because of the style, but because he had worked on his knees in the fields long enough for it to rip. Alexei shook his head and his black hair slightly fell over his right face to cover some of his scar. For a minute, there was an awkward silence between them. Barry was a little shocked to see him here. Alexei said nothing. Instead, the rude male pushed the basket right into her arms, afraid that the goods would fall on the small stepped porch. She grabbed onto it instantly. "Good morning," she finally said. "Ma asked me to drop these off for you," he muttered. Mary looked down at the basket once again. The bread had a golden brown crust to it. The pickles in the jars looked deliciously pickled, and she knows for a fact that the eggs in the carton was from their chickens on the farm. This was really sweet of them. She didn't have to mod owe Saint like to owe favors. Mary Calden stopped the frown from appearing on her face. "I wasn't asking for anything in return." Mary could feel her frustration rising. "It doesn't matter. She asked me to bring this to you." Alexei brushed her response off like nothing. "Well, wait here a minute. I baked some cookies earlier. How about I pack some for you to bring back to share?" Mary halfway turned but stopped when Alexei refused. "We're fine," he said gruffly. "I said wait." Mary nearly growled her reply. Alexei stopped retreating, his eyes trained on her. Mary didn't mean to snap angrily. She just didn't like how Alexei was treating her. "Come inside," she ordered, without looking behind. She walked inside with the basket still in her hands, placing the basket onto the small kitchen counter. She started packing the cookies she baked this morning into a Ziploc bag. Surprisingly, Alexei followed her inside, standing in the middle of her cabin with his hands pocket. With his towering figure, he looked like a giant enclosed in a small space. Even her furniture looked small to his size. "I'm sorry if I came off rude," Alexei said, breaking the silence between them. Mary looked at him. She knew he meant no harm. Alexei uses harsh words to stop people from looking at him for too long. She zipped the bag up before walking and handing him the bag of cookies. "It's fine," she replied. "I'm sorry that I snapped." "Yeah, you did. You surprised me." She broke into a smile before chuckling softly. "Just know that I appreciate everything you and your family have given me, and when I give you guys things, it is not to make you guys feel uncomfortable. I just wanted to thank your family and you." Alexei said nothing, but nodded his head in understanding. She hoped that this minor exchange in conversation would change how Alexei interacts with her. After he left, Mary continued to clean her little home. It was late into the afternoon when she finished, and her stomach was grumbling in protest. She made herself a quick sandwich before settling down outside on her porch step and calling her brother on a satellite phone that was given to her on her first day here. Marcus answered right away. "How is everything there?" Marcus asked. It's going great. I found a job here and am learning so much. Marcus. The things that Ryker has done for the pack here. It's genius. Marcus. H.E.S. amazing. Sweet. And kind Ryker. Marcus interrupted. Mary realized she had slipped the intimate name calling. Alpha Ryker. I meant. She corrected. It sounds like Alpha Ryker has been paying special attention to you. Mary could sense Marcus's overprotective brother's mode even through the phone. Marcus. I'm doing great here. So I'm guessing you won't be coming home soon. Mary looked at the tall, vast trees before her and felt a sense of belonging. It seemed so quick, but she felt more at home here than she had ever been. The weather and elevation took a while to adjust, but aside from that, she loved everything about living here. Mary. Marcus called for her attention again. I don't know it, she replied. She could hear Marcus huff of frustration. This is for me. Marcus. Mary reminded him again. I'm a big girl now. I should get to decide my future. I know. Mary. But the kids, they miss you and Donnie. She's pregnant. And just worried about you. He sighed. He'll come back to visit. Mary replied. They can't travel to see her. With Donnie being pregnant, it was important that they stayed safely within the pack. She could understand Marcus's struggle right now. His mate's pregnancy, and now he had to worry about her too. Are you really going to stay there? He said it like a question, but they both knew it was a statement. They said nothing for a bit before Marcus spoke up again. I miss those days when you needed me. When I had to protect you from everyone and when you looked at me like I was your hero. It was easier for me to take care of you. I still need you. Marcus. Not the same way. He was sad. She didn't respond because she was fighting back tears. Swallowing the lump in her throat. Trying to control the vibration in her throat so that when she speaks, the words don't come out shook and filled with tears. I'm proud of you, though. Mary. It's always been us. And I've gotten used to taking care of you. But to see you grow into an amazing female, it's because I have you. Damn. Her voice shook. Marcus's neck was shaky too. I have to go. Donnie is up from her nap and the boys want food. If anything happens, you'll let me know. You'll call me, Marcus asked. Even if she tried fighting back her tears, they slipped down her cheeks like a waterfall. With her vision blurred, she took in a shaky breath and bit her lips. She missed her family so much. Hearing Marcus's voice made it harder for her because they had never been this far apart. Yes, always, she whispered. After her phone call with Marcus, she took a stroll in the woods, hoping that the walk would soothe away the tears and clear her mind. Mary truly missed her family. Thinking back to all the times that spent together and her sudden decision to leave, her heart cowed and stopped the terrible throb. It was almost unbearable. The sun was almost setting over the horizon and Mary was still wandering around with no actual destination in mind. Her straying mind came to a halt when she stopped in front of the pack house. She only came here once on her tour, and it was still far from her home. When she realized where she was, she turned halfway to return home but stopped when she heard movement in front of her. Whoever it was too far for her to identify them. They were also wearing masks and dark clothing. Without thinking, Mary moved closer to see what they were doing. The smell of gasoline filled her nostril, and she knew what was going on. Hey, she shouted. 3 bodies turned to look behind them. Panic whispers before matches were lit. Immediately, they tossed the matches onto the gas and the wood-built building immediately lit on fire. It burned quickly with the gasoline. The terrifying fire smoldered the entire backside of the building. Pack members were inside. The 3 unidentified individuals ran and disappeared into the woods. Mary had no time to think. She screamed, the only thing echoing in her mind. Fire. She repeated the word constantly while running towards the building. In seconds, the building was burning furiously. Lights turned on in the pack house. People were running and out from all kinds of directions, trying to kill the fire before it could burn everything to the ground with water. Mary could hear people screaming and crying for their loved ones. The more able pack members ran inside the building to rescue as much people as they can. Mary noticed a little female pup, who looked only 6 years old, crying outside, standing in front of the burning building. "Mommy." She sobbed and attempted to run back inside herself to save her mom. Mary grabbed onto her shoulders. "Stay here. It's too dangerous for you to go inside," she urged the pup. "My mommy is inside." She wanted to go find my dad. She ran back inside. Mary turned to look at the building. It was bright as the sun, with its bright orange and fiery red hues. Everyone seemed busy trying to do something. The little pup struggled in Mary's arms, wanting to run back inside to save her mom. Mary took hold of her shoulders and turned her to look at Mary. "They'll go inside to find her. Do you know what floor she is on? What does your mommy look like?" Mary asked. "We live on the 2nd floor. My daddy says she looks like me." The little pup looked hysterically through her tears. It reminded Mary so much of her. Losing both her parents hurt Mary more than anything. "They'll go inside to find her, but you have to promise me you'll stay out here and wait for me," Mary said. "But you don't know where they are." "I don't know you," the little pup argued with tears still running down her cheeks. "You're right. What is your name?" Mary asked. "Tegan," she hiccuped. Mary smoothed back her hair. "Tegan, you told me your mommy looks like you. You'll find someone with beautiful golden brown hair and ask her if she has a little pup named Tegan. That way you'll for sure get your mommy out." The little pup seemed to be happy with that response. She nodded through her tears. When Mary realized the little girl will not chase after her, she released the little pup and headed inside the burning building. By now, the fire has covered the entire backside of the building and burning its way to the front. Many people have made it out alive, and were working actively in putting out the fire. She entered the burning building, walked inside the main foyer and towards the stairs leading up to the 2nd floor. All the while, she was inhaling smoke and coughing. She ripped the ends of her shirt to cover her mouth and nose. Mary knew she didn't have much time. The building was going to fall. She needed to move quick or else she'll burn inside this building along with everything else. Ryker, Abraham, and Gary appeared at the chaotic scene just to see Mary stepping out of the fire right before the structure collapsed. In her arms, she was holding another female pack member. With no hesitation, Ryker rushed over to her side. She was shaking a little from exhaustion. He grabbed onto her shoulders right after she released the female to medical staff. Ryker's eyes did a quick sweep. Black streaks riddled her face and her hair looked a mess. She looked exhausted. "Are you okay?" he asked in concern while his hands roamed over her body. "I'm okay," she said, but the pained grimace on her face when he touched her left forearm didn't go unnoticed. He lifted her left arm and turned it slightly to see that the scalding fire burned her forearm. "Get someone over here to look at this now," Ryker ordered Gary. The building was no longer standing, and with it the fire was dissipating. Ryker watched Gary leave. His eyes swept over the place. Many people made it out alive, but the fire injured some pack members during their escape. He felt Mary lean further into him. His eyes returned to her just in time to catch her as she collapsed unconsciously into his arms. He knelt onto the ground to stop her fall. "She's a fool," Abraham whispered next to him, but Ryker could hear the concern in his voice. Ryker cradled one side of her face and held her close to his chest. At the same time, he was trying to control the erratic beating of his heart. When he heard that there was a fire, he was afraid for his people, but when he appeared at the scene and saw Mary coming out of the fire, he never felt so much fear in his life. "She's brave," Ryker whispered proudly. "She went into a raging fire to save people she didn't know." It wasn't an accusation. There was surprise in Abraham's voice. Ryker, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. This sounds very much like Mary. It made him proud, but it also scared the crap out of him. Mary had no fears. She charged right inside to rescue people without a single thought about her life or how much her life matters to the surrounding people, to him. The medical staff appeared and knelt next to Ryker, setting down his medical kit. He took hold of Mary's hand and turned it around to look. It was a severe burn. It scalded the entire backside of her forearm. It would leave a terrible scar. The medical staff murmured before opening his kit up. He pulled out a medicinal jar. In a hospital setting, it would be more convenient to debride the bad skin tissue before applying medicinal herbs to increase the healing process. Ryker understood. There were many other people that needed attending to, many of which who received more severe burns compared to Mary. This will relieve the pain and increase the healing process, the medical staff assured him. What is it? Ryker questioned. No worries, Alpha. It's a herbal mixture that I learned a while back during my residency. It has gotu kola in it to help with skin repairing and aloe vera to help with the burn. Mary didn't wake up. She slept through the dressing of her forearm too. When the medical staff finished tending to Mary, he packed away his medical supplies before separating from them to tend to others. Ryker was in a dilemma. The leader in him felt the need to stay and manage things here, but the male inside of him wanted to tend to the female in his arms. Looking away from Mary's unconscious form, his eyes did a quick sweep of the surrounding chaos. People were distraught and soon they would start asking questions. Questions that he didn't have any answers for. Carry her to my house, Abe. Ryker looked at his brother. Abraham nodded before taking Mary from Ryker's arms. He watched Abraham carried her away before turning his attention to the scene. Bruno and Gary appeared in front of him, each wearing a grim look on their face. Ryker noticed Gary was carrying something. When his eyes landed on the red-tinted gasoline containers, I found several of these at the edge of the woods, Gary stated. There were also footprints, if I could guess it correctly, to 3 people, 2 lighter in build and 1 who was heavier. One set of footprints has a heavier set of prints on the ground. They fled. Ryker murmured more to himself, which means that they didn't have time to cover their tracks. Someone caught them. It must be those damn juveniles. They are always causing trouble. They must have. Bruno stopped when he saw Ryker shake his head in disagreement. No, it's not them. They are rule breakers, but they won't go this far. Ryker argued. It has to be them. Those pesky little brats don't care about the pack. They just want to have fun. Bruno combated. We shouldn't allow them to act this way. Ryker had recently taken in a group of rebellious juveniles. They were rule breakers and acted tough around everybody. But those were simple disobedience. They wouldn't dare go as far as harming others. And Ryker knew that thoroughly. Ryker agreed with Bruno. They shouldn't act this way. But Ryker could see himself in the group of juveniles. They were lost and so afraid of acceptance. Their only shield of protection was to pretend that this new life meant nothing to them, when they truthfully sought something more than fear and sorrow. People who migrated to his pack always sought more. Alpha Ryker. Ryker turned to see Clarence. Clarence was an elder pack member that lived in the pack house. He had no children or mate. Mainly spends most of his time minding his own business. However, Ryker valued his opinions very much. Clarence was once a council member from another pack until he moved away. May I have a moment of your time? Clarence looked at Bruno and then at Gary. Ryker dismissed them before turning to look at Clarence. A few members have S-linked forward. They all looked tired and worn from trying to put out the fire. Do you know what happened? Clarence was the first one to ask. Ryker shook his head. I wish I had the answers for you all, but I don't right now. Some of them nodded in understanding. I apologize greatly. I wished I could give you all answers, but there isn't. I have failed in protecting you. You do not need to explain yourself. Alpha, we know you do everything you can to provide for us. Clarence interrupted with a wave of his hand. Many people were injured, feeling the guilt of not being able to save them all. Yes, people were injured, but our lives are not in your hands. Alpha, life happens. Death happens. Our lives are our own to save, and you have saved us. We can never thank you enough. Do not think too hard on this. The few people that had wandered over nodded in agreement, but Ryker knew that even if some believed so, others wouldn't. Is the female okay? Someone asked, changing the subject entirely. It took Ryker a minute to understand that they were asking about Mary. We saw her rush first into the fire and helped pull someone out. Then she ran back in to save another. The female amazed me. She didn't stop until she knew everybody was out. She didn't even know us. And she went running in to save my little girl. Although everyone was complimenting her and feeling grateful towards her, Ryker still felt that she shouldn't have done it. She risked her life without considering the consequences. She could have died. She's all right and resting now, Ryker assured them. It was late when he finally got to go home. He made his way up the steps and towards his bedroom, exhausted from Ray homing his pack members into a community center until he could find them a new home. He stunk of smoke and sweat. Opening the door, he had totally forgotten about Mary until he found her sleeping on his bed. He had asked Tabraham to bring her to his home because he felt it would be safer to her closer to him. He also had a spare bedroom. Walking over slowly, as to not wake her, he looked down at her sleeping form. Her bandaged hand was lying on top of the blanket and over her stomach. She looked like she took a shower because she was now wearing one of tea, certain she no longer had black streaks all over her face. After a minute, he showered and hurried to bed. The sun was going to rise any minute now, and he hadn't had a single wink of sleep. Ryker crawled into bed soon after, wearing only a pair of sleeping pants, nothing underneath. Just as he was about to settle in, Mary began mumbling. She became more aggressive and moving her legs and arms as if something terrified her. She twisted toward him as if to curl up into a ball. He saw her bandaged arm about to get squished between the mattress and her body and immediately grabbed onto her shoulder to stop her from rolling over. Carefully, he pushed her back onto her back and scooted closer to her body, making sure his arm rested over her body to stop her from rolling onto her injured arm. She was still moving a little, but her movement lessened, and her whimpers quieted down. Mary May had run into the fire, but it must have traumatized her. She was Ray, living it in her dreams. He saw the worry lines etched on her face. Gingerly, he leaned forward and kissed her forehead and smoothed back her hair. Laying back down, he looked at her for another minute before closing his eyes and falling asleep next to her. He could have slept in the spare bedroom, but the temptation here was too great. She was in his home and being near her relieved some of his fears and worries. It seemed like he had just closed his eyes because when he opened them next, it was already morning and he was sleeping alone. The pillow next to him was imprinted with her body and the bed sheets next to him was ruffled. Mary slept in his bed. Ryker didn't bother getting dressed. He brushed his teeth and washed his face before walking out of his bedroom and downstairs. His house was quiet with no sound, so disappointment began to settle in his chest. He had hoped to see her before she left, to see if she was doing better. Then Ryker heard soft footsteps in the kitchen and gentle murmuring. Mary was in his kitchen cooking. He turned and walked down the hallway and into the curved archway that led to the kitchen. She was still in his shirt, but he wasn't sure if she wore anything underneath his shirt. "Good morning," he announced his presence. Mary dropped the spatula in her hand when she heard his name. "Oh," she said. He sauntered around the small marble island to stand in front of her. Mary's eyes traveled slowly down his without-clothes chest and then flew back to his face. A blush marred her cheeks. Ryker cowled in help, but admit he liked this vision in front of him. Mary was in his kitchen. She reached for the spatula and his attention was caught by his bandaged arm. "How is your arm?" He reached to take hold of her hand to bring her arm between them. "I checked it this morning. It still looks pretty ugly," she said. They have moved closer to examine her arm. It was like a magnetic was pulling them together without them even trying. "You shouldn't have gone inside." He looked at her with displeasure. But why?" She stuttered in disbelief. She was trying to save his pack members and he could have been grateful. "You could have gotten hurt," he responded, still scowling. "I didn't though." Mary argued and yanked her hand from his. She took a step away and continued to cook breakfast, turning her back to him. "Mary," he sighed before shoving a hand through his morning. Unkempt hair. "It's not that I am not grateful. I'm thankful you were there to save them. If it were me, I would have done the same, but I don't want you to get hurt." "But I didn't," she said again. "And this is my choice. You have no say in this." He gave a short laugh before moving to stand next to her. He leaned against the counter. I think that I have some sort of say in this because I promised your brother I would take care of you. Mary turned to glare at him with her spatula still in her hand. She was making some scrambled eggs. Before you get angry with me, I only say this because I care about you. I truly do not like seeing you getting hurt. So, the next time you decide to rush into a raging fire, think about me too. Mary didn't know how to argue with that. It was his feelings that he was expressing. He had a right to feel that way. The way he said it, however, made Mary feel special. 28. It was mid-afternoon when Ryker headed to the community center to check on his pack members. Mary had left after breakfast to go home to change into her clothes. Ryker said nothing to her because his mind was back to what happened last night. Abraham met him at his house shortly after Mary left and left together to the community center. The building was formerly used for educating the little pups, but when the new high school building was built, they moved everyone into that one building. It had enough separate sections to teach everyone. Now, the building was used to host events and to hold meetings. However, they have cleared the space for everyone. Abraham and Ryker entered through the double glass doors. Inside the main lobby, there were two hallways. The left one had the small meeting rooms, formerly known as classrooms, and the one on the right had the big gym space. The relief team had set up many cots for those who had lost their home. A few pack members loitered around the main lobby chatting quietly amongst themselves, but loud talkative noises were coming from the gym. They followed the right hallway to the open, big double gym doors. Inside, many pack members sat around conversing on their cots. The medical staff was making their rounds on everyone. Gary was in the middle of interviewing a few pack members with a small notepad, but when he saw Ryker and Abraham, he excused himself from them and walked over to report. Got anything new for us, Gary? Abraham asked first. Well, many of them were having dinner or just doing their daily routine. They reported nothing out of the ordinary except for one individual who stated that they saw Mary standing in the back of the pack house where the fire originally started. Ryker scowled at Gary. They didn't think it was her, did they? Mary would never do this, or was Ryker so bad at judging character that he didn't see it coming? It wouldn't be the first time too. He thought he knew a female in the past and she turned and backstabbed him. But Mary, could it be? Loud laughter coming from the lunch line pulled all three males' attention in that direction. It was Mary. She was working the lunch line, ladling soup into bowls and handing them to the pack members. Right away, Ryker pushed his previous thought aside. Mary wouldn't have hurt his pack members. She had shown kindness repeatedly. It's not her, Ryker said. Abraham and Gary agreed right away with Ryker's analysis because both of them nodded their head in. All three males had been around Mary enough to know it was her who started the fire. However, she was there at the crime scene. In fact, they saw her running out of the pack house with a pack member wrapped in her arms. The pack house was far from her cabin. A few hours of walk time if she was walking at an easterly pace. Ryker cowled and figured out why she was heading towards the pack house. Was she going to meet someone there? She might have been there by coincidence. Everybody knows Easton has expressed an interest in her. Abraham said it so casually that Ryker knew he didn't say it to jab at him purposely, but more so as a point. Ryker hated that idea even more. Speak of the devil. Gary chuckled. Easton was standing right next to Mary. Together, the two looked like the perfect couple with bright smiles on their face and working to feed the pack members. They wore matching colored shirts. Ryker headed in their direction with Abraham and Gary scrambling to follow. Slowly, the sizable crowd of pack members widened enough for Ryker and them to walk through. Mary finished handing over one soup bowl over to a pack member before she noticed everyone was looking behind them. She also looked in that direction to find Ryker standing in the middle of the crowd. Alpha Ryker. What a surprise to see you here. Mary split the eerie silence of exchanged looks between everyone. It shouldn't be a surprise at all. He is the Alpha. Abraham smirked. Pack members who were nosy enough to listen to the conversation nodded their heads in agreement. Mary cleared her throat before trying to busy herself with picking up another soup bowl. Of course. Are you hungry, Alpha? Easton inquired while doing the most audacious thing. He reached over and took hold of Mary's hand that was holding onto the ladle. Together, they scooped the soup into the bowl in her hand. Every honest attention fell on their connected hands. Ryker could hear the pack members whispering and gossiping east and courting Mary. Ryker didn't realize what he was doing. He growled possessive lie low. No one should have heard it, but every werewolf within the building turned their alpha because everyone had supernatural hearing. Mary is involved with the alpha. Was the alpha marking his territory? Ryker heard every single question that came out of his pack members' mouths. Ryker shoved his fingers through his hair angrily. Curse it all. Now everyone was really going to gossip, Ryker thought. Ryker turned to Gary. You go replace Mary, he ordered. What? Gary looked surprised. Then he turned to look at Easton and Mary before looking back at Ryker again. He repeated the question, just in case he heard it incorrectly. But one dark look from Ryker was enough to send him dropping his notepad's hands and running toward Mary. Gary squeezed himself between Easton and Mary with an apologetic smile. Here, let me help you. Gary put his hand over Easton's. Immediately, Mary pulled her hand away and stepped out of her spot that Gary had forcibly taken over. Mary began. Mary, Ryker called out. She looked at Ryker before turning to look at a scowling Easton. Gary still held on to Easton's hand before Easton also yanked it away. Gary chuckled before turning to assist the pack members. Mary sauntered around the table to Ryker. When she was in close enough range, he took hold of her elbow and pulled her closer to him. Abraham shrugged his shoulders when Mary looked at him quizzically before turning to look at Ryker again. Why are you angry? She leaned forward to whisper in his ear so that no one heard them. Ryker felt a terrible ache in his chest and a twist in his guts at the sight of Easton and Mary together. It was ugly and a horrid feeling, yet he couldn't stop it from crawling all over his skin and causing his wolf to get antsy. With one hand still wrapped around her arm, he grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her forward. She landed with a thunk onto his chest before his lips crushed her lips a second later. Mary stiffened completely in Ryker's arms. He shouldn't kiss her like this. Not in front of everybody. What would everybody think? Ryker didn't give a fuck what everyone thought. He only knew that he needed to make a point, and the point was that Mary was his. Nobody else's but his only. This was unseen before. Ryker's pack has always wondered when he would settle down. When would he finally possess a female and choose her as his? Now he had marked his territory with a possessive growl and kissed her in front of everyone, pronouncing it official that she was his. Mary's hands clutched at his cotton tee, shirt hard before pushing him away from her. Her swollen lips and eyes were wide with all kinds of mixed emotions. How could you? Ousted and growled. She's mine. Ryker snarled. Ryker challenged Easton to say otherwise. In seconds, Easton was standing in front of Ryker, the two males glaring at each other. Mary had to squeeze herself between the two males. This was not the time and place for them to do this. Everyone was staring with wide, open mouths gasping for air. It was ridiculous. Although Mary was embarrassed to be the center of attention, she felt another emotion. One that also stated she didn't mind very much that Ryker kissed her openly. She liked it. In fact, Mary placed her hands onto Easton's chest to push him away while her back was against Ryker's chest. Ryker noticed her hands were touching Easton and immediately grabbed her wrist to pull her away. Easton grabbed the other wrist to stop her. Mary, you have a say in this, Easton argued. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to. Ryker yanked Mary behind him and grabbed onto Easton's wrist to remove his hand off of Mary. Easton looked about ready to challenge Ryker, but Mary immediately let out a shriek and pushed Ryker away. Stop. I mean it, she screamed before turning to look at Easton. Please. As a low level which Easton's jaw worked back and forth. Mary could see that he was angry and debating if he should push further. Fine. It's okay. After a minute of contemplating, Easton nodded his head in reluctance before turning his back to them. Ryker didn't waste a second. He pulled Mary out of the gym and building. leaving behind his brother. Mary skipped to follow him. She could see how angry Ryker was. His shoulders were taut through the thin cotton material of his shirt. The muscles were straining as if he was going to shift. Neither one of them exchanged words until they were miles away. She waited until he was no longer angry. The grip on her wrist lessened and the stiffness in shoulders disappeared. But at that point, they were well immersed in the woods of the mountain and away from the town. His footsteps slowed to allow her to walk next to him. "Why did you do it?" She was the first one to ask, but he ignored her question. Instead, he asked her another question of his own. "What were you doing at the pack house last night?" He wasn't ready to answer her question, which was fine for now. She turned to look at the desired path in front of them with a sigh. "I called Marcus. I missed my family. I just wanted some fresh air and ended up walking too far," she admitted. Ryker forgot about Marcus, her brother. It's been crazy since arriving back home. He stopped his footsteps and turned her to face him with hands on both her shoulders. "I'm sorry. I've been so busy. I haven't thought about how you were feeling since leaving your family." Mary didn't want to cry in front of Ryker, so she sighed shakily and shrugged her shoulders. "I'm all right, but that was the reason I was at the pack house." Then another image of the three dark figures appeared in Mary's mind. She gasped loudly, which startled Ryker for a second. "What's wrong?" Last night, when I noticed I was at the pack house, I was about to turn around and go back home, but I noticed movement behind the house. I turned to look, and I saw three black figures pouring gas onto the building. I shouted after them, but it was too late. They lit a match and threw it onto the building. The fire grew so quickly. I should have told you this, but I was so lost in everything. I totally forgot. It made sense. Ryker didn't care if she did or didn't. She saw the figures. That means someone did this on purpose. It was someone that could get close enough to the pack house. It was someone inside the pack. Not just someone, but several people. "Fuck." Ryker growled and shoved his hands through his hair. He walked away for a second before whipping around to look at Mary. "Could you make out their face?" Ryker questioned. Mary thought hard, digging into her memories to see if she could find anything significant that she could tell Ryker. It was so dark, but if she looked at someone's back she may be able to identify the individual that threw the match that night. "I couldn't see their face, but I saw the back of the person who threw the lit match onto the pack house." I shouted, and it scared him. He jumped and turned to look in my direction. I couldn't make out his face because I got distracted by the fire. This was good enough for Ryker, but it also means that the person who Mary had also seen her too. 29 Ryker didn't take that information into well. It was the idea that Mary's life could be in danger that changed everything. It propelled him to bring her back to his home. She was safer with him than anywhere else at this point. Now, standing in the small foyer of Ryker's home, Mary looked ready to argue with his one-sided decision. However, the look on his face halted all the words she had prepared on the way here. "Is this really necessary?" she asked. "I promised your family I would keep you safe." Mary doesn't know why, but when he said that it made her upset. "We aren't even sure if the person I saw knows that I saw him. Besides, I don't want to be an obligation to you. If it's the promise about my brother that is bothering you, I can dissolve you of that issue. I am a grown female and can handle my own decisions and choices." Ryker released a frustrated growl before taking hold of Mary's hands that she was wringing together subconsciously in front of her. He pulled her closer to him, taking both her hands into his. He bent his head a little to look into her eyes. "You know that's not what I meant. You should already have guessed the direction of my feelings towards you, Mary." Being here has changed Mary's life dramatically. In her pack, she had been almost invisible to the opposite sex for years, but living here she has learned to become more independent and confident in her features and skills. The feeling was inexplainable, but Mary knew that she had changed for the better. Ryker had told her how much he desired her that night she drunk a little too much tonic. Then he asked to court her and took her out on a date. He had kissed and made love to her in ways no one has ever done before. Mary bit her bottom lip, and heat crawled up her neck and warmed her cheeks. Her gaze dropped to the where his hands were holding her securely. With Ryker, she felt stronger, confident, and desired. That she wondered if what she had guessed was truly what he was thinking. Ryker said he got hurt in the past. He may still don't trust her. I may have guessed, but I haven't heard. He stopped her sentence by yanking her into the hard planes of his chest. Placing a firm, possessive hand on the back of her neck, he brought their lips together. A gentle kiss. The tug here and there to urge her to let go of her resistance. When she responded by kissing him back, they fell into a seamless sync. For such a rough alpha male, Ryker was always tender towards Mary. Maybe that was the reason her heart refused to maintain a steady heartbeat when he was around her. His lips were soft and pillow-white. His cardamom and clove scent had become a second scent to Mary. She would bask in it for days if she could. How addicted has she become to him was beyond her. When Ryker broke the kiss, he cradled her face. He took his time looking over her features and remembered faintly the first night she had kissed him. There was no point in denying what he feels. This female before him had him utterly trapped within her firm grasps. He had already proclaimed his rights to her in front of his pack already. "You are mine," he professed to her. "From the moment you kissed me at the mating ball to the moment you left with me that night I was leading your pack. No one else was going to have you." Ryker smoothed her head at her back, exposing her neck. What do you mean?" Mary stuttered. He was looking at her with so much passion and tenderness. Her insides were melting. Her knees wobbled so much in his presence. She had to lean towards him a little to hold herself up. Her heart felt like it was lodged in her throat. Ryker smirked as if he knew the affects he has on her. "Are you willing to be my mate? My Luna?" Luna, Mary must be dreaming. Ryker was asking her to be his mate. She felt the room spin, and she swayed slightly on her feet. Dear Lord, he was asking her to be his mate. Her vision clouded with black dots. Mary. Ryker looked worried. She opened her mouth to say something, but then fainted right into his arms. Luckily, he was quick on his feet, caught her just before she hit the floor. He carried her to his bedroom and laid her in his bed. She didn't answer him, yet fainted. He put a hand to her forehead to see if she caught a fever or something, but nothing. She was breathing okay. Did he shock her with his proclamation? Ryker didn't move from her side. He sat and waited until the sun had set over the horizon. Thinking about all that has happened since the moment he met Mary, and he had never been more confident in his decision. Mary made a soft sound before she started moving around his bed. His gaze shot from the corner of his room to staring at her. She sighed and turned to her side. A second later, her eyes fluttered open. Ryker watched emotion splayed across Mary's face like he was watching a movie. She looked confused for a minute before it turned into pure shock and then horror. Shooting up into a sitting position, she looked at him in horror. It was a dream. It was the first thing she said. "You asked me to be your mate." He nodded. "And I fainted," she said in exasperation. He nodded once again. "I've imagined this a million different ways. Never did I think I would faint in front of my mate." She groaned and covered her face shamefully. Ryker caught the last that his eyes widened, and he moved closer to her. "What did you say?" he asked. "I've imagined this a million after that. Never did I think I would faint in front of my mate." It was her turn to look confused. Ryker broke into a grin first. He captured her lips immediately. Ryker didn't care if she fainted. He cared about her answer. Mary called him her mate. The urge to possess this female was almost frightening to him. He couldn't control the overwhelming power inside of him. The animalistic urge to mark her and possess her body. She fell back onto the mattress and Ryker's body covered her body a moment later. He broke the fevered kiss to skim his lips along her jawline and down the sensitive curve of her neck. She didn't protest. Mary threaded her fingers through his hair, almost locking him into the crook of her neck, urging him to mark her, but Ryker wanted to do so much more. While sucking on her neck to curb the lust and marking her, he removed the covers between them with an abrupt tug. before he quickly discarded their clothes too, leaving no barriers to his hungry exploration. Although Mary has been working on her confidence during her stay here, she never felt more alive than in this moment. Her emotions filled her heart to the peak. So she stopped thinking and allowed her body and heart to revel in Ryker's care. Ryker fell on top of her once again, gentle not to crush her completely. Lightly, he pried her legs apart with his hard knees and settled between them. She felt his hard length pressed against her soft core, throbbing and pulsating with manly needs and her own needs spiked. She wrapped her legs around his waist while he slid his lips back down the curve of her neck and gently bit the area between her neck and shoulder. Without words, he had already told her where he wanted to mark her. She shivered with barely controlled need. She arched her neck in invitation even when he proceeded to suck hard enough to leave a mark. Then Ryker moved lower, sliding down her body until his lips were above her breasts. He brought one nipple into his mouth, sucking and lapping around the sensitive tit until she was writhing with waves of pleasure. When he stopped long enough to pay the same amount of attention to the other nipple, she felt a desperate cry leave her throat. It was pure longing torture. The ache between her legs grew so quickly she cowed and controlled the soft moans and pleas that were leaving her lips. Ryker's hand slid between her legs before circling around her sensitive nub. She cried out loud and clutched the sheets. He watched her fall apart underneath his skilled hands. It plunged inside her and stretched her. "Look at me, Mary," he rasped. She could hear the need in his voice. It strained his vocals when he spoke. Her eyes flew open to look at him while he worked his fingers inside of her, building her quickly to her peak. Her muscles tightened and her eyes were wide. "You're mine, Mary. Mine," she cried out as he stretched her one last time. Her body shook, and she threw head back, her body writhing and moving on its own as wave and wave of the orgasm hits her. Just when she was about to hit the end of her orgasm, he stopped, knelt between her legs, hooked his hand underneath her thighs and plunged his hard length inside of her. Mary gasped upon the invasion, throwing her head back at the sheer pleasure of feeling him inside her. It felt amazing. So good. Even when he wasn't moving. That thought was snuffed a second later when he pulled all the way out and plunged hard and deep inside of her. "Ryker." She screamed his name as her hands clutched the sheets beneath her for dear life. Mary was still looking at him again, almost daring him to try one more time. Ryker's grip on her thighs tightened as he showed her he was more than willing to do it. "Shit," she growled. One corner of his mouth quirked upward before he started a hard and fast rhythm inside of her. Her body shook with each thrust. She felt the coil inside of her tightening all over again, so fast that she wasn't ready. "Ryker." She was desperate this time. Ryker released his grip on her thighs before rolling over onto his back, bringing her on top of him. He knew what she wanted. By putting her on top, she could control the pace. She placed her hand on his chest before rocking her hips. Slow, circled movements that made him groan. Mary watched him close his eyes tight with pleasure and biting his bottom lip. When he opened his eyes again, he was looking at her greedily, her body moving slow and seductive. Her eyes were bright with desire and hunger, while her hair was a tangled mess over her shoulders. She looked like a temptress. His temptress. Mary's rocked harder and faster on top of him, her breasts bouncing with each rock. Ryker's control slipped completely. He was about to burst inside of her like an inexperienced juvenile, flipping her over. He took back the reins. Ryker captured her lips and slipped his arms underneath her shoulders. His body completely covered her. This time, he was going to bring them both to the edge together, and she was ready. Mary kissed him back with equal amount of fever. When he felt her tightened around him, he knew that she was there. Breaking the kiss suddenly, he moved to the crook of her neck, growling like an alpha. His canine led, he felt her tight, and once again around him, he plunged his canines into her skin. He felt her own canines pressed against his shoulder, and the second that he pierced her skin, she also plunged her canines into his shoulder. Blood filled both their mouths, mixing their bonds and tying their souls together. They both could feel the build-up and tugging in their chest and mind. Neither of them were relenting in releasing their canines. A muffled growl vibrated from deep within Ryker's chest as he bore his release inside of her. She was milking him dry each orgasmic wave. When they both came down, Mary was the first to remove her canines, but she made sure to lap at the two little wounds on his shoulders to close them properly. Ryker repeated the same action to his mark on her neck, pulling back onto his elbows. He looked down at Mary. The unspoken words hung in the air between them. They did it. They were finally mated. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to share with you a novel with a roller coaster plot. The love between Mary and Ryker is full of ups and downs. They have to deal with power struggles within the clan and external hostile forces. When Mary saw Ryker injured in battle, bleeding profusely, her heart was shattered. However, in this darkest hour, Mary discovered the strength within her and she's determined to protect their love and clan alongside Ryker. 30. Mary's eyelids fluttered open, only to be assaulted by the intense afternoon sunlight flooding the bedroom. She squinted, her observant nature momentarily overwhelmed by the brightness. With a soft groan, she attempted to roll over into her pillow, but a strong, muscular arm halted her movement. Her eyes widened as she glanced down at her waist, her shy nature causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. She found herself in Ryker's bed, his deep, steady breathing warm against her skin. His face was nestled in the crook of her neck, his powerful frame pressed against her back. Every point of contact between them hummed with an otherworldly energy that made tingles. Mary could sense a part of Ryker's soul within her, a comforting warmth unlike anything she had ever experienced. It filled her heart with an unfamiliar, potent aura, and she instinctively knew it was Ryker and his wolf. Curiously, she felt their confidence seeping into her, bolstering her typically shy demeanor. Carefully, Mary turned in Ryker's arms until she faced him. His eyes remained closed, his breathing deepened even. She still struggled to comprehend the reality Ryker, this strong, confident, and undeniably handsome man, was her mate. Her curious gaze traveled from his striking features down his neck to his body. With Ryker still asleep, Mary took the opportunity to study him in the revealing sunlight. Her eyes traced the hard, muscular planes of his chest down to his chiseled ABS. Her mate was the epitome of strength and masculinity. Tentatively, she lifted the covers slightly, allowing more light to illuminate his lower body. When her gaze landed on what she sought, Mary's face flushed a deep crimson, her shy nature reasserting itself. As she marveled at Ryker's impressive physique, she noticed a change in his breathing pattern. Her eyes darted up to find him already watching her, his hazel eyes hazy with sleep, but unmistakably interested. For a moment, they remained motionless, content in each other's embrace. Shielded from the outside world, Ryker made the first move, removing his arm from her waist to take her hand. He slowly intertwined their fingers, both of them marveling at the powerful mate tingles spreading through their palms. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. "Good morning, Luna," he said, his voice a sleepy, husky rumble that sent a shiver down Mary's spine. "Luna." Mary cowled and stopped the smile from spreading across her face. Then she bit the inside of her cheek to stop her from making a fool of herself. But when she saw that one corner of his lips lifted into a half-smile, she cowled and stopped the smile from growing. "Good morning," she said shyly. In the romantic human novels that Mary had read in the past, she noticed that the authors would often describe how beautiful the male character looked. Sometimes, Mary would find herself a little cynical and scoff at the description. No man alive would be that perfect. But now that she was staring at Ryker, she realized why the authors were so intent on describing the main character's features. It was to capture the hearts of the readers, nor was it to make the main male characters appealing at all. No, it was simply put out there to allow the readers a chance to see through a glass prism and see what the main female character was feeling. The missing pieces fall into place for the reader's love and infatuation for the main male character without them realizing that even though the character had flaws, they were beautiful through their loved one's eyes. Ryker's black hair fell over his forehead with a carelessness that added to his sexy bad boy persona. Although he had slight bags underneath his eyes from the lack of sleep, he looked handsome either way. This male chose her as his. She was his mate. His Luna. Suddenly, frightened at the idea that this might be a little too much for her to handle, she pushed against him a little too hard. Ryker wasn't prepared for that reaction at all. He flipped harshly onto his back with a grunt just as she rolled off the bed and fell onto the ground, her body covered with the sheets as it slid off Ryker's body. Mary landed with a thump. "Oh," she groaned. "Are you okay?" Ryker asked as his head popped over the edge of the bed to look at her. Mary had hit her elbows on the hard bedroom floor, but she wasn't injured anywhere else. "I'm fine." Mary rolled onto her back and looked up at Ryker. There was mirth lingering in those gorgeous hazel eyes. His half-smile turned into a full-blown smile and she could see the whites of his teeth. He began chuckling and laughing. A pout appeared on her face. "This is not funny." Ryker nodded his head. "It's funny." Mary fought with the sheets to stand up. When she stood up completely, Ryker was sitting on the ends of the bed, completely oblivious to his without-clothes-ness. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close, burying his face into her breast. "Are you regretting last night?" he asked. Something strange stirred in her stomach. Mary felt an edge of insecurity and realized it was coming from Ryker. Her heart softened immediately and without thinking. She ran her fingers through his hair. "No, I'm not," she replied. Ryker pulled back to look at her. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "I am yours." He broke into a confident grin again. Their emotions were all over the place. She knew it was because both of them were still getting used to the mate bond and distinguishing their own emotions from each other. "What are your plans today?" Ryker asked. "I was thinking about going back to work," she replied. Ryker frowned. "Why?" he asked. "You don't have to work." "I do have to work. I do have to work," she replied almost immediately. Although Mary was his Luna and would love to enjoy the pampering of her alpha, she didn't want to entirely depend on him. "Are you doubting my ability to take care of you?" "Of course not." Mary thought her words carefully because obviously she didn't want to wound Ryker's ego. "Although I would enjoy your pampering, I still want to continue doing what I do best." Ryker was silent for a minute as he debated over letting Mary work with Easton or keeping her home all to himself. The jealous and selfish part of him wanted Mary all to himself. However, the logical part of him knew that this was important to Mary. "Besides, who said I can't have both? You're pampering and doing what I love." Ryker smirked when he heard what she said. Mary had a point. On another note, Mary was no longer available. His mark on her neck was proof. Ryker agreed with Mary and allowed her to continue working with Easton. With that decision, he made use of whatever little time they had left before he meeting everyone. Ryker spent his time worshipping her body and making love to her repeatedly until she fell asleep. It was late into the afternoon when Ryker finally opened his mind to his pack. They couldn't hear him, but they could feel his emotions. Mary was still sleeping upstairs, and he was downstairs cooking up some late breakfast, something he doesn't do very often. Ryker's guard was down, but as soon as he let down his guard there was a knock at his front door. Turning off the stove, he unwrapped his apron and tossed it on the kitchen counter before going to answer. When the door opened, he saw that it was Ethan, the enforcer that went hunting with him that night and also tracked down Ava's body. Although Ethan was younger than Ryker and the least inexperienced amongst his enforcers, Ethan was loyal, dedicated, and ambitious. "Alpha," he greeted immediately, but his expression made Ryker's blood run cold. "Something has happened." Ethan's face was white as a sheet of paper. His eyes were wide and frantic. "What happened?" "Something happened when we were patrolling the south border." Ryker heard movement behind him. He knew that Mary was awake and walking his way. He listened to see if she would move closer, but she must have got the idea that it was a good time. She remained far back enough to not get noticed. but near enough to hear what was being said. They attacked us. It happened so quickly. None of us were prepared. By rogues. A fog blinded us. We couldn't see anything, and the weird thing was when we inhaled the mist, it numbed around strength. All of us were getting light-headed. They severely injured Beta, Abraham, and Gary. Alpha. They are in the hospital right now. Ethan's words sent a knife through Ryker's gut. They hurt his brother, and Ryker was home with Mary. Familiar disgust and anger pulsed through him. Ryker hasn't changed. He was still the same old irresponsible fool. He couldn't even protect his family. Mary was by his side. She grabbed on his arm. Ethan looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to be in the Alpha's home. As soon as his eyes slid down to the mark on her neck, his eyeballs were about to pop out of their socket. He opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came. Ryker, we need to go see your brother and Gary. Mary hoped to redirect his inner turmoil away from the trail of darkness and focus on what was important. She watched Ryker's throat worked with emotions, his jaw ticking with clear anger. She could feel her guts churning with so much pain and anguish. Ethan still looked lost. His mouth was still gaping open and his eyes were still wide as saucers. Obviously, this came out of shock. He knew that Mary was someone special to Ryker and heard rumors about their budding relationship. But to witness this with his own eyes, it was unbelievable. Mary turned to look at Ethan. Ethan couldn't believe it. Mary looked plain at first glance, but any sensible male who took their time to really look at her would know there was more to her than what meets the eyes. Mary's left hand moved to cover the mark on her neck, but Ryker's hand stopped her from covering it. "Yes, your Luna. You will give her your loyalty and protection the same way you would for me," Ryker said. Ethan's mouth snapped shut. He half nodded, half shook his head as if to clear his mind. Yes, of course. Ethan was about to kneel and pledge his loyalty, slightly dramatic. He was. Ryker grabbed his shoulder to stop him. A simple yes would suffice. Ethan. Oh yes, yes, always. Ethan clearly looked embarrassed. Take me to them. They ran in their wolf forms to get there faster. Mary following between Ethan and Ryker. When they reached the small medical center, Ethan showed them to the medical rooms of Abraham and Gary. In front of the door stood Bruno. When he saw Ryker come in, he moved to open the door for them to enter. Mary and Ryker entered first. Ethan and Bruno followed, and anger was rising quickly inside of Ryker as he took in the sight of Abraham and Gary. They were both unconscious and severely injured. Bruises on their arms and head. How did you make it out alive? Ryker asked Ethan. Abraham and Gary told me to run back and get reinforcements. When I came back with them, they were already bleeding heavily on the ground. We lost a few more border patrols last night. Ethan explained while moving to stand next to Ryker and Mary. Ryker had moved to stand by his brother's side. Mary rarely saw blood. While in her pack, her brother kept her sheltered and away from the fighting fields. When he was injured, he would clean himself up really well before seeing her. He was afraid she'll get worried and upset because she had no one left but him. Now, seeing Abraham and Gary, she was afraid for them. She adored and cared for them deeply. Her eyes slid from Abraham to Gary, who was sleeping on the other bed. Bruno had moved to stand on the other side of Abraham's bed when he saw her move. She walked over to touch the stitch wound on Gary's forehead. What did the doctor? Mary stopped mid-sentence because in the middle of turning around to ask Ethan the question. She saw the back of Bruno. Memories flashed before her. The male who poured gasoline on the pack house. His back, it was Bruno. 31. Mary's heart rate sped up. Her palms were sweaty, and she felt slightly nauseous. The air conditioner was running, and she could feel the cool air against her bare skin. But it did little to cool her body, although the first thing that she wanted to do was tell Ryker this was the right time. Her haste could cause more damage than good. This was my fault. I should have done a better job with managing border patrol, Bruno said while looking down at Abraham. Mary's gut twisted with a mixture of fear and distrust. He sounded so sincere, but Mary knew without a doubt that Bruno was the one who threw the matches onto the gasoline. Do we know anything from these attacks? Ryker asked. No, Bruno answered. He turned around to look at Mary. She tried her hardest to school her emotions. Her heart was racing a mile a minute. She was sure if she cowed and controlled her fear, he could detect a change in her demeanor. Bruno's scrutinizing eyes fell on her. Mary felt like a prey stuck in his crotcheris. Every hair on her body stood at attention. Then it flickered from her face to the crook of her neck. His eyes narrowed with disdain. She watched his eyes slid back up to her, almost accusing her silently. She didn't feel safe at all. And then she shuffled over to Ryker and hid half her body behind his back. Her hands went to clutch his shirt. She practically almost pressed her body against Ryker. She felt so cold underneath Bruno's disapproving gaze that she cowed in help welcoming Ryker's heat. You marked her, Bruno questioned, but it came out almost as an accusation. Yes, Ryker responded. Mary felt Ryker's right arm moved back to grasp her hand in his. Without speaking, he was reassuring her she was safe. Instantly, she exhaled. Ryker wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Help protect her. You rut with her a few times and that was all it took. Ryker's hand tightened on hers. His back tense with unspoken anger. Amid her fear and anxiety, she could discern a burning fire growing in the pit of her stomach. She knew it was Ryker's emotions. Watch your mouth, Bruno. You think I am the only one that thinks this? There were calamities happening in the pack and you were busy rutting with a female. Bruno was relentless and asking for his death. Funny how it all happened when she entered our territory. The insinuation was there. He wanted to blame Mary. What happened next startled Mary. Ryker released her hand and attacked Bruno. Her mail moved with impressive and inhuman speed. With one blink, he had Bruno struggling against the opposite wall. Ryker bared his canines, peeling his lips back, exerting his dominance of the disrespectful wolf and forcing him to obey. Ryker released a wave of alpha dominance. It coiled in the air and affected all their wolves. Even Ethan lowered his head and downcast his eyes as a sign of obedience. Mary's wolf felt the effect. But Ryker was her mate. She didn't feel the same compulsion to obey. Bruno growled his displeasure. Ryker didn't like it one bit. He threw one hard hit at Bruno's jaw and busted his lips. Grabbed Bruno's shirt and threw him like a rag doll across the room. Bruno was a big male, and so he hit the opposite wall with a grunt. Ryker strived toward him, the cold and menacing look in his eyes that Mary never seen before. Placing one foot on Bruno's left wrist, he applied pressure. Bruno grit his teeth and the muscles on his face ticked with pain and anger. You insulted my mate. I should kill you right here, right now. Bruno didn't say nothing, but his disobedience and reluctance vibrated deep within his chest. Ryker applied more pressure. Ethan refused to step in. His alpha was already on edge. Mary didn't know what to do. Bruno was the person who started the fire. He may have been the person who killed the other pack members, but she wouldn't know. She wanted to tell Ryker, but telling him now was a good idea. If Bruno, someone internally, could betray him, what about the rest of the pack members? Was Ethan loyal? If Ethan was loyal, that means Ryker's odds were not good. She also didn't want to endanger both Gary's and Abraham's life. They were still unconscious. Mary knew very little about fighting. If it wasn't for our past, I would take your disrespect as a challenge. Ryker's words laced with barely restrained anger. He lifted his foot off of Bruno's wrist. Bruno breathed heavily through his teeth. Although Ryker didn't break his wrist, she could see how bruised it looked. Leave. Ethan jumped and ran out the door. Bruno looked at his wrist and then slid a dirty look in Mary's direction before walking out. When they were finally alone, Mary walked over to Ryker. Ryker was shaking still. His eyes were closed, and she knew that he was close to shifting. Hoping that her touch could soothe away the anger, she touched his stiff back. Ryker jumped, not expecting her touch, but a moment later, his shoulders sagged and his muscles uncoiled its stiffness. Who is he? Mary asked. One of my older enforcers. She is hard to work with, but he has saved my life several times. Mary thought about what Ryker said. If he said that Bruno had saved his life, why would Bruno harm the pack? It made little sense. Maybe what she was sure on what she saw that night. Ryker turned and wrapped his arms around her. He moved his face to the crook of her neck and inhaled deeply. She wrapped her arms around him and patted gently. "I'm sorry that you had to hear those words. Mary, you don't deserve that kind of disrespect." Ryker apologized. It didn't matter to Mary. Bruno was nobody to him. She has always believed that people can stay whatever they want. What truly matters was that she knew who she was. Mary was a degrading female like how Bruno made her to be. So his matter little to her. His opinions matter very little to me, Mary admitted. Ryker chuckled before pulling back to look at her. He cupped her face. His eyes were back to its normal light shade of hazel. "I don't regret my decision." His eyes traveled to his mark on Mary's neck. He traced the 2 little teeth marks with his fingertip. "Out of all the life decisions I made, you are the one I don't regret." She knew he meant it because that was just how the mate bond worked. He couldn't lie to her as she couldn't lie to him. Ryker, Abraham's heart monitor was beeping like crazy. Both Mary and Ryker broke apart. Ryker moved to the monitor screen to look at the vitals. Mary threw open the door to shout for help. In seconds, nurses and doctors filled the small medical room, pushing both Ryker and Mary back. One nurse moved to grab a hold of both their arms and tried to push them out. "Alpha, we need the room. Please step outside and let us save him." Ryker pushed the nurse's hand away. His wolf and him wanting to be there for their brother. They both wanted to ensure that Abraham was safe. His heart twisted in pain at the sight of his little brother unconscious body. He lost a lot of blood and sustained multiple chest injuries. "We need the room." "Alpha," the nurse stressed. Mary took hold of Ryker's arm. "Ryker, I know you want to be here for him, but we have to let the doctors do their job." She glances over at Abraham and saw the doctors performing chest compressions. Loud voices and orders were being thrown all over the room. She tugged on Ryker's arm. "Ryker, please, listen to me." Ryker's eyes reluctantly flew to Mary and she could see the anguish on his face. However, he listened and stopped fighting the nurse. The nurse pushed them outside of the medical room. The heart monitor was still beeping dangerously as the door slammed shut in front of them. Ryker dropped to the floor, bringing his knees up. He covered his head with his hands, his fingers tugging at his hair as he rocked back and forth. Fuck. 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 He growled angrily. She dropped to her knees in front of him, quickly grabbing his wrists. She tried to pry his hands away. "It's not your fault," she assured him. "It is my fault. I should have protected him. I should have been there. I should have been the one that was hurt." Ryker snarled. "Please, don't do this to yourself." "Ryker, it isn't your fault, and if Abraham was awake, he would say the same thing. You don't understand. I left him alone to fend for himself. I was a selfish bastard. I couldn't stand the idea of having to take care of someone. I ran away and now I am doing the same thing all over again." Ryker shook and she could feel so much self-guilt and pain from him. It hurt her so much. She wrapped her arms instantly around him, whispering soothing words into his hair. She wanted to take care of him, for someone to bear some weight on his shoulders. He was allowed to crumble and fall in front of her because she would be there to support him. Hours later, they sat in the waiting room. She was still holding him close to her body, but he had stopped shaking. He buried his face in her chest to hide that fact that he had cried. When Mary heard the little pitter-patter of feet heading their direction, she turned her head to see who it was. One doctor and nurse stood in front of them, their faces sketched with worry and fear. "How is he?" she whispered. Ryker turned his head to look at the nurse and doctor. Their eyes landed on their Alpha before they looked at the ground. "Right now, he is okay, but he might go under arrest again. His body is extremely weak. We did everything we can, but his body is not responding well to the human blood we supplied him. Usually, werewolves are receptive to human blood and it can assist in the healing process. But sometimes werewolves who had lost blood, the human blood will go through their body quickly and do little in healing. The doctor explained. What about werewolf blood? Mary questioned. The doctor nodded his head. Werewolf blood would work, but it has to be akin. Take mine. Ryker stood up from his position. It's not that easy. While your blood may aid him healing, he would need a lot to survive. Take mine. He repeated once again. The doctor's eyes flickered to Mary as if seeking her opinion. But Mary had no say in this. If it was Marcus, she would do the same thing. Finally, the doctor nodded before looking at the nurse. Take him to the room. Perform a direct transfusion. The doctor turned back to Ryker. But you must be careful. Let us know as soon as you start feeling lightheaded. That settled everything. Ryker and Mary followed the nurse back into the medical room and were quickly set up to do a direct transfusion. Bertito Ryker blinked a few times. The room was spinning. An uncomfortable knot formed in his stomach and the urge to hurl crawled up his throat. Vampire Dissection by Drake Mason and E.Y. Gregg. By the undocumented changeling and first to cause of a low-level Rick. Mary asked next to him. He felt her fingers on his arm. He blinked and tried to look at her. She handed him an uncapped bottle of water. He brought it to his lips and took large gulps of it. He probably downed 8 to 9 water bottles already. The nurse had already removed the needle. I'm fine, he grumbled. He'll need to rest a bit to recover. The nausea should go away soon. The nurse cleaned up, throwing away the needles safely, and tossing away any extra bandages and packages. Opening his eyes was not helping him, so he closed his eyes again and rested his head against the back of the chair. Abraham slept quietly next to him. He could feel Mary kneeling down next to him. All this time, and she didn't leave his side for a second. You're perfect, he mumbled. A second later, Ryker felt Mary smooth back his hair. Sweat beaded his forehead. His body was fighting what he was feeling. He wanted to be awake, but it was exhausting. Ryker felt at ease. The doctor said that Ryker's blood would help quicken Abraham's healing process. A sigh passed through his lips when he heard the nurse leave. He spoke up again, remembering a memory of when Abraham and him were juveniles. One night, Abraham and I were living in an abandoned home. We both went out to look for jobs, desperate for some food to fill our stomach. We were gone all day. Abraham went looking for a job, did his best. Never gave up. While I ended up in a bar, I saw this human woman. I could smell her arousal from all the way across the room. She knew I wasn't old enough to drink legally, but she still came over to talk to me. She ordered me food and drinks. I ate my fill. Ryker's voice was hoarse as he remembered that night. Shame crawled all over him. I even saved some for Abraham. When I got back to the abandoned home, Abraham was there. He was so hungry. He devoured the food I brought home. Abraham had found a job that day. I had totally forgotten about it. I just wanted to have fun with no responsibility. Ryker's eyes flew open again. He turned his head to look at Mary. She was listening intently. I'm not a good person. I'm selfish. I hurt the only person who was there for me. That day, I felt exactly how I feel today. Disgust. I'm not worthy. Mary, we all made mistakes. Ryker, but what matters if we learn from them? You'd own that. Ryker, if that was true, you wouldn't be who you are today. Plus, Abraham loves you either way. HES loyal to you. HES your brother. Forgiving you would be the easiest thing in the world. I'm lucky to have you by my side. Mary, I'm glad you kissed me that night. Mary laughed softly before to brush her lips over his lips. A knock sounded at the door. When it opened, Ethan looked at them with a nervousness that made Ryker's wolf raise his hackles. Something was wrong. There is a large gathering at the pack house, Ethan reported. Ryker frowned. Why would his pack members be at the pack house? It was no longer standing because of the fire. You should go there, Ethan said with a sense of seriousness that had Ryker's vision slowly clearing up. He was still feeling light-headed and dizzy, but adrenaline was pumping through his veins, erasing any signs of discomfort. Ryker stood up, but his legs shook a little. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and it forced him to close his eyes. He pinched the bridge of his nose and took deep breaths. "Are you okay? Should I get some enforcers to disperse the crowd? Tell me what you need me to do." Ethan was not trained in this, but people who usually handled pack issues were Abraham, Gary, or him. "Don't worry. I'll go. I just have one hell of a headache," Ryker grumbled. Barry didn't say anything, but Ryker could feel that Mary worried about him. He needed to ensure them he was okay, that he would be able to take care of them. Otherwise, there would be chaos in his pack and he would fail again. Taking another deep breath, he opened his eyes and glanced at Ethan. "Let's go." Ryker would have preferred to let Mary stay behind, but pack issues like this, it would be best to have both Alpha and Luna present. He might have not had the chance to introduce her to the pack as his mate, but having her presence there would ensure that everything was okay. So he reluctantly allowed her to tag alone. Abraham and Gary were safe now, so he felt better leaving them in medical center. When they stepped outside of the medical center, Ryker took off his shirt and jean. He handed them to Mary. Ethan also did the same. For a second, he saw a flash of confusion in his mate's eyes. "We will have to run in our wolf forms to get there faster. You can ride on my back, but you must hold my clothes for me." She nodded and took Ryker's clothes into her hands, clutching them to her chest. With her mated, it was appropriate for Ethan to hand over his clothes to her. It had his scent on them, so he quickly changed and bite down on his clothes to carry them with his teeth. When Ryker shifted into a big black wolf, she watched his wolf fur bristled in the wind before he stand on all four paws. Making no sound, he took a few steps toward her before lowering his upper body for her to climb on. Mary slid her legs over his body. Her body welcomed the extreme body heat that was radiating from Ryker's wolf. His natural cardamom and clove with hint of sweetness scent was stronger too. It comforted her so much. Instantly, she wrapped her arms around his neck and her head on his back. A few minutes later, they were running through the woods so fast that everything blurred. The way they ran right now differed from the first night they arrived in the pack. It was quicker. She realized that they slowed their pace for her that night. Ryker and Ethan S. Wolf didn't slow down until they were near the pack house. Slowly, the blur of trees stopped and she could see. When Ryker came to a stop, she lifted her head to look around. They were near enough to the pack house, but far enough to still change. It was almost dark outside now. With so much that has happened, a full day flew by. She handed him his clothes after sliding off his body. Ethan had moved to a more private area to shift back. Ryker didn't bother hiding. He shifted in front of her. He pulled on his jean first before grabbing his shirt and pulling it over his head. "Alpha, I didn't mention it at the medical center, but the leader of the group is Bruno." Ethan mentioned. Bruno. This news surprised Ryker. Although Bruno and Ryker don't always agree on certains, Ryker has always respected Bruno and trusted him. Could it be Ryker? Mary looked at Ryker from underneath her eyelashes. She wrung her hands nervously in front of her. Something was bothering her. She licked her suddenly dried lips before speaking. "I think I saw Bruno that night. He was the one who threw the matches. When I saw his back at the medical center, his shoulders and the look in his eyes, it reminded me of that night. I'm almost positive it's him, but I heard you say you trust him. I was going to tell you, but then Abraham coded. Betrayal." Ryker could understand why Mary said nothing to him. She has never met Bruno until today, and their mate Bond told him she was lying. Mary was telling the truth. She was going to tell him, but there was no time. He had trusted Bruno. Fury rose like thunder inside of him. It crackled and burned through his veins. He had thought that Bruno only argued against him because he was old and traditional, but not that Bruno was the person behind all that has happened. Growling, Ryker ran toward the pack house. Briefly, he heard Mary calling his name. Ethan rushed to follow his Alpha. Blood pounded in his eardrum. When Ryker burst out of the edge of the woods, he saw Bruno standing in the middle of everybody. A group of unknown rogues surrounded him and a few of his pack members, including enforcers that he trained. Ethan and Mary burst out of the woods and stood next to him. Mary realized the number odds between the two groups. She turned to Ethan. She clutched his arm. "Go, Ethan. Gather the rest of the enforcers. Tell them that the Alpha is in danger. They need to protect the pack," she said. "Run, don't stop. Run, shout at the top of your lungs. Ethan. They will chase you and they will try to stop you. But go," she ordered. Ethan cowed and resisted her command. Although a part of him wanted to stay and help protect them, he knew that Bruno's group of loyal underlings outnumbered them. He nodded and burst into a run back into the wood. Just as Ethan disappeared, 3 of Bruno's underlings separated from the group and headed in the direction that Ethan headed. It's too late. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and E.Y. Grant. At the undocumented changeling, I'm forced to curse of a low-level rich. I've always known you were too weak for the pack. No matter what I say, you wouldn't listen. You took in a bunch of weak juvels and lost. Ancient and weak wolves. You are not worthy of the Alpha title. Ryker laughed coldly. You think you are any better. You prey on the weak to make yourself look strong. All those times you saved me was to gain your trust and control you. But little did I realize how foolish you are. Weak, unfitting for an Alpha. Bruno sneered, pacing in front of his underlings with confidence. Enough, Ryker snarled. You want my position. Ryker's stance was one ready to attack. His eyes narrowed and lips peeled back. You think you are better than me? Mary watched a dark shadow pass over Ryker's feature. He was truly furious. A wave of Alpha power rolled off him naturally and thickened the air. Bloodlust and determination filled his natural light hazel eyes. It burned with a coldness that made Mary shiver in response. Like a natural predator he was ready to kill. Then try and take it from me. Ryker threatened before shifting into his wolf again. His clothes shredded into tiny pieces. His wolf growled aggressively, baring its sharp teeth at its opponent. Bruno shifted immediately after into a gray wolf that was almost the same size as Ryker. Bruno has issued an Alpha challenge. No one can interfere now. Slowly, the circle closed around the 2 dominating wolves, pacing and watching, waiting to see the victor. 33. As the fight began, darkness slowly touched every single corner of the mountain, left no valley or rabbit hole untouched. The only light they had tonight was the shining moon, as if the gods and goddesses were looking down at them. The smell of smoke still tainted the surrounding air. Not a single sound but the low, determined, and vicious growls of the 2 dominating wolves. There were flashes of black and gray fur, almost a blur to the without close eye. Mary watched apprehensively. Her mate fought Bruno, with the claws and bites. She realized that Ryker was trained exceptionally. He knew enough to fall back and when to attack. Yet, she feared that Ryker was weaker than he was letting on. Giving Abraham blood might be his demise in this fight. He was putting on a brave front, but she noticed that Bruno had thrown Ryker down more than once, even pinned him over 10 times. But her mate was a fierce alpha male. Her pacing grew panicky when she saw how worn Ryker was becoming. Both dominating wolves were equal in attacks. Bruno's claws were swiping and digging for kills. Ryker was working hard and dodging those hits and trying to get his own lethal blow in. Then Bruno made a mistake that caused him to tumble back. Ryker jumped on the chance and pilfered his claws towards Bruno's stomach. It snagged and tore, but it wasn't a lethal enough blow. Bruno had managed to roll away and back onto his feet. Her eyes flew to the edge of the woods, praying that Ethan was able to beat those 3 rogues. However, her distraction caused her to miss what was happening. A loud whine and whimper had her gaze snapping back to what was happening. Her mate was down on the ground, wounded. Triumph flashed across Bruno's eyes. He stood a little taller on his paws, took a few steps toward Ryker's weak body. She felt like her heart was being ripped out of her chest. Her knees wobbled and fear instilled itself deep inside of her. She cowed and bared to see Ryker like this. Ryker, she screamed inside her head. No, 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 please. Get up. Get up. Mary pleaded, not wanting to interfere with the fight. Bruno shifted back. He stood disgustingly without clothes in front of them all. She wanted to vomit at the sight of him. Did he think he was some kind of god? On Bruno's face, he wore a confident smirk, as if he knew he had won already. Mary hated him. Hated him more than anything in the world. Hated him for hurting Ryker, her mate. She growled in warning as she watched Bruno sauntered over to Ryker for a finishing blow. Her fingernails dug into the earthy ground. She cowled and stopped the snarl that slipped past her lips again. Bruno stopped and glanced at her. Maybe you'll have some fun with your mate once I am alpha, Bruno taunted. Ryker snarled. Although it was weak, it was enough to give her some hope. That's it, baby. Mary's eyes were back on her mate. Ryker got back onto his paws, but his legs shook terribly. He huffed and puffed, even though she wasn't fighting. Every fiber in her body was screaming in agony. She wanted to run to him. Please don't make this hard on yourself. Ryker stood up completely, and his wolf stood at the same height as Bruno. Then Mary saw a glint of light coming from Bruno. Her attention zoned in on what was in Bruno's hand. He held a knife with a curved blade. Why don't you shift back? I want to kill you fair and square, Bruno taunted, assuming a fighting stance with one leg forward and one back. He lifted one arm up into the air and other held his knife. Let your little mate see you one last time before I end your miserable life. Don't listen to him, Mary shouted, unable to hold back anymore. Tears were streaming down her face. Ryker Wolf's ears perked up upon hearing her voice, but he didn't look in her direction. You're better than him. You fought, and you won. You earned this title. This is your pack. Ryker lunged, a renewed look in his eyes, a surge of energy pulsing through the air. Bruno's confidence wavered as Ryker's jaw locked in on Bruno's right shoulder, the arm that was holding the knife. Snarling, Ryker shook his head. Bruno roared in pain. He grabbed onto the fur on Ryker's neck and pulled, flipping Ryker over onto his back. Ryker rolled over and attacked again. Using his head, he hit Bruno so hard he flew across the field. Everyone wide in the circle, not wanting to interrupt what was happening. Bruno was within range from Mary. She could shift and attack him now. Kill the betraying bastard. But this was a challenge. She cowled and interfere or her mate would lose. She dug her fingers deeper into the earth to keep her from ripping into his body. For the first time in Mary's life, she wanted blood. Ryker shifted into his human, standing tall and proud without clothes. To Bruno's glum arcs were on his chest. He was still bleeding, but he looked so magnificent underneath the moonlight. So beautiful. Her male, her warrior, her alpha, her heart. Ryker broke into a run. She could see how pale he was. He was fighting it so hard. Bruno, already seeing Ryker running, scrambled to stand up. He searched for his knife, his hands scrambling all over the grass for it. Seconds before Ryker reaching him, he found it, lunged for the knife. He grabbed it and swiped it in the air. It slid across Ryker's skin. Her heart leapt in her chest. It was a severe cut. Ryker's eyes met hers fleetingly in her eyes. She willed him to be strong. She begged him to cling on to their mate bond and the strength of it to fight. Ryker gave her a tired smile, as if he was trying to reassure her. Mary thought he was insane, but couldn't help but love this man completely. Behind him, she could see Bruno attacking again, Mary's eyes wide and in terror. Bruno was going to kill Ryker. Words of warning crawled up her throat and were about to leave her mouth when Ryker turned around and wrapped his hands around Bruno's wrist. A loud crack pierced the night sky. Bruno roared in pain. The knife dropped to the ground, spitting around. Ryker hit Bruno's chest with his palm. That blow must have broken a few ribs. She was sure of it. Bruno flew back a few more yards, dropped to his knee and coughed out some blood. Ryker turned his to Mary. She held her breath. The fight washed over. It won't be over until one of them dies. Bruno stood up. He laughed like a maniac. Blood stained his chin and down his chest. He looked like a psychopath. That was a good one. He laughed. Ryker stalked towards him and drew a punch. Bruno blocked with his forearm, pushing it away before body slamming into Ryker. He had thought for Ryker to fly back, but Ryker grabbed onto Bruno's arm. Ryker was going anywhere. Ryker flicked Bruno over his shoulder, roaring with fury. Bruno fell onto his back. He groaned out loud at the hard impact. Ryker didn't wait. Her mate kicked Bruno hard in the stomach. He flew across the fields again like a rag doll and stopped a yard in front of Mary. So close to me. Mary snarled in her mind. Just then, they heard loud voices, shouting of enforcers. Reinforcements. Ethan. He got help. The tension in Mary's body let off a bit, but the second she got distracted and let down her guard, Bruno lunged at her and wrapped his arm around her neck. He held her against his body as a shield. You lost. Bruno. Ryker stalked toward them. In his eyes, she could see that he was in complete control, but there was that little glint of gold that shimmered. He was afraid for her life. I don't give a fuck. Bruno snarled, tightening his arms around her neck almost like he was a cornered animal. He was erratic in movement, tugging Mary and almost choking her. If I can't have that alpha title, I'll take your little mate with me. Take her and my enforcers will chase you. There is no safe place on Earth for you. He was still walking towards them but stopped a few yards. Bruno was still inching back. His eyes were looking everywhere. The enforcers arrested the rogues that Bruno brought into the territory. They captured the pack members who have betrayed. Bruno knew he had nothing left. The enforcers moved in, tightening the circle. Bruno stumbled back, shouting and making empty threats. Bruno dragged Mary down a little slope. He lost his footing. It was at this moment Mary made a move. She grabbed onto his arm and bit into hard. Bruno roared in pain. You bitch. He screamed. You'll pay for this. Mary stomped down hard on Bruno's foot like how her brother taught her back in the days. Bruno was caught off guard. It either his or more his foot. He threw her away from his body. Mary went flying. Her body cowed and controlled her fall. Everything happened in slow motion. She could see from the corner of her eyes that Ryker rolled onto the ground before getting onto his knees. Then he stood in one swift move the knife that Bruno used on him spun in the air toward Bruno. Bruno's scream stopped short. She knew that he was dead. There was no doubt about it. But her eyes were on Ryker. As soon as Bruno stopped screaming, Ryker started running towards her, fear in his beautiful hazel eyes. Voices and bodies running towards her just as she fell onto the ground. Her head had hit on something hard. She lost consciousness. Third eye for her. As soon as Mary regained consciousness, she shoots into a sitting position. The abrupt movement and sudden bright lights caused her head to throb painfully. She grimaced and covered her eyes. Shit, she grumbled. Careful. Her mate whispered next to her. Slowly, she opened her eyes, letting the light in air so slowly to prevent shooting pain. You hit your head pretty hard. Ryker sounded worried and upset. When she could finally open her eyes, she looked around the plain medical room. A small beach painting hung on the wall, but it looked so out of place. Her eyes wandered from one side of the room to the other side. There she saw that her mate was sitting on an adjacent bed. Mary looked down her body and noticed that she was wearing matching hospital gowns. Then Mary felt a sharp pain on right temple. She groaned and gently touched the bandage that wrapped around her head. Are you okay? Are you feeling pain? Should I call the doctor to look you over? Mary, answer me. Baby. Ryker was getting riled up by the second. I'm fine. She lifted her head. It just hurts a little. Her injuries were minor compared to Ryker. She looked Ryker over. Although his skin was a little paler than usual and his eyes had dark circles underneath. Are you okay? She asked him. Remember how injured he was during the challenge. Mary shoved away her blanket, moved her feet over the edge of the bed before standing up. The room spun. "What are you doing?" She heard Ryker moving before he moved to stand in front of her. His firm hands took hold of her shoulders and urged her back into her bed. No, no, no. No, I'm fine. Go back to bed. Instead of listening to Mary, Ryker crawled into bed next to Mary. She scooted back a little to allow Ryker to join her on the tiny hospital bed. The bed squeaked under their weight. Mary was half afraid the bed will collapse, but when it didn't, she settled further into Ryker's side. It was a little crazy. She stepped out of her pack to find love and discover herself, then landed herself in an alpha's lap, a very possessive and loving alpha. Underneath her, she could hear his heartbeat, slow and melodious. It comforted her like nothing else. Ryker's free hand moved up to the side of her face. He threaded his fingers into her hair. The feel of his fingers against her skin made her eyes flutter closed, a soft eye escaping her lips. She realized that she has fallen so deeply in love with Ryker that there was no way she could reverse what she was feeling. Their mate bond was unique, but the fear that coursed through her when she saw how hard he fought, how much he was bleeding. Her heart clenched in her chest. "I thought I was going to lose you," she whispered in a pained voice. His arms tightened around her, and he pressed his lips against her forehead. "I'm right here." He was. That was what mattered. There was a knock at the door before the door slid open. Mary felt Ryker's head lifted. He was looking toward the door. "Good morning," a feminine voice greeted. Mary wanted to see, but Ryker held her face close to his body. It seemed she was the only one feeling this way. The need to be close to each other, to hold and savor their warm bodies pressed against each other. "Yeah, let me help you guys. We got it." Mary fought against Ryker's firm grip and turned her head toward the familiar voices. Her heart felt a huge weight lifted when she saw that Gary and Abraham were okay. Granted, they still had a few bruises and pale. They looked alive and awake. She laughed in relief and happiness. "You guys are okay," she said. Abraham and Gary walked over to sit on the hospital sofa. Both collapsed onto the bed. They were still wearing their hospital gowns. Abraham still had an IV line hooked up to his arm. He put most of his weight onto it to keep himself upright. Once the two settled, they chuckled while looking at Ryker and Mary. "Kind of funny. You know," Abraham smirked. "Vampire deception. By Dwight Mason and E.Y. Dwight, as an undocumented changeling and forced to cove at the well-level witch." Ryker questioned his brother. Ryker remained impassive and unreadable in front of them, but Mary knew that he was happy to see his brother. Abraham waved his hands between them. "We are all in the hospital. Injured." Gary chuckled again and nodded his agreement. "What happened?" Ryker asked. "How did you two get injured?" "It was Bruno. That damn bastard. We thought he was coming with reinforcement, but he attacked us. We were outnumbered and weak at that point. He was there to finish off." Abraham growled. The flash of anger that appeared in his hazel eyes was something that Mary doesn't see often. In the short time that she had been with Abraham, he has always had warm and welcoming eyes. "It was my fault." Mary glanced at Ryker. She could still see he felt guilty. Abraham shook his head immediately. "You don't have to blame yourself. We didn't know that we were feeding a betrayer. None of us knew what was going to happen before it was too late." After they finished discussing all the details of last night, Abraham and Gary headed back to their room to rest. It would take them a couple of days to feel better. Out of all four of them, Mary sustained fewer injuries. She only hit head against a rock and knocked unconscious. She'll feel better by tomorrow. They were once again alone. She scooted closer to his body, ignoring that the bed squeaked its protest again. In some odd way, she had this overwhelming need to mold her body against him. Ryker didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he held her tighter against his body. Lifting her head, Mary looked up at her mate, only to find him already looking down at her. The amount of love and affection reflected in his eyes made her heart swell. Was she dreaming? Was this really happening? She never thought that she would be here. To have a male look at her like she was the center of his world. But when she looked at him, she knew. She knew that he loved her. "I love you." The words slipped past her like nothing. A soft smile curved on his lips and a twinkle appeared in his eyes. "I love you too." Lifting one of her hand, she threaded her fingers through his jet black hair and then moved to cradle one side of his face. His stubble beard ticked her palm. Then she dropped her gaze from his perfectly shaped lips. Damn. Staring at his lips stirred a hungry, primal need in her. He must have seen the direction of her thoughts because his eyes darkened with desire. She leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. The minute their lips touched, she sighed. Mary moved closer, needing more. She deepened the kiss, and he allowed her to take charge, taking whatever she wanted from him. She was careful not to touch any of his injuries or lay her body too much over his. When Ryker couldn't take it any longer, a throaty growl rippled from his chest before his own hand tangled in her hair and he took control. She moaned in happiness. The feeling of his lips against her overpowered her senses. She knew they couldn't do more than just kiss, but it was just what she needed to calm her nerves. A silent reminder that all of this was real. When Mary pulled away, she looked back up at him. There was a shine in his hazel eyes. He was thinking about something. "What are you thinking about?" she asked him openly. Her fingers moved to drum on his chest to keep herself busy. She liked the feel of his hard body underneath hers. "How terrified I was to see you in the arms of my enemies." He looked down at her with a little wrinkle between his brows. She moved to smooth it back. "With Lottie, we went through a lot of terrifying situations. We smuggled goods and did foul deeds. Along the way, someone would always get injured. I've seen Lottie in a similar situation, but the fear that spread through me that night was incomparable to what I felt last night. I felt every inch of my body was being on fire. Physical pain. My heart tightened and the air in my chest disappeared. I couldn't think or breathe. Maybe it's the mate bond." Mary responded. He shook his head and leaned down to nuzzle her neck, breathing in her scent slowly. His entire being shuddered, and she knew that he was kidding. He was afraid that night. "I didn't love her the way I loved you. Maybe there was a time that it was love, but it could also be the fact that I couldn't face reality. I couldn't accept responsibility. Maybe it was infatuation. I don't know. The only thing I know is that my love for you, it started the night you kissed me at the mating ball. Why you couldn't even see me." Mary frowned. "People will say that I put a spell on you." He arched a brow in confusion. "Ryker, I've always been a wallflower. I've always known that I was a pretty flower. Males don't look at me. I shouldn't have jumped you that night. I seduced you and it was right of me. I was just so frustrated." One corner of his lips lifted. He moved to smooth back behind her ear. "You pulled me in with the courage to seek what you wanted. And little by little, I fell a bit more. It was your love and affection. The way you cared for everyone. Before I knew it, I couldn't let you go. I made excuses to keep you near and grew possessive when others wanted to claim you. I didn't want to lose you." Mary's heart swelled in her chest. "You didn't put a spell on me. Others might look for a pretty flower, but all I need is my little wallflower. For those who truly want to find the diamond in the rough, all they need to do is look further than what is in front of them. If anything, I'm lucky to have snatched you from because you are one of a kind. My mate. My little wallflower mate." Ryker kissed her right after, with an amount of ferocity that had her shivering with need, her heart crying out for him. This was it. Her happily after that she was seeking. This was proof that even the plainest, most average female could still be found, loved, and cherished. At the log, staring at his little brother, Ryker had the sudden urge to punch the smugness out of his face. He has been wearing that look for the past few months and it was beginning to irritate the fuck out of Ryker. When Abraham found out that Mary had initially wanted to kiss first, he couldn't let it go. Surprised at first, but that quickly went away. In its place was constant teasing. Walking over to Ryker's side, Abraham jabbed his elbow into Ryker's side. There was a cocky smile on his face. "Imagine this," Ryker rolled his eyes at his brother. "If Mary kissed me instead of you, You wouldn't have met her. She would have been mine. Ryker growled displeasingly, glaring at him. He was treading on thin ice, and this ice was as thin as paper. Abraham chuckled and jabbed Ryker again. Bro, imagine this. Imagine me kicking your fucking ass. Ryker snarled. Abraham burst out laughing. At that moment, Ryker considered punching him for real. Maybe it would make him shut up for once, just as Ryker was going to do just that. The surgical doors opened, and Marcus stepped out. He wore a teal hospital gown and mask. Ripping the mask off, he took a deep breath. How did it go? Ryker asked, completely forgetting about his brother's taunting. Good. Shess safe and the twins are safe. Mary peeked around the corner behind Marcus, and Ryker's attention immediately shifted to her. She had left Ryker and Abraham alone to go to the restroom. When they had heard that her sister-in-law was in labor, they hurried over to Alpha Ivan's land in the middle of the night. She didn't even have time to dress properly. His little mate rushed around their bedroom, grabbing clothes and stuffing into a bag. On the way here, she tied her hair up into a messy bun and threw on one of his sweaters. It hid what was underneath. She was about 5 months along already. Mary walked right over and stood next to her brother. Can you believe it? Twins. Mary beamed at her brother. A look of horror flashed across his face before he ran a hand down his face. I don't know how we are going to do it. You'll be fine, Mary insisted, but obviously she could see how exhausted her brother looked. How about I stay and help you around the house? Ryker stiffened immediately, his eyes flying to Mary. She must be crazy. She was already 5 months along. He was going to leave her behind. She seemed to have sensed where his thoughts were heading because her eyes slid over to him and a gentle smile spread across her face. It'll be fine, she drawled. The one word. But Marcus Ryker moved to pull her into his arms. He wrapped his arms tightly around her and placed a hand on her belly, pressing an affectionate kiss to the top of her head, and then he pressed his face against hers. You'll not be staying. You are 5 months along. I'm more protective than ever. You'll drive me crazy every second of the day. It would worry me non-stop. Mary. H.E.S. right. Mary. You can't stay. I felt the same way with Donnie. I can't allow you to do this. Marcus was shaking his head at her. But you look so exhausted, she argued. I am. Extremely. It's been rough, Marcus admitted. Ryker took pity on him. He could see that his mate wanted to help. It was a typical reaction from her. How about I take the 2 oldest? They could come back with us. Get used to the fresh air. Learn a few things. That's not a bad idea, Mary said. Abraham shrugged his shoulders. Up in the mountains could teach them a few tricks in controlling their wolves, and they could run freely with no worries. Marcus nodded his agreement. He looked hesitant but realized quickly that he needed the help. As soon as Donnie and I are settled in, well, come grab the boys. Don't worry about bonding time. We'll be here for a week. They boys will have time to meet their 2 little brothers. Boys. Marcus shook his head like he couldn't believe he had a house filled with boys. Mary hugged him before walking over to me. She slipped her arms around my waist. A minute later, she yawned out loud. We need to get you to bed. I know. I'm so tired. She yawned again. There were circles under her eyes. Ryker slipped his arms underneath her and swept her up into his arms. She didn't bother fighting. Mary rested her head on his shoulders and her eyes fluttered closed. It has been a long drive here and waiting to hear about Donnie's C-section. It was already the next day already. Even Ryker was feeling a little tired. He should take her back to rest. Thank you for coming. Marcus nodded to Ryker. Ryker nodded his head before turning and walking out with his mate. Abraham followed closely behind. It's been months since the attack on their back. With Bruno's death, Gary took over Bruno's role. He manages the border patrol. Everything has been going smoothly. Their business and investments were increasing in profits. Mary was still working at the restaurant with Easton was still a sore subject for Ryker, but he was willing to work with the male because of Mary. But there was one subject that concerned Ryker. His eyes drifted to his brother. although Abraham seemed content in working along with Ryker. Ryker wanted to see him happy and mated. Obviously, his brother had no intentions of going out and looking for one. The next mating ball was coming up. Maybe he'll talk to Abraham and see if he would like to attend. Who knows? He may just find what he needs. Gods know that Ryker never thought he would until he met Mary. He looked down at his mate and felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He never knew he would get here. To have a mate and a baby. To be loved. But in his arms was the female of his dreams. His little mate and Luna. Leaning down, he brushed his lips against hers. She softly sighed and snuggled closer to him. He smiled at her reaction and tightened his arms around her before moving his lips to her forehead. I love you, he whispered. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.